turn on my mic right now?
Mine's on.
Is it?
What's yours?
Yours is on.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Were you catching all that then?
Oh, yeah. We've been recording.
Oh, we got some good stuff. You could sell that stuff on
Did you say
TV.
some compromising things?
Probably, actually. I don't know. Did I? I was like, no, I don't think so.
I like.
I might have. Who knows?
I underestimated like the path to get there. I think we'll be okay though if I take an avant-garde approach.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is it's not until you find out you were being recorded that you, and when you didn't think you were being recorded necessarily,
Right.
then you realize, what was I really saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tracking Gemma tonight.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that I'm doing this?
I heard that you guys are doing that. Yeah.
We're like actually gonna do it. She's got this incredible song. Yeah, and I want to do the same thing with her. Like, I mean, she's a pro, like, right? She's gonna be fine. But she's in all these settings where she records tunes, like, and she's like monitoring it. She's like making it happen. We're gonna get in an accident. There we go. And she's so production aware, like production savvy, like. And if she's like, is this the take? I'm like, okay, I'm failing as a producer then if that's what's going on. Like, I want her to be an artist, you know?
Oh, because you're saying she's so aware of the production that it's maybe harder to turn it off?
Exactly. So I'm trying to make it like, I'm trying to produce by not producing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to just be her friend and like make sure that she doesn't feel like I'm recording, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like the essence of her tune that she wants to track, or that I want to track, is going to be captured if that's the case, you know?
Yeah. Did she write it, or it's something that?
Yeah, she wrote it. She's like, let's see here. Just don't want us to die. Hold on. She wrote it. Yeah. It was. Did I mention this to you yesterday? Like, over dinner, it all came alive. Like I saw like the true artist or whatever in her that she used to engage with, you know? Do you know her story much? Not really.
I had a conversation with her yesterday.
Okay.
That was the first time I've talked to her.
Okay.
And we went pretty deep, like pretty fast.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we were talking just right about this. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I probably don't know much of her story other than what she told me in that conversation.
Right. I'm stoked we get to like hang. This is like this plus Palm Springs.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It's always fun too when you're in a location where it's someone's home,
Right.
where they kind of know it, and
Right.
they can take you around, because you're not really a tourist at that point. You're I don't know, you're like visiting something, you know?
Yep. It's like when people would visit me in New York. It was like, I just feel so much better that you live here. I get to just like, you know.
Yeah, well, you get to benefit from all the terrain knowledge and all the
Exactly.
comfortability of that.
Right.
Because otherwise, it's like there's a lot of energy that's wasted
Totally.
trying to figure everything out.
Yeah. It's like going to Disneyland with somebody who doesn't know Disneyland.
Yeah.
I hate Disneyland.
Have you been to Disneyland?
Yeah, I hate Disneyland.
My brother-in-law and sister-in-law and their kids are in Disney World right now.
In Orlando?
Yeah, right now.
Sounds horrible. Go. It's your turn. Dude, how'd you think, like, I know I just asked you, like, before I picked you up, but, like, how'd you think it all went? Like, how was it for you, dude, like, the weekend? Because I want to make sure that you're, like, you know, contributing as well as, like, benefiting, you know? Like, what's your take? What do you see is, like, going on, you know?
What do I see is going on?
That's actually a pretty silly question. I'm more interested to hear how, like our drive home from Palm Springs, I feel like was very illuminating to you.
Illuminating?
Yeah, like you saw something, and I saw something. Like we both saw something, and then like we didn't really hang. Like then the weekend just happened, right?
Yeah.
And then and then I sent you this, or you sent me this thing, which I'm curious what you sent and why you sent it.
Yeah.
And like I just want to connect. Like what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, what were you seeing God doing something or something like this? Or?
Yeah, you know what it is okay. Okay, there's a lot here.
Go
I feel like when we were driving back, what was really nice is how do I put this? I feel like that one movie that I told you about, The Tree of Life.
Yeah.
I have this poster in my office, and it's got like a little baby in the center, like at the core of a tree, and then there's all these rings going outwards. So part of what I feel like I'm always trying to do when I talk to people,
Yeah.
especially if I feel like if they have a vision, is try to get them to, in a sense, almost like align with like that deepest sense of yes, right? Like whatever that place of like deepest juice is, to kind of get them aligned with that. And I felt like when you were talking about
Yeah.
you could your vision for things, there was like it's almost like sometimes you can talk to people and there's like a light that goes off in their eyes.
Yeah.
Right? There was more of that was coming out. Like it was like a song, but like something was singing in you a bit more. Right?
Yeah. Oh, dude, you could tell I was like passionate or something.
Yeah, you were passionate.
Yeah.
But there's even a difference. Like you can be passionate about like sushi,
Right.
and it's different when it's passionate and it's it feels actually like tied to purpose.
Yeah.
Because it feels like someone's like found, I don't know. It's actually something like I don't know. It's like connection. Like you can see the energy just like flowing through a person in a sense.
Totally, dude. So you've never seen that in me, you reckon?
Well, okay.
Or you saw glimpses or something?
I think I've seen glimpses. I think we got closest to it, right? So again, like it's this
Yeah.
almost like thing of like you get like closer to the center, and there's more heat. It's just like the earth, right? So it's like there's more. We were closer to it than we had ever been. Plus, there also is something just like being with a person that you feel it differently, right? Like you can hear something on the phone, and you have to imagine and fill in the blanks. But when you're with a person, there's like a full body experience of it.
Yeah, sure.
So there was that.
Every time we get on the phone, it's like you got 15 minutes and it's like 2 hours.
Yeah.
But like I feel like just being together takes care of a lot of the work. You can just feel, you know.
It does because there's something about like settling in. I also think in relationships it's something where it's like when you spend time, there's like something, there's like a third thing that like emerges, you know, like I don't know how to put it. It's just I don't know, I guess like that would actually be a takeaway, is there's actually a fundamentally different, it's not even like relational dynamic, but there's something that is it'd be too cheap to call it like an increase in comfort.
Right.
Although there is that, at least on my end, right? I think it's more, I don't know. There's just more of maybe it's the sort of thing where like dance partners, when they're just around people like each other more, they're able to follow
I get
and lead
that.
a bit more.
Yep.
So there was that, and then
Dude, I'm just realizing we're like going up Mount Soledad at like a prime time, dude.
what is this for? A sunrise?
This, like, dude, do you know about Mount Soledad?
No.
It's like the highest, dude, that cross up there, like way up there.
Yeah.
That, like, this is one of the highest, if not the highest point in San Diego, and it's like so beautiful. Have you like seeing what's going on here, dude?
I know what's also crazy is you see the fog. There's an entire cloud that's descended.
Yeah. Dude, so my house.
And now we can see over it.
Yeah, my house is up here, right? Like I'm 5 minutes away from here, or not even. And like I went to my house, I saw this, and then I like entered back down into the fog.
There's something metaphorical about that.
Yeah, and now we're out. Anyways, I totally interrupted you, but I just wanted you to see. This is cool. Like this is like a San Diego thing. There's actually a really good story behind that.
Look at that.
Yeah, isn't that insane, dude?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Look, and then that's La Jolla Shores. Like, you can't see it, obviously, but the beach is right down there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How cool is that, dude?
It's crazy. Does it get foggy like this often?
Dude, it does. La Jolla protrudes out. Like, so it's its own ecosystem. This is very normal. Anyways, I like completely interrupted you.
Oh no, you're fine.
I just didn't want you to be like to miss
not
out.
see it.
Yeah, like there's so much beauty here right now. Now where we're headed, we're about to head to the poorest neighborhood in all of San Diego.
So we were talking, and we were kind of circling, like in a sense, the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much time do we have right now before Mass starts?
We've got 25 minutes.
Okay, so we got time.
Yeah. And then it goes silent. No, it's like the silent mass or whatever.
Yeah.
Are you cool with that, by the way?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever done that?
Like a land mass.
Like a silent low mass, land mass?
What does it mean for it to be silent? There's just like no talking. Just.
Priest is like mumbling the whole time.
Oh really? Oh okay.
You like literally don't hear anything.
No, I've never. I think I've been to a high land mass once.
This
Wait,
is a
so-
low mass.
Oh, so you're just like basically there.
You're just there.
Oh, cool.
It's like they're doing something and you get to sit in.
I will tell you, I've been to some Spanish masses in my. It's funny. My wife said the same thing that when we were in Paris. I speak a little French, but not much. And she doesn't really speak any.
Yeah.
And some of our experiences of going to mass there were some of our favorite experiences, even though we didn't know what was being said.
Totally, dude. Dude, this is why I wanted to go with you tonight. Is because, like, my, like... It's the only thing in my life that makes sense. Is, like, particularly this mass. It truly is, dude. Like... And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit in with any of bit of who I am. It's like it's in the poorest neighborhood. It's in the poorest neighborhood of San Diego, which says a lot. And it's the only traditional Latin mass in San Diego, and it's silent. It it's literally in a different language, and if you can hear them, like you can't, like you don't know what they're saying, and like rationally it doesn't make sense, you know. Like it literally doesn't appeal to the Western mind, you know, almost. But in a certain essence, it's like it makes all the sense in the world, you know. So like, and yeah, it's just, and the homilies are horrible, you know, like every homily. But this is your classic, like the homilies in English, right? And then it's like, today we're not gonna talk about the readings today. I'm just gonna tell you it's the feast of whatever, and like, it's what we were talking about last time. It's like, so anyways, try to be better, try to be good. So it's like this moralism that I hate, right? Like, and yet I still feel like it's very much home.
Do you feel
You know?
like that's because there's so much, in a sense, almost empty space that there's nothing distracting you except the essence?
Exactly. And I follow along. Like you like grab a missal, you know what those things are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you grab a missal, and like I've got it down to where I'm with it. Like I'm following the priest. And so like I just read the English side.
Mm-hmm.
So my full participation is there. But like even if I don't do that, and I'm just sitting there, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I really like to participate. There's like literally I think it was Aquinas, but it's like you don't pray at the Mass, you pray the Mass.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong about if it was Aquinas or not. But it just makes sense. Like, I'll go to my parish with my family, right, in the morning, and that's fine, whatever. Some Novus Ordo stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I'll, like, just by myself will go to this one in the evening, and it just makes the most sense to me. And it's not like my NYC spirituality where it's like this beautiful cathedral type vibe, you know, like none of that. The aesthetic is actually pretty bad.
Did you like? Okay, so
You know?
did you grow up in a church that was more? I don't know if it's like sing-song is the right way to put it, but was it like guitars and kind of like a rock band type church?
Not only did I was like playing in it.
Okay, so you were the rock band church.
I was the edge, doing the dotted eighth notes, like.
Okay, so this is radically different from that.
Think of the opposite of that.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. It's actually interesting because I know that you've highlighted how important even aesthetic is to you. So to see how, like, the aesthetic change kind of like follows interchange in a sense.
Right. I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. But I think it'll be good for us to be together here and like pray with one. I just feel like God's doing something here with us. Do you get that? I think you've like said that.
I have yeah, I've got like I have many yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, and it's like let's just pray. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like one of those
It's
things
kind
where
of a
it's
good
like
way to start.
you just pray. Yeah.
There's okay, so it's actually really interesting to go back to what we were talking about on the drive home.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could tell this. When you start talking about the whole you did like the whole and now go.
No.
Funny.
Oh yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't know if
Funny.
I don't know if you could tell, but I was kind of almost like emotionally flooded. Like I was
Yeah,
having a very
dude.
difficult time.
Of course, it was the David Lynch thing. It was like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Funny. Yeah.
And I was having a really difficult time with it. And
Right.
that actually was it was actually really interesting because it was extremely confronting for me.
You're better looking than Louis C.K. by the way. Just,
Well, I watched it this morning. It was
Yeah.
it was funny too because I found it on a Reddit thing. And
Oh, okay.
half the people were like R.I.P. David Lynch. The other half were like Louis C.K. Good thing he's canceled. The other half were like he was making jokes about being the guy that they canceled him for, and it was funny
yes.
until they realized he was actually serious about the things he was.
100%.
They were laughing at.
100%. Yeah.
So it was just funny, but there was it was I felt there was something about that was really confrontational for me, right? And I'm not saying you were being confrontational. Oh, actually, I think you were being kind of confrontational.
100%.
Yes.
It was like, yes, I was. It's like very similar stuff to in the studio. I'm like, guys, we've got an hour and you haven't recorded anything.
Yeah,
What's going on here?
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
Yeah.
tend to do that.
yeah. So what was interesting is I actually went back afterwards. So I went back to my room. And I was almost, I don't know the right term. It's not shell shocked. I don't know what that term even really means. But it was a feeling. No, actually, it was funny, man, because I had different emotions coming up. And there was actually like quite a bit of like sadness I was feeling. And, but in that, then I had to like figure out, okay, what is that about? Because it wasn't actually, it wasn't like rational for that to be the emotion that was a response. Or even like the emotion wasn't, because that's the nature of like emotions, right?
Turns out the emotion wasn't rational.
Yeah. So,
That's your like, there's something very elevating about being 30,000 feet in the air
yeah,
or whatever. Yeah.
yeah. So the thing that's really, but what was really good about that is, I don't know how to put this. I kind of, I feel like I've been able to see how that experience has actually worked like tremendously towards my good.
Totally, dude.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. And the thing that was left out that you didn't say from that whole script, because you got it almost verbatim, line for line.
Right.
But at one point, he was like, "It's not that you can't do it; you're just afraid."
I did leave that out. You know
He's
why?
like, he's like, "You're being a rookie."
I don't remember him saying that, but you're right.
He does say it,
You're right.
and that was actually this morning when I heard that. I was like, "That actually is what was going on." Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that.
Well, it was good. It was actually whether you remembered it or not. Like, obviously, you might not have intentionally not said that.
No,
but it worked out that you did not say that.
I was thinking that, but I forgot that David Lynch said that.
Yeah, and I think if you would have been that explicit about it, it may have been hard for me to accept it, almost. Like, that's what I'm saying. It all worked out on a timeline.
It worked out good, yeah.
It worked out on a timeline.
Yeah.
Because I was able to, what happened is I was able to, it kind of like, I don't know, it put me in a particular place that then I was like really trying to digest a lot of stuff and make sense of myself in various ways. It was like it triggered a lot of reflection. And then from that, what ended up happening was, yeah, it triggered a lot of reflection. And then the next day, or maybe that night. I can't remember.
Dude, this is pretty epic.
But I had these really incredible. Yeah, this is really.
Isn't it SD Airport? Yeah. The vibes. Sorry, I don't.
Well, this is like a perfect time to be driving through.
I just want you to also look at this, and
Yeah.
because you don't live here, right? So,
Yeah.
anyways, go on.
So, I think another thing that then ended up happening was, I've had some like really good engagements with just people. You know what I'm saying? Like there's been
Yeah.
a lot of how do I put this? There's been a lot of like moments of just like really good connection for me with
Yeah.
people, and either connection where I feel like they're giving me something, or I'm giving them something, but it's not like a forced giving of anything.
Right.
It just feels good. It
Yeah.
just feels good. I was actually talking to Xander this morning about this, that like it almost feels like because there's a lot of people here who are coming with a sense of like, or we're here with like a sense of goodwill in a certain particular intention, maybe it's generosity or charity. It's just like it feels led.
Totally, dude.
Like there's a lot of like I mean, some people would call it serendipity, or you could call it like providence, you know. But
Yeah, right.
But it's happening, right?
Right.
And I felt like that's what it was like for me, like that particular experience. And then again, I had these like a lot of really good interactions. And so then the next day you're like, oh, how you doing? And I was like, great. And I actually was doing great.
I know you were.
Were you checking in on me when you asked that?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
You actually did seem to be doing great.
I know you were trying to check, because you did kind of the Larry David thing where you
Yeah,
were
like,
looking at me.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but it actually, I was feeling great.
I could tell, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. It's funny because It's funny because with you, like when I first met you, what's a little bit disarming is like you can you're often like operating on multiple levels. Do you know what I'm saying? But I think I've been around you enough so I can kind of see the different levels play out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I
Like
do.
I can't see like this is what he's doing here. You know
Not
what I'm
many
saying?
people can, so I respect you. Also, you're making it seem like I'm this like weird, complex.
It's not.
I'm not.
It's okay. It's not complex. It's more of a I took a fencing class like in college, and the teacher one time he's like, "This is the whole. Like you want to understand fencing. It's like pretty simple. It's like you just want to look really sexy."
Really?
Yeah. Well, and this is and when he said that at one point, I was like, "I don't think you could say that." But he was explaining that the thing is, it's like if when you're fencing, you only look sexy if you're being really intentional, and you're not moving in this frenetic way, and you're not like slashing and this and that, but you're being intentional, and you're not rushing, and you're not this, and you're not that. And so it's not so much I'm saying you're being complex so much as it is if like you're poking in a certain area in a particular way with your hand turned.
Yeah, right.
It's not like you did that on accident.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not complex.
Yeah,
That's
right.
just intentional.
It's just super intentional.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Yeah, full intentional.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that was really good. And then yeah, I don't know, everything was really good. I think, you know, I came into the weekend not having. I learned a while ago. I used to put you know, you were talking a little bit about a journey, kind of like a personal journey of like control over the years, right? And
Right.
I'd have a very similar journey, right? Like, and we've talked a bit about that, but
Right.
Part of what I also would do is I would often like try to control, even though like experiences, like I'd put very big expectations on things, to the point of even when my wife and I first would get married, it's like I would sometimes ruin dates because I would put like too much. I'd be like, it has to go this way. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
right.
And so I've increasingly tried to just not put expectations on things. So I came in without really an expectation other than to be open. And I think that in this season of my life,
Yeah.
what I really probably want, I don't know if it's want or need, but it's like really good connection and like community.
Yep.
That's a big thing.
Yep.
And then I think like within that, okay, so if a relationship's kind of like a mirror, it's like if I'm with the right mirrors, it'll also reveal myself
Totally.
to me, which
Yeah.
is the other thing I'm trying to optimize.
Dude,
around.
this is literally what we were chatting about. Like, you really only need like one person or two people or a few people. It's the C.S. Lewis like 7 friends thing, you know?
Can you explain? I don't know this.
Oh, I think it was him who basically says we only have enough like capacity or love in our hearts. I really truly only have 7 friends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think he's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, pragmatically, it makes a lot of sense.
Like some of my best friends that I've made have always been through like quote unquote business transactions or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's like that was the doorway or something, like a work, right? And then it like blossomed into other things.
Yeah, that makes it. Okay, this is really interesting because I find that too. Okay, so this is the thing. It's like I think about when I think of clients, especially the clients I really love working with, right? Or like it just feels like there's like a bond, right? In many ways, it's like they've been attracted enough. There's enough alignment there that they've wanted to like say yes to a relationship that they would even, in a sense, pay for.
Of course, yeah.
So they're in a sense already validating like there's enough material here. So
Yes.
it would make sense that that's the case.
Yes.
I just think that there's not a ton of people who, or not that there's not a ton of people. I think there's still always a temptation to treat things in a very transactional way, and just create like artificial barriers. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think that part of it is like because of the way you're trying to maybe optimize isn't the right way to put it because that makes it sound like an engineering problem. But you doing it the way you do it, it's really designed for like maybe like a give and take. But it's not. I don't even know. It doesn't feel, even though there's a transaction that's a part of it, it doesn't feel transactional.
Yeah, it's a partnership or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, it's full. Dude, the thing about this, this is like literally like a cult feel. Some would say a cult.
That's great.
So like I can't find parking and it's not even, you know what I mean?
I was at lunch yesterday and it came up, like cults came up.
Do you think I could, no way.
And I've never expressed this to you. I know you did, like, not that you did work with like cults, but like you have.
I did work with cults.
Yeah.
Like got them out of cults.
I also have like a real fascination with cults. I watch like cult documentaries all the time. I don't know what it's about. I think it's because it's extremely.
I don't think that's like a unique thing. Like I think lots of people are like down with the cult curiosity, you know.
So I think for me, it is. It's like an extremely high contrast.
No, I cannot.
It's an extremely high contrast.
Making a fool of myself.
Dive.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Good thing my car is bigger than theirs. They won't fight me, right?
It's a high contrast, like dive into psychology, like human psychology.
Right.
Like, it shows you. It reveals. It's like it just reveals a lot about how we operate.
Oh,
but
totally.
But it's extremely explicit.
Totally.
Right. Like we all operate within cults, but it's like not explicit.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I think I'm interested in it. But
So one thing about this, I'm just realizing, this is the kind of vibe where if we bring a camera in, I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, no cameras.
all right, well,
Little surprise there, Aaron.
I was thinking about that.
So we'll see what happens, right? Try to be discreet, all right, brother? Just pull out the iPhone.
I got it.
All right. Yeah, like for sure. If it was like,
you can tell if we're recording like my sound. Right?
Yeah.
We're good.
no, we're fine. It's like if you were to do a Big Eva thing, they'd probably welcome the camera. But this is definitely something where I don't want to burger the relationship. Like,
They're not gonna let you back in.
yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I'm making it. Probably not. Probably just
Feel it out.
feel it out. Maybe even iPhone it. I'm not sure. Probably something I should have told you.
Well, if you make the call, if you like cut the big camera.
I mean, I'll let one of the ushers make that call.
See, I live through this kind of stuff. I just love like, album experiences. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really do.
So you see like the vibe, like
Yeah, that's
it's
what
so
I'm
yeah. This whole
It's unique.
yeah.
You come here every week.
Every week. Every Sunday at It's 6.
Would you say this is one of the highlights of your week?
It's the only thing that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, highlights of my week implies that it's like my favorite, like 24 just came on at 7 p.m. and it's like I look forward to every week. You know, that's not that. It's like it's the only thing that makes sense.
It's like the hub, like the hub of the wheel or something.
Out of all and like the hub isn't my highlight, but it's like
It's the
only thing that makes sense. Like there are so many things in my life that don't make sense. This is the only one that does make sense. But if you look at it, it doesn't make sense. So anyways, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you in an hour for 1 hour. It's only an hour. It's like, yeah, I don't know if this is we'll see. Thank you.
Just to let you know, sir, we do not allow filming in the church. Okay, no, nothing at all, not during mass.
Eleison. Christe eleison. Eleison. Kyrie eleison. Et cum spiritu tuo.
Alleluia, Alleluia, stand word for God, word God, Son, Redeva, Alleluia.
And spirited.
A reading from the book of the prophet Malachi. Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I send my angel, and he shall prepare the way before my face. And presently the Lord whom you seek, and the angel of the testament whom you desire, shall come to his temple. Behold, he comes, says the Lord of hosts. And who shall be able to think of the day of his coming? And who shall stand to see him? For he is like a refining fire, and like the fuller's herb. And he shall sit refining, cleansing the silver. And he shall purify the sons of Levi, and shall refine them as gold and as silver. And they shall offer sacrifices to the Lord in justice. And the sacrifice of Judah and of Jerusalem shall please the Lord, as in the days of old, and in the ancient years, says the Lord Almighty. And a reading from the Holy Gospel according to St. Luke. At that time, when the days of Herod's purification were fulfilled according to the law of Moses, they took Jesus up to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord. Every male that opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. And to offer a sacrifice, according to what is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. And behold, there was in Jerusalem a man named Simeon, and this man was just and devout, looking for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Spirit was upon him. And it had been revealed to him by the Holy Spirit that he should not see death before he had seen the Christ of the Lord. And he came by inspiration of the Spirit into the temple. And when his parents brought in the child Jesus to do for him according to the custom of the law, he also received him into his arms and blessed God, saying, Now you dismiss your servant, O Lord, according to your word in peace, because my eyes have seen your salvation, which you have prepared before the face of all peoples, a light of revelation to the Gentiles, and a glory for your people Israel. Thus far the gospel of the Lord. The announcements. We ask all the faithful who are close to us to join in a novena which begins today to implore God's protection on the priestly fraternity of St. Peter and to renew consecration to Our Lady on the Feast of Our Lady of Lourdes, February 11th. The novena consists of one decade of the Rosary and the Memorare each day, beginning today through February 10th. And on the Feast of Our Lady of Lourdes on the 11th, the act of consecration will be made. Novena and consecration booklets are available at the entrance of the church. You can also download printable versions from our parish website under links. So after Mass, instead of praying the Leonine prayers, we'll pray this novena prayer for the next 9 days. And even if you don't come to Mass every day for the next 9 days, hopefully you'll pray that novena in your home. And there will also be the blessing of throats tomorrow, the Feast of St. Blaise. The blessing will take place after each Mass. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Whenever we pray the joyful mysteries of the Rosary, we meditate upon our Lord's presentation and Mary's purification in the temple. I would like to share just a few reflections with you this evening. As the Gospel of St. Luke tells us, according to the law of Moses, every firstborn child who was born to a woman had to be presented in the temple and had to be redeemed. And it wasn't just the firstborn child, of course, who was precious to God, but every child is a gift from God. Every child belongs to God. God entrusts his children to parents. They really don't belong to the parents. Parents are the stewards of their children. Parents have the obligation, responsibility to take good care of these gifts, each one of them more valuable than all the gold that used to be in Fort Knox. Parents must teach their children that God is their true Father. And for this reason, they must love him above all else. They must speak to him, pray to him, they must obey him. The parents of our Lord fulfilled the law, even though it wasn't strictly applicable to them. Mary had incurred no impurity when she gave birth. Our Lord, being God himself, wasn't in need of ransoming. Why then did he do it? First of all, because they were obedient. That's what the law said. They were going to fulfill it. Nothing pleases God more than our obedience. It's the means by which we best show our love for God. And obedience isn't difficult for humble people. It's very difficult for proud people. So if we want to get a better measure of our humility or pride, as the case may be, we can just ask ourselves, just how obedient are we to God's commandments, the laws of his church? And secondly, St. Paul was to say that even if something were permissible, he would not avail himself of this particular freedom in that particular matter if he knew that somehow his neighborhood would be scandalized by it. We can believe that Mary and Joseph were very careful to avoid giving scandal to anyone. We are our brother's keeper. So if we scandalize him, we're not loving him. Rather, we're actually doing him some harm. And this thought should make us all more careful regarding what we say and do in the presence of others, especially in the presence of children. And in regard to these latter, our Lord said that it would be better that someone had a millstone tied around his neck and that he was cast into the depths of the sea, rather than that he gave scandal to little ones. He led little ones into sin. He took away their innocence. With all the scandals given nowadays, especially through the media, how many are going to wish that had happened to them? That is, on Judgment Day, they're going to wish that a millstone had been tied around their neck and that they had been cast into the sea, rather than that they had given scandal. Of the many people in the temple that particular day that Mary and Joseph went up to present the child, only 2 of them recognized our Lord for who he was, and both of them were elderly. One of them was Simeon, a holy man who had been told by God that he wouldn't die until he saw the promised one of Israel, the Redeemer. And the other was a woman by the name of Anna, who had been widowed at a very young age, and ever after that she spent her days in the temple, praying, fasting. So how was it that these two people were able to recognize their Lord and no one else could recognize him? Because they were holy people. Their faith had been made strong by years of practice, and God rewarded their faith. If we're not sincerely practicing our faith, no matter how long we live, it's never going to become strong. And we practice it by, first and foremost, keeping God's laws, those of His church, setting time aside for Him every day, time in prayer, not time wasted, receiving the sacraments often, visiting Him in His home here. This temple always contains our Lord. The old temple of Jerusalem only contained our Lord when our Lord was actually physically present within it. So if we're not practicing our faith in these ways, then we run the risk of not recognizing our Lord as well. And what's worse, He might not recognize us come Judgment Day. Be gone. I never knew you, He might say to us. Old age can be one of the most profitably spiritual times in one's life, because one no longer has the burden of raising a family, holding down a steady job. He has more time to spend to be with the Lord. And some, of course, take advantage of it, and others, unfortunately, don't. More likely to find many of our elderly in the casinos or in front of the television or computer screen, rather than spending some extra time in prayer. Simeon declared our Lord to be the light to the nations. I once took a guided tour of a cave, and at a certain point the guide said, just to give you an opportunity to experience absolute darkness, I'm going to turn off the lights. So we turn off the lights, and we waited a minute or two, and no matter how long you waited, it wasn't as if your eyes gradually got accustomed to the dark and you could make out some shapes. You could see nothing, absolutely nothing. And that's the way it is with our souls without God. Just total darkness, blackness. Without God, we will not be able to find our way to heaven. We'll make shipwrecks of our lives. The light of Christ was lit in our souls on the day of our baptism. And as long as we remain in a state of grace, the light remains lit. And again, if that light goes out, then our souls are in deeper darkness than that darkness that I experienced in the cave. So we want to guard that light carefully. That must be our number one concern as we go through life. We can lose everything else, even life itself. But we must not lose the light of Christ, His presence in our souls. Last week we celebrated the feast of St. John Chrysostom. He's the patron saint of preachers. And he had no fear about rebuking sinners. It didn't matter what position they might occupy, including very high positions, which didn't always win him very many friends. And one of his enemies was the Empress. She really hated John because he would call her to task for the evil she was doing. And she wanted to destroy him, but she had to be careful how she went about doing this, because the people considered St. John to be a saint, which he was. And so she sent spies to try to find out what it was that St. John most feared. And then she could use this knowledge in order to manipulate him, or so she thought. So the spies went out, and after some time they came back, and the Empress asked, well, what did you find out? And the spies shook their heads and said, there's only one thing that we could find out that St. John is afraid of. And the Empress said, well, tell me quick. And they said, offending God, that's the only thing. Nothing else causes him any fear. Most of us have many fears, but the fear of offending God is probably somewhat down on our list. Let's just say it's not a thought that keeps most of us awake at night, which only means we have a long way to go to become the saints we're supposed to be. Fear of God, of course, is one of the gifts of the Holy Ghost. That is the fear that a loving son has toward his father. And hurting him in the least way would be a great source of sorrow for him. And finally, as Christians, we have the obligation of taking the light of Christ into the world. But if we don't recognize that we have this obligation, then we're not going to fulfill it. We're not going to be the representatives of Christ that we're supposed to be. If we represented some commercial company the way we represent Christ, we probably would have been fired a long time ago. But Christ doesn't fire us. So we should begin every day by saying to ourselves, I am Christ's representative. I'm a representative of his church. I must take his light into the world. And hopefully this thought will help to shape our entire day, whether we're at home, at school, at work, wherever else we may be. And our light may be the only light that some people ever see. Christ has been compared to the sun, Our Lady to the moon. The moon has no light of itself. It just reflects the light of the sun. Let us ask our Blessed Mother to obtain for us the grace to better imitate her in reflecting the light of Christ in our lives in order to brighten a sin-darkened world. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen.
Eccomi Spirito Suo. Man, Ecum Spiritu Tuo, Verus Domini, Dignum et Justice, spiritual to all. Amen. Domine non sum dignus Domine non sum dignus
non discorso sei morta, isi diverso Cristo Lord.
Ecco Spirito Tuo.
Oremos, pues nostri nostra cruz baptisante miseria, petro reprovaciones nostre, munie Christi, excedente diacono tuis Virgine, per gratis nobis permeum, est in pacis et virtutum, per Domine nostrum Iesus Christum Filium Tuum, qui tecum vivere regnat, in unitatis Spiritus Sancti Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Amen. Ecco Spirito Tuo. Te gracias.
Benedicat vos, Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus.
Amen. Ecco Spirito Tuo. Pregati Domini. Te gracias.
Along with this act of the rosary for the inheritance of the Christian community here. Let us meditate on the story of joyful mystery, the presentation of our Lord in the temple. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost.
As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
O my Jesus,
Forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell. And lead all souls to heaven, especially those most in need of thy mercy.
remember, O most gracious Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone could let thy protection in the Lord thy health for salvation, was not made, inspired by his confidence, I find in thee, Lord, church, to thee, Lord, come before thee I stand, sinful and sorrowful. O Mother of the Word incarnate, despise not my petitions, but in thy mercy forgive me and answer me. Amen. Let us pray for priestly and religious vocations. O God, graciously beseech thee to bless the church with many priests, brothers and sisters, who will love thee with their whole hearts, be faithful to their vocation, and gladly spend their entire lives to teach thy truth, serve thy church, and to make thee known in thy love. Bless our families, bless our children, bless our households, O Mary, through your priestly and religious vocations, pray for us, pray for our priests and obtain for us the grace of living more. Amen.
Guys, take care.
Thanks. What'd you think, dude?
So many thoughts, man.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Would you mind sharing them with me?
Yeah. So okay. So.
Thanks for coming.
No, thank you for having me. It was great. I appreciate. Yeah, it was good. I'm glad we did it.
I'm realizing that like I don't know. I feel like we're both trying to just help each other draw closer to the Lord. You know, like. Anyways, what were your thoughts?
So, it's funny, man, because it's like, on one hand, it's like that David Lynch clip you were talking about.
Right.
He's like, you don't have to be funny, but funny is better.
Yeah. Right.
And there's something about that I actually think it is probably objectively better, right? Like,
Yeah.
an aesthetic, because it's that essence thing.
Right.
I think for me personally, it's interesting because I probably have more baggage around some of that than you would. What I mean by that is, how do I put this? I think that there's like a tonal thing that can sometimes happen. How do I put this? I think that there's like you even see this with people like from the weekend, right? Where sometimes them, like they can go and maybe They can become aware of their own fallenness, right? Their own shortcomings. And it can induce a certain level of guilt that makes them actually want to hide.
Right, of course.
Or
Yeah.
it can inspire them to a sense of like gratitude in this context.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
And I think that part
Sure.
of it is if there's not like the right image of God, I think that it can create a feeling of, I don't know, like it can almost, I don't know how to put it, man. It's, so, okay, like I think about what you were explaining with the law gospel thing.
Yeah.
And part of what I think a lot of times people have experienced within like a Catholic context,
Uh-huh.
when they come out of a Catholic context, is mostly law and not much gospel.
It's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, when it's just law, like even, and this is not, I'm not gonna like leave church and just go and like criticize a homily, but I will say,
I told you, I warned you.
I will say it's like tonally what that is it creates like a feeling of, this is actually about you in like a performative way.
Uh-huh.
And that actually can be like a little distracting for me personally. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do I know what you're saying?
Well, you probably even see it in me, right? Like in some ways I feel like I've had to do a lot of like inner work to try and get beyond that, and like spiritual work to try and get beyond that. So it's good. Like there's nothing actually wrong about it, but there's actually something about like the energy of it. Like I like, again, the liturgy is what it is, right? There's nothing to criticize there.
Right.
But there is something about like it's like a fear-based energy that doesn't feel, you know what I'm talking, like you see, like when you're talking about like a client and them feeling gratitude, and out of that gratitude comes actually like action,
Yeah.
and boldness,
Right.
and generosity.
Right.
I think that yeah, I don't know, that's just what I think. Does that surprise you at all?
No.
Okay.
By the way, I'm feeling like, is In-N-Out kosher?
Oh, In-N-Out Burger?
Yeah.
You know what's funny, man, is
Did you already?
I was talking to Nathan today,
Yeah.
and he was telling me that he went to In-N-Out Burger, like he made sure to go there.
And you
because
were
he's all
like,
from Germany.
I gotta do
And I
that.
took a note that I was like, oh,
Okay.
In-N-Out Burger would be nice.
We should
So,
do
yeah,
that.
Let's do it. I haven't had In-N-Out Burger in, I don't know, like 6
Okay.
years.
Okay, cool. Aaron, are you cool with In-N-Out, man?
Oh
You want
yeah.
some In-N-Out? Okay. You're like frothing, yeah.
I've been going hard on In-N-Out since I've been out west.
All right, dude. More In-N-Out then. Cool. Okay, so can I? Okay. How much of what you're, like the spirit of what you're saying attaches to the anger / passion that I was expressing on the Palm Springs ride home?
How much what I just said attaches to it?
The spirit of what you said is attached to some of the essence of what I was getting at in terms of the law gospel distinction.
You're saying like how much is it related to what you were articulating?
Yeah. I feel like you're kind of singing like a harmony to what I was saying there.
Oh, yeah. I am, because this is actually like, I was thinking about it, and like I can imagine that entire thing not being what I was describing. Do you know how do I put this?
I get what you're saying, man.
Because I even think the homily, in a sense, like it creates a tone. It reminds people like, this is why we're here. So when the tone is, well, remember, be good.
Yeah.
Or else. That's basically what it is.
100%.
Be good or else.
100%.
And it's actually not at all about, like, there's no, like,
Exactly.
Christ actually proclaimed, in a sense.
Yes. Yeah.
That's like a small epitaph.
So-
like, it's a small thing on the side.
Were you present when I was passionately yelling in the car on the trip home to Palm Springs about this?
Yeah, no, I do see total. I do see total.
Okay, so you can imagine a Protestant, right? me, like, right, ex-Protestant, like, okay, fine, Lord, I feel called in the Eucharist, all this stuff. Like, I'm going to, you know, I have to do Chestertonian gymnastics. I have to do Chestertonian cerebral gymnastics in order to find my way in. You see?
You have to like disassociate.
Exactly. It's like either I need to be the little old lazy lady that crosses the street who goes with their little rosary and like, I don't really get it all. I just know I gotta.
Sure.
Or I need to be like Chesterton and have all the theological law and grace distinctions in order to like enter into what I feel is the faith that he's called me to. You see what I mean? And so I just have it's what Rich was saying or alluding to this morning, which is like this receptive-based, sender-based and receptive-based hearing, right? It's complete tone deaf. It's like a D gap of evangelization is what's being, and I don't mean that, hey, you know, it'd be interesting if we just criticize the Mass for a second. I don't mean that. I mean, in that, I have to do the intellectual gymnastics in order to accept my Lord in the way that he has presented himself to us, right? And yet, do I expect the rest of humanity, let alone our Protestant brothers, to go through those same hoops? You know what I mean?
It actually makes me incredibly angry.
Dude, don't even get me started.
The thing that's coming to mind is like the let the children come to me.
It's
and
like,
that's not letting the children come to me. It's actually creating unnecessary.
Were you there when I was in the Palm Springs trip car? Were you like?
No,
Are you adding to it or like realizing it later? Like you're saying everything I said. It's like, are you just now seeing it?
No, I was seeing it, but I guess I didn't. I was seeing it in a more abstracted way.
Of course.
And not in a personal way.
Of course. And
right?
now do you see it?
I see it because I'm feeling it, and then when I'm hearing, it's actually interesting because I know that you had like an intellectual. In many ways, it was an intellectual conversion, but more than that, right? Maybe that's not fair to even say it was just intellectual.
Of course it was, but at the end, the last of the 100 dominoes, the 100th domino was my heart and my will, right?
Yes.
So, but I had to do all the Chestertonian intellectual gymnastics in order to make sense of it.
Yes.
When in reality, the spirit of the earth, the spirit of the world is primed to receive him. Yet, moralism and the meta-narrative of that from the priests is so strong that it would turn away even the most devout seeker, right?
Yes.
So it makes me, so I'm excited. I was like praying through like, I was like, wait, God, is it silly for me to actually believe I can become a saint, right? Like what you mentioned. I'm like, okay, fine. You're going to have to do it because I can't do it, right? Like that was my prayer today. And then the other, like I'm going up to Napa, right? To talk to these priests, right? To like basically address this. And I feel as if there is something on the other end of that. I'm like going to talk to these priests to share with them some version of what I share with you in the car, right? And then the day I come back, I'm speaking at a men's group at a very wealthy parish here in Rancho Santa Fe on whatever the heck I want, basically. I got invited to it, and I have a feeling I'm going to be saying more things about this. And I just get a sense that between those two moments in time, there's going to be this like switch flipped. And so I was praying for sort of fruitfulness in this, but also like clarity. You know what I mean? And I was hoping you saw it, you know? Does this make sense? Does any of that make sense?
I did not see that you were praying for those things.
I was praying for it to like just, 10 minutes ago. When I was receiving him, that was my prayer. I'm letting you know.
Yeah.
That's what I was praying for. Let me make sure I do the right exit. Hold on, dude.
I have felt like there is something like very emergent, like going on for me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like what you just said of,
Yeah.
I feel like something's coming together in this way or that way. I think,
You see it too.
yeah, I think it's 100% the case. One of the things I just don't think there's like desires put on like our hearts that are like not designed to be fulfilled in a certain sense. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe not in the way that we're imagining.
I mean, there are so many human beings that don't live up to their potential. I mean, everybody's potential is saints, right? Like it's human potential.
Yes, and
There's,
and I think that there's like we can block, like we can stop at any point on like
yeah.
the path.
We go,
right?
okay, that's enough.
Yeah, we set like anyone
I'll just stay here. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like there's not a ton of people who probably have the exact same passion you do about what we were talking about. I mean,
That's for sure.
like with the same background, it's maybe one of one.
It's one of one, dude, and I think, or like one of 12 or something.
Something.
Um,
But with the exact context, it's one of
it's
one.
one of one. We're all one of one, right? But like, I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. But when I get in that mode, like, you really like switched it on for me when you were asking questions about it on the trip to Palm Springs. I've sort of done that version. It's not like I have a rehearsed script or anything. I just like the energy, it's just like a switch in me. Like it's the passion or anger or something. I'll like drop one or two lines, and like everybody's like, yeah, like they wish that they knew what was going on, and then somebody said it. It's like, yeah, that's what it is. Like, and it's just, do you know this person? Do you know this person? I got to connect you to this person. It's just kind of like, how does everybody know this? Like, how can everybody know what you're saying? I don't even know what you're saying. I just need everybody to hear it because you're articulating something here. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and I would imagine, so what you were describing, I don't want to say it was like meta, but I think if you were to say that to the average, say like Catholic, they wouldn't necessarily get it.
No.
Because they don't like see the bigger patterns.
Right.
And honestly, I think a big part of it is not everyone actually interfaces with people who aren't necessarily like them, so they
Right.
don't feel
Right.
They don't feel
Their world is
like
so.
the pain that I actually feel is when I interact with people, like even throughout this weekend, and I know like in a sense their desires, and I know how they would feel there.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it too.
Yeah, and it
I could
causes
never
me a
bring
lot of
this
pain.
person. I could never bring this person. It's like, but the whole entire world needs God. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's there's such a sensitivity I have for people, which by the way, that's like a new thing.
The sensitivity.
God's grace.
Where
like,
did that come from?
It came from contextualizing things in New York City.
You're saying just interfacing with people and seeing people.
Completely different from me, right? And like far off, but I know what they need, sort of thing. And like really deeply caring and contextualizing things, like doing life first of all, and then like little words here and there, little moments, right? Just like a deep significance.
When I was so it's interesting because I had something similar happen to me in New York.
Are you
Where-
down to like just wait in line in the car? Do you want to go in? What's the vibe?
Whatever. We can. This is actually In-N-Out Burger is really popping off right now.
We both take the same amount of time. We can just stay in the car. That's fine.
So
We'll just be pigs and eat in the car. That's a very California thing to do.
when I so when I went to New York when I was in college, right? I was an agnostic when I went out there,
Yeah.
and the first real shift that happened for me is like New York's an interesting place because you can't really hide from suffering. I guess maybe you can if you like live on the Upper East Side or you have like tons of money. But
I hid from
otherwise-
suffering.
Did you?
I lived in
didn't.
Tribeca, bro.
Yeah, okay.
But no, but even there, it's the airport terminal. Like, whether you're flying first or coach,
Yeah.
like, you still see it all.
Yes.
It's all there,
Yes, and it was interesting because I was interfacing and just seeing kind of because I had like maybe it was like a crisis of meaning. Maybe I think it was a crisis of meaning because honestly, there's like a part of me that I was an agnostic because I believed that I couldn't intellectually. It would be intellectually dishonest for me to believe that God existed,
Right.
but also it would be intellectually dishonest for me to believe that like God didn't exist.
Right.
Like full-heartedly. Like that seems just as ridiculous. So I'm in this place though where well, any kind of like meaning I really would have would just be kind of generated by myself, and at the end it's like a Nintendo cartridge where you pull it out and you blow on the thing, and like who cares? Like ultimately, in a sense, right? But what started kind of softening my heart was suffering, meaning like just encountering suffering with people.
Yes.
And I realized that it's like we're actually not united in any way through our strengths. Like our strengths actually, in a sense, divide us. We don't unite over that. The one place we all unite is around suffering.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's actually like a great uniter. So I do think
That's right.
maybe in some of the work you were doing, it's like I don't know if it was interfacing with suffering or not. It might not have been the same thing, but I don't know. There is something that like it's and that actually is what makes me really angry, is when you see the people who are suffering and you don't necessarily care. That also makes me angry. You know what I mean? From a spiritual context.
Yes, I remember this is like it's not a mortal sin, but it's a grave sin. I remember I actually received my first Eucharist before I was confirmed, because I wanted to play with fire, kind of, in my ignorance.
Yeah, just see how.
I'm like,
See what
it's
happens.
Jesus, like I'm ready, I don't need to go through any hoops, I'm ready to roll, bada bing, bada boom, It's like having sex before marriage vibe. It's just, you know what I mean?
It's exactly like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I had a friend, a good brother, say, I would caution you to maybe pause until you're confirmed, and I did, but nobody told me otherwise, kind of thing.
It's a heat of the moment type thing,
Yeah, just you get sucked in.
Yeah.
That's where I go astray.
Yeah.
I take Christ in body, blood, soul, and divinity not in the right context. Anyways, so the first time I remember being so flooded and overwhelmed with generosity.
After?
Like I was just stunned at how much I was changed.
That's a grace.
And it was, yes. And I remember there was I lived on the Upper West Side at the time, walked back to my apartment, and I would always go to Barney's Green Grass. They took cash only. During the weekends, they would only take cash. It's like a Jewish deli.
Mm-hmm.
And I drew $20 too much, And I remember right after on 85th Street or I forget, West 85th Street or whatever, I walked out and I was just completely blissed out. And there was this homeless woman that I always saw.
Mm-hmm.
I would always walk. I was actually kind of friendly to her, keyword friendly to her. And I bent down and gave, I'm not trying to boast or anything. I pulled out the 20 that I had, which I never have. I never carry cash. All money's dead. And I literally gave it to her and I said, Jesus sees you. And she was stunned. And I was shocked at my generosity because I would never do that, ever. You know what I mean? It was like this, oh wait, if I actually engage with this, I might become a better person. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I also think something that's interesting, because I've been thinking a lot about the orthodoxy thing.
Right.
And I do think that from the world you might have been coming from, I think the orthodoxy, right belief, is emphasized
Yes.
very heavily.
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Whereas the orthopraxy piece is a little bit more of that's the fixins. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I remember, moving to New York, there's this whole gospel movement thing that I was in, right? And I remember being Westminster Short Catechism, very particular doctrine, right? Mm-hmm. MacArthur's influence beforehand, and then integrating myself with Tim and the PCA world. I just thought I was getting more and more niche in my doctrine. Mm-hmm. But the thing that really scared me and was a complete stretch for me was the suffering of New York City was so apparent that nobody had the luxury to argue over doctrine. So I saw this ecumenism within the Protestant world. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like a military hospital.
Yes, I'm like, Tim, why are you allowing women to be a part of this preaching course? I thought you were complementarian. Are you egalitarian? This is confusing me. And it's my PCA, denomination in this specific context doesn't allow for this particular version of egalitarianism. However, we're on the 46th floor in Midtown talking about preaching. There's too many needs here, and yes, there will be women preachers here. Get over it. You see what I mean? It was an underlying narrative that how is he allowed
Did that change your perspective a bit because you looked up to him? So it kind of gave you
Yeah.
a feeling of like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe I need to loosen.
Yes,
or
he
change
was
my
a man of
perspective.
no compromise for truth, by the way.
Yeah.
He wasn't this wishy-washy, like, oh, it's kind of, he wasn't like a liberal or a conservative, he wasn't anything like this.
Yes.
But he was very intentional with every single doctrine that he held. He held it very tightly. And he always had an answer for everything. But when I saw that amount of flexibility and accommodation
Yeah.
from him, I started to, the hierarchy of priorities shifted for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't like correct doctrine is the end all be all. There was another hierarchy of needs,
Yeah.
which is like human suffering, sin, like gospel clarity, mere Christianity, right? Like if you can't partner with your, charismatic, I've like abandoned all denominations that I can't even think of one now.
Sure.
Yeah, you're Episcopalian, like your liberal Episcopalian woman priest in the Bronx over the essential core doctrine, then then what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
We can't address the needs of the city. You see what I mean? Like we need to unite on these things. And that's like, there was a moment where I'm like, I see all of this, so many different denominations here in this room. I don't see any Catholics.
Do you think that's because of like a tribalism where they didn't want to be at the table or they weren't invited? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I'm just like realizing I haven't reflected on this.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I have. I'm really glad you asked that. Are you okay with this car line, by the way?
This is great.
Okay?
We're having a
There's
good
no vibe.
conversation.
There's
We're
no
having a good
vibe. Yeah.
conversation. You got the red light on your face.
I know,
It's gonna come out great.
That's better than the white light inside. That's a really good question. I remember I asked him. I said, like in the middle of class, I was like, Tim or Dr. Keller, Timmy. Hey, Timmy. What about uniting with our Catholic friends here in the city? In this movement? And the way that I asked it was a doctrinal way. He had this whole thing about A doctrine and B doctrine. Like you take an A doctrine, somebody believes in, and then you float the B doctrine to something that they don't believe in, and then you float it so that it's acceptable. You see what I mean? Like
like you build. Like you take what's accepted and then you build off of that for the next thing.
Yeah, but you would like use that to float another doctrine over. So he'd always say like, generally speaking in the East, the idea of a sovereign God who elects and chooses people, it's actually very common. It's like in Southeast Asia, that's like a part of the narrative of their families and so forth. They're okay with that kind of God, but they are not okay with this unconditional loving God who does it because of love, right? And over here in the West, we're okay with a God, but I am not okay with a sovereign one who goes against my will, right? And he would always say, like, both true, right? So there's good doctrine, A doctrine, B doctrine, all good. But the way you would do that is, yes, he's a king. Yes, he elects and so forth. Yes, amen. It's because he loves you. And on the West is, yes, he loves you so much that he chose you, right? So it's flip-flop. Anyways, I say all that. Am I causing trouble? Oh, okay. Evidently, it's my problem. I understand.
Uh-oh.
I was kind of doing that with him. Like, Tim, yes, ecumenism, etc. But I was using doctrine. I said, Tim, we've solved our issue. How aware are you of the doctrinal development or of the Joint Declaration of Justification in the 90s? Like the Lutherans signed it, like Vatican signed it, like I think most of the Episcopalian churches signed it, right?
Wait, I'm not familiar with this.
You don't know this?
No, what is this?
The Reformation's over. You don't know this?
Okay.
There's actually a book.
It just says it. They haven't published it yet?
Have you heard the news? There was actually a book called The Reformation is Over. You don't know about this?
No, I don't.
Okay, in the
That's really
1990s.
interesting. And I'm pretty deep in, so if I don't know about this, that's pretty interesting.
Okay, in the 1990s, 1990s, the Vatican, the World Federation of Lutheranism, like all of the Lutherans, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, this is chaos right now.
And like
It's kind of fun. It's like living
all the Methodists, all this stuff, basically every denomination and Catholics except for my previous ones, like Reformed Baptists, like, you know, Congregationalists, Presbyterians, etc. Everyone except those guys got together and did like a council, and the Vatican signed off on this. Like it's an official Vatican document that happened, right? And it's called the I think it's called the Joint Declaration of Justification, or something like this. And they went through the Council of Trent, and and Vatican II and all this stuff, and they're like, okay, what are we actually saying here? Are we, you know, there's no salvation outside the Catholic Church, you know, if not, let them be anathema. Like, what does that mean, you know, and all this stuff. It was like Vatican II times 10, right? And we basically like clarified, you don't know about this?
No.
We clarified what it actually means to be saved with penal substitution, with intrinsic righteousness, you know, around justification, which is literally at the essence of it, right? The Lutherans and the Catholics signed off on a clarifying document that said we're saying the same thing, we're using different language. Signed off, like signed, sealed, delivered. Amen. There was a book written about it, literally called The Reformation is Over. 500 years later, it's over. And I asked him about it. I said, do you know about it? And he said, yes, I know about it. So, what are we doing? You know? His answer was the most disappointing answer I've ever heard. He kind of said, it didn't really get much traction.
They said bad publicist?
That was his answer. And I'm sitting here going, the war is over. Like, you know, haven't you heard? It's like, what are we fighting for? And he's going, yeah, I just didn't get much traction.
Yeah. I mean, I think the sad thing is, I don't think there's like that many people that passionate about like unity. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like, so what was that room all about? It's just so we could sing Kumbaya with every denomination and ignore the main schism that we've all experienced. Like, do we actually care about evangelism? Do we actually care about the redemption of the city and like healing the world, like both practically and spiritually? Evidently, no.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
And I see the leverage is in the unity. It's actually more effective to unite.
It's also more attractive.
Yes, because what's going on there is Christ is there, right? Where we just were. But I will not bring my like evangelical Protestant friends there because they don't have the Chestertonian intellectual gymnastics that I
Yes. Yes.
They just go, oh, it's a cult, this and this. And I go, not only do I see what you see, but I can understand why you think that.
Yeah.
Do you have 3 or 4 hours to so I can clarify? It's like, do I really? I'm getting all hot. I'm bothered on this.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying, dude?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I also love that we're having this conversation in In-N-Out Burger because I think that it's
love-
probably the first time anyone's ever had
Bless
this
you.
conversation.
I've had this conversation multiple times in this line.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
but you're probably right.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Could I do 6 mustard fried Flying Dutchmans, please?
Of course.
Um,
Just the meat and cheese, right?
Yep, thanks. I'll do 3 of those with grilled onions.
You like the whole grilled onion wrap?
Oh, no, just like grilled onions in the middle, thanks. And then what do you want
What is the play? Just like a cheeseburger?
Get a number 1. You never had dinner?
I haven't in a long time. I don't like
Get a
to have
number
it
1.
memorized.
Get like a number 1 animal style or something.
I'll get a number 1 animal style.
That's a good vibe.
Was that the play?
That's
I think that's it. That's what I get.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, that's...
If that's what Jeremiah gets, that's what I want.
That's what I get.
All right. Do I get a drink with
What
that?
do you like for the drink?
Do you have like Dr. Pepper? Is that
Yeah,
a thing?
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, let's do that.
You want straw?
I would love a straw.
Do you want a Crayola coloring book too?
Yeah, you got colored.
Extra grenadine.
Yeah. Can you make a Shirley Temple? No, that's good. No, don't.
Also, can I get one of those hats?
Yeah.
Do you want to eat that in the car to go?
No, thanks. And then what do you want, Aaron? Do you want anything to? Oh, whoops.
Oops, sorry. I'll do a double.
Double?
Pickles.
Double with pickles.
With pickles?
Yeah.
Do you want onion?
Do you want onion, dude? No onion. And I'll take a water too, please.
I'll have a
Yeah.
water as well.
2 waters.
Now I feel bad with the sugar drink.
Just, it's fine.
I'm gonna live it up though.
Yeah, you're at it.
I'm in a burger. Yeah.
So you have that double animal style, double no onion with pickle, 3 Flying Dutchman mustard fry, 3 Flying Dutchman mustard fried whole grilled onions.
That's right.
And then a regular fried Dr. Pepper and 2 waters. It's gonna be 53 and 39 at that price.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Let's
night.
go.
What's a Flying Dutchman?
Flying Dutchman is 2 meats, 2 cheese. Like literally just meat, cheese. I get 6 of them.
Wait, meat and cheese. It's just like a stack.
Meat, cheese is 1 Flying Dutchman. I got 6 of those.
6 of them.
Yeah.
So is that
12 patties, 12 cheese. Yeah,
That's
it's commitment.
that is.
It's a meat injection.
What do you think? What do you think that is? Like 3/4 of a pound of meat and cheese.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a pound. Anyways, back on doctrinal development and the Joint Declaration of Justification. And yeah, it's hard like moving back to the civilian world out of this. Okay, hold on. What were we talking? Okay, forget all this.
Mhm.
Okay, forget all this. You're obviously passionate about the task of evangelism. Maybe not. I feel like your monk manual and everything is.
I would say, okay, so when I was talking to you about like tapping into the passion piece, there's probably nothing I'm more passionate about than connecting people with God.
Mm-hmm.
Truly. I mean, maybe like my family, but that's kind of like the same thing. Maybe in some, I don't. It feels the same.
Maybe roller coasters. That's it though.
Roller coasters, Flying Dutchman.
Roller coasters, Disneyland, SeaWorld, Japanese food, and then connecting people with God.
Yeah, in that order.
Yeah, and and Metallica.
Yeah. So I'm extremely passionate about that,
Yeah.
and I think that in some ways, I don't know. I think in some ways, you could even argue that some of, yeah, I'm very passionate about it. I've traditionally not leveraged or wanted to leverage traditional channels around that.
You do not
because
want to leverage, or you do want to?
I haven't personally, only because, well, I'm sure there's many reasons. Like we could probably reflect on that, but I think one thing is there's I think that there
I
is,
just got a text from Dan saying I'm about to drop $1 million into Bitcoin.
from Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan. Oh, okay, yeah. That's funny. That's really. Do you think he's serious?
Yes.
Really?
He just sent me a screenshot.
Oh, really? Yeah. I just don't think that's a bad play.
I don't think so.
So anyways, that's so funny.
It worked.
I don't want to get out. I feel like one of the problems is that a lot of people today have a lot of barriers for them to go and see truth, in a sense, and actually access relationship. I don't know if I shared this with you, but at one point I was talking to this guy who started a Montessori, and they have this thing called the Catechesis of the Good Shepherd there.
You told me about this, yeah.
Okay, did I tell you about kind of like the 3 phases?
No.
Okay, so the
I did
first,
listen to all those lectures you gave me,
okay,
though.
yeah, that's so they didn't cover that in there. So
Okay.
there's 3 phases in so this is more of like the spiritual development part of it. So the first phase, all they're trying to do is have kids enjoy God and be enjoyed by God.
You told me that. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great, yeah.
And what's really interesting is actually they would find, like Maria Montessori in this, that even kids who didn't come from like any sort of religious background like got it, meaning like she had this belief that they were actually like naturally born contemplative, like we're actually born contemplative in a sense. Then the second phase is like they want to understand the rules of the relationship. This is also mirroring what's going on psychologically for them at the time, right? Like of
Yep.
right and wrong, and it's ethical development, it's all that. And then it goes into more of this like philosopher phase, which is like, okay, well, how does this work when it's competing goods or competing evils or whatever, or things that are just really blurry. But Sophia Cavalaretti, the person who helped develop the Catechesis of the Good Shepherd model, she would say, like, if you start with the second phase before establishing the first, it's really problematic because the child will confuse the face of God.
Right.
And I think that, for me, I think that's actually like the biggest barrier for most people is even if they're in, even if someone is a practicing Christian,
Right.
right? And so if you get that wrong, there's a reflective quality to that, which also like means you get yourself wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like a huge barrier. So I see that as actually a really principal thing
Yeah.
of how do you heal that primary relationship in a
Yeah,
sense.
yeah. It's gross idolatry, honestly, because you make God in your own image when you're living in that.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, but when you even say that, it makes it sound like I don't know, like it's idolatry of someone's like worshiping themselves, which that's what that would be.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But that also can be like that's not necessarily like a I guess it is vanity, but it's not necessarily like a vanity that's positive. That can actually be like a really terrible experience. Because like if they're worshiping themselves and they actually hate themselves,
That's right.
Then that's
right.
that's really terrible.
Yes.
It's really terrible.
It's horrible.
Like, who would want to live that
It's
way?
gross idolatry. Is
Where
what it
it's
is.
like yeah. Okay, so you're saying gross? Is it like disgusting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And it actually is, I think, like a kind of
hell.
gross experience. And I think for me,
Right.
because I've experienced, I don't know, man. I just feel like I have such a passion for it, because it's like when you talk to people who have received kind of like the healing that comes from that relationship,
Yep.
there is a feeling of like, man, I just want that for people.
Yeah.
Because even pragmatically, it like helps them.
It works.
You know what I mean? Like it's like
It works.
it works. Like there's less problems. No, there's not less problems. There's different problems, but they're problems that are not. It's like when you'll talk about like the burden being light,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
It's a different thing. It's a different thing. It doesn't feel as much like you're in. Yeah. So when you ask if I'm like into evangelization, it's like the answer is yes. The answer is yes, but it's also not. Here's the thing: is like I also kind of get repulsed by the feeling of it being like an objectification. So like I'll talk to you about like the whole thing about like you being really strongly against like the commoditization of anything.
Yeah. Right.
And a lot of times, even like when someone says evangelization, it's like it's a numbers game. It's like an industrial complex. It's not like people. And I really care about like people.
Yeah. I'm just
Like
assuming.
it makes me emotional. Like
I know.
really care about people.
I'm assuming that when I say evangelization, it's not the big Eva,
Yes.
big pharma.
But that's not even just in the big, like that's like pretty, that's not like just in one camp.
That's everywhere.
Yeah, because here's the thing that's really crazy. It's like within the Catholic Church, I think a lot of people look at what's happened in other denominations and they're like, oh, look at them. They got like really cool music over there.
They do what we
Like,
do,
they
just
got-
better.
Yeah, like, did you see they have this like video series? Do you know what I mean? Where it's like they got this guy and that guy's wearing like skinny jeans.
That's why
That guy looks like Drake.
That's
Maybe
why
our
the
priest should look
Father
like Drake.
Mike Schmitz thing is weird for me.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I think that celebrity culture
Yeah.
is weird across the board. It's also, I think it's part of what's going on. So I
Yeah.
think there's something to be wrestled with there. I actually
Right.
think what's really interesting is to try and resist that in a certain sense or not play into it.
Right.
But it is materially, like people want to be led and be able to project themselves onto something, right? Like it's, yeah. So, yeah. So you've had this exact conversation, you're saying?
Like, some version of it here.
I'm really curious, because would you say most of your friends are Protestant still?
Yeah.
And have you talked to them about this?
Nope.
You've just never even like broached it?
I don't bring Protestants in and out. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're bringing it
I'm just
out.
kidding. No, I have. There's a few trusted, like, you can't go there, you know, when you just can't go there, right? So I don't I'm a gentleman. Like, I'm not going to go there unless there's genuine curiosity.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, because you're saying if you went into this, you don't feel like there'd be a ton of receptivity. Like there's not that it wouldn't be like touching something. You feel that passion come up. They'd
No.
be more like, what do you do?
No, but if it's there and their hearts are ripe, then like, I'll navigate at whatever pace feels comfortable to them.
Well, what would be the barrier? Like I
Their
guess
spirit. They're protesting.
so they don't actually want to be kind of in like a sense of union, or is it just because it's like implied that there's some sort of hierarchical thing or something?
You know this like idea of young restless reform. I want to help that guy. Jeez.
I don't know about this.
Literally, it's like a bar. Young restless reformed. It's like the horny Calvinists. Like the.
Okay,
Do you know what Calvinism is?
I haven't heard of the horny cut.
Do you know what horny is? Do you know what Calvinism is?
I know what it is.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't be able to like recite. Here's what's interesting. You actually asked me like that question. We should double click on this at some point about like the theology thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
that you don't know.
Yeah, but
about theology.
But I actually think part of it is there is like it's not. Actually, we could have a very interesting conversation about that. But there's not as much like the foundation. I would argue that like a lot of the Catholic formation is more in like a praxis than like it's like you know doctrine to the degree that it applies to life, not like really abstractly. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
And that might not even be good. I don't know. I'm just saying that like most people who are raised Catholics are not going to know the difference between a Lutheran and a Calvinist and a Baptist from a doctrinal standpoint at all.
I was talking with Connor about this morning before the event. Like, because he studied analytic philosophy, and like his hero is Alvin Plantinga. Do you know Alvin Plantinga? He's still alive. Oh, okay. My goodness. Okay. Do you know who Van Til is?
Van Til?
Yeah.
Isn't he a WWE wrestler?
Oh my gosh. What?
No.
I don't know. Like, oh my goodness. You know, like, do you know the difference between Van Tilian apologetics and like presuppositionalism, like presuppositional apologetics?
No.
Oh, okay. It's
I would actually argue that apologetics are pretty Protestant.
right.
Yeah.
So Van Til would say that to engage with somebody with their intellect and like break down the arguments, and if somebody has some deep questioning of God or something like this, that you would. Van Til would say, do not engage on that level. He pulls out of Romans 1, like they're just suppressing their truth and their unrighteousness. What's been made known, to them about God has been plain. There's no excuse. The only reason they don't believe or they don't see something obvious is because they just want to sin or something, Van Til would kind of camp out on that idea and go, when somebody has genuine questions on an intellectual level, do not engage. Just say, you can't see because you're in sin. And I'm straw manning, but like, therefore, what is that sin? Repent, and you will see more clearly the truth, right? So it's presuppositionalism. It's very deeply tied to like election and so forth. Whereas like what Connor was saying is more like, if somebody has a question, answer their question.
Wait. So that framing is like, if you don't get it, it's because you're a sinner. Okay.
Because you're living in
That seems
sin.
like a kind of closed argument, though. Like,
Yeah. So it's like, go home and pray that God opens your heart, and then come talk to me. And I'm straw manning for sure.
Yeah.
It's presuppositionalism. Like it's presupposing an underlying worldview that you need to address first. That's that's more like the Steelman of it. It's like you're addressing somebody's foundation of presupposition, which I think is great, because you're just uncovering the worldview as opposed to like, just addressing the question. It's like, well, let's look at your worldview. You see what I mean?
There's some truth to that.
Of course there
even
is.
the praxis, like at level, there's some truth. Like there is some truth to.
Of course.
Yeah.
But Connor would argue that like, in his, hold on, let me pay for this. Good, how are you?
Doing good. Supposed to be 53.39.
Alrighty.
We got the 6 flying Dutchmans, 3 a mustard fried, no pickles, 3 with Hoka onions, mustard fried, no pickles, 2 double doubles, 1 McDonald's style, the other with no onions, pickles, 1 fried Dr. Pepper
Thanks. Can we get one of those hats? Can we get one of those hats?
They're gonna be on the next
Oh, you're the best. Thanks. I just want to get you. Oh no, you can keep it. Okay. So anyways, analytic philosophy. So Connor would say that in his experience, he has 2 master's degrees in this, right? And like apologetics. He like literally studied apologetics. This is his thing.
Okay, and philosophy.
And philosophy, yeah. And like, of course, just like blew through it. He's like the smartest guy on the planet. Like, just it's so easy for him. Alvin Planning as like his best friend in his like hero world. He would say that the thing that he engaged with when he like went balls to the wall with his apologetics, and then started engaging his apologetics with the Christian culture,
Yes.
he found an anti-intellectualism. In other words, people were just too stupid to engage with it. It's like they didn't think about any of this.
Okay.
They're just like, I don't know, man. I just give my 10% and do this and that, you know?
Yes.
And I think what you're getting at is like this. Hi.
You guys had Dr. Pepper 2 waters?
I think what you're getting at is like most.
Ketchup today?
No, thank you. Unless you guys want ketchup. You want ketchup?
I don't even know what I got, so I don't know if ketchup goes with it or not.
Thank
I just
you.
got animal style.
There you go. I'm just gonna hand you things.
I was gonna say this thing just feels like there's like nothing in it.
There's like a napkin in it.
It's just a hat.
Sorry, those are not your ones.
Okay.
There we go.
We ate them. I'm just kidding. He would say that like, are these our drinks at least? Okay, that's yours. All right, Aaron. Here's.
Here's the meal.
Thank you.
How do we want to do this?
Here you go.
I'll just hold it. Is this everything?
Your flying Dutchman. The box is a little.
That's all good. All good.
You want some extra boxes?
No thanks. This is good.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Do we have napkins?
Napkins?
Yeah.
Just like looking at the box, it's like a dozen donut box.
That's what I eat.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Here. I'm just gonna put this back here with my rest of my stuff. Okay, you good?
I wish we had multiple cameras right now just to get a shot of
Thank
this.
you.
Yeah.
It's just Flying Dutchman's.
Get the close up.
So it's not just food, guys. No good? Okay, you're gonna have to dish out the goods because
okay.
I'm driving.
Okay.
It's very American and very Californian to just like eat in the car.
I can't eat right now
Okay,
for obvious reasons.
well, of course. You want to park, or like go to my house or something? Like eat it at my house, or just park, or what? What do you guys want to do?
I'm good with.
I live like 10 minutes away from here. Okay, well, yeah, let's. Yeah, we don't need to be so like 6 animals, like
We don't.
eating in the car, like or like parking and like. I'll set a nice table setting for us all.
So you were saying that there's. Do you want your water?
No, I'm okay. Thanks.
You were saying that there's an anti-intellectualism.
Yeah, he said that he would engage with apologetics, and there was just like a crazy anti-intellectualism, and like he would train Christians like to be apologists,
Yes.
right? And like there's just an anti-intellectualism there, and like the Van Tillian apologetics like kind of takes over. It's like don't engage with any of that. Like don't appeal to the fact that like they're reading Plato or Socrates and trying to find meaning elsewhere. Like that's a bunch of malarkey, you know.
Are you getting into that?
Oh yeah.
I'm impressed.
I got it. But like apologetics and stuff, like I think is in harmony with like evangelization, right? It's that productized version of it. Even like, you know, something like Catholic Answers or something, right? It's like I remember sitting in a meeting with Chris and like the team there. And Chris asked me, like, did Catholic Answers help in your conversion process? I said, honestly, no. And they were like, kind of like, wait, really? Like, yeah.
Is that because your questions were at a different level? Or because you just found it on your own, or you just made sense of things on your own? You want some water?
No, thanks. Went down the wrong pipe. like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm. Like, questions. Like, I have a question. Where's purgatory in the Bible, you know? My goodness. Okay. Well, I'm going to find the answer to that. And, like, here's the answer, right? And I found that the answer applied to... sound like RFK, dude, sorry. The answer was kind of like, here's the answer. Next question, please. You know? Like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's not good work. I actually think it's very good work. But, like, what are we doing? Are we evangelizing or just, like, getting a directory going, you know?
Well, okay. I think that part of it, and this is maybe not. Look, I'm actually not saying this is as a criticism of anything, actually, other than how do I put this?
This is where we die, by the way. Fog.
I'm not. Wait, it's funny. I think you're the only one eating. And
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
When I like debates, for example, right?
Exactly.
I find debates interesting, but I also don't find like debates can be very interesting, especially if it's a topic that you're very interested in. But debates can also be done in a spirit where it's a little bit of like, okay, this is not like, I don't, how do I put this? Maybe it's not like politically correct to say. It's not politically correct. I don't know what the right term would be, but like I even think, like sometimes, like, okay, if I think about the economy within academia, it can create a thing where people feel like their own self-worth is tied to proving how smart they are.
Right.
And it can become this weird, no longer like so much a search for the truth as it is a search for, look at how smart I am and I have the answer.
Right. Yeah.
And I feel like that's kind of a waste of time.
Of course.
I think a search for the truth is always a really cool thing.
Always.
But you don't find that. Actually, to be honest, that's one of the things you sent me, that one Alex O'Connor thing. One of the things I like about Alex O'Connor, especially with more of his recent stuff, is it actually seems like he's sincerely, maybe he's not entirely open to the truth. I don't know. I can't make a comment on that. But it seems as if he wants to at least lead the dialogues in a direction towards truth.
100%.
And I respect that a lot.
Yes. He's tapping in, excuse me. He's tapping into the anti-intellectualism of Christians and doing a really good job of it. By going like, I'm intellectually honest and I'm seeking. And I have, you know, a graduate degree in theology and I'm an atheist. So, what are you? And it's like,
okay. So you're saying you think part of the play is almost like a satire. Not a satire. Do you know what?
Yeah, it's a character, and I mean, it's a genuine quest for truth. I agree with you. I think it's earnest. Of course, it's earnest. But I think the thing that's most earnest is to be perceived as somebody who's kind of done it all and has the opposite, conclusion and wants to be an evangelist in that regard. I actually think, okay, so this is like the type of content I want to see in the world. Like, if you and I got in a debate format, and we rented the museum again, we had 3 hours, opening statements, you know the drill, right?
Yeah.
Like, opening statements. And we were debating, like, something we disagreed on.
Yeah.
Okay. And we disagree on a lot, probably. And, like, Q&A, like, response, and, okay, your 15 minutes is up, blah, 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 you know. It's what Patrick said. That was great content, you know.
Yeah.
And then you and I would go for dinner, like this or something, and actually have a great conversation.
Yeah.
And it'd be more fruitful.
Yeah.
So why not people just see that? It's sort of like the Alex O'Connor thing. Every single debate, quote unquote, I have, he just brings up animal suffering. Right? That's his main argument, essentially. And he has very good arguments for it. And people kind of want to like Catholic answers it. Like, I need a better answer. But like, why not go to dinner? Like, why don't these schmucks go to dinner? Why don't you get Huberman and Peterson and Cosmic Skeptic to go to dinner and can we just stop talking about the arguments and like, Alex, have you ever had a pet before? Tell me about it.
This is crazy how foggy this is. Is
I
this
know.
what it's like all the time?
No.
Like, this is like how a horror movie starts.
Uh-huh.
There's always the guy with the blonde long hair who's eating
Always.
an burger.
Always. Yep.
And then there's like a cord that goes around my neck and I start choking.
Yes. But you see, it's like, what's more helpful isn't like that content or like, let's say how smart I am. It's like, let's capture the essence of like why emotionally Alex feels very strongly. The contrast thing. Like, okay, Alex, let's do another playbook. We're not gonna have any arguments. You're just gonna tell me about your pet growing up. You see what I mean?
It's human. And at the end of the day, everyone
Bingo.
watching is human.
Bingo. That's what you said. Like, it's suffering. It's like, well, we all relate on our suffering, not our strengths. You know. Welcome home. I haven't told my wife that we're coming. Whew. Welcome. Okay. Give me 30 seconds to call my wife and say that we're going to come up and eat. Hey, do you mind if we come up and eat our In-N-Out? Alrighty. Alright, bye. Okay. We got the okay.
You should have Alex O'Connor here someday.
I should, and it'll happen, but it's like
One step at a time.
one step at a time, yeah.
I think you guys would have a really good 10 out of 10.
I know we would.
Yeah.
Needs
10
to
out of
happen. Needs to happen. Okay. How are we going to do this?
Water.
Need help, Steven?
I actually love talking about the stuff we were talking about.
Like what?
Just like all of that. I get so fired up. I
Yeah.
just get so excited.
Me too. Maybe that's why we're talking about it. Alrighty. Come on in, gentlemen.
Shoes off.
No worries, dude.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
Do you want this door closed? Yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks, dude. Hi, Jamie. I've got guests.
Yes.
That's Aaron.
We've met before.
Yeah.
Good to see you
He was
again.
there at my confirmation video with Father Javier. And that, you remember Steven?
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you again.
We're just having some In-N-Out.
Do you bring me a flying Dutchman?
I didn't, sweetie.
That's fine.
Alrighty.
Are you recording?
We're rolling, dude.
Where do you film usually?
What do you
You
mean?
do like film things.
Right there. Right there.
Can I watch you?
You can watch us, sweetie.
This is cool.
It'll be cooler in the daytime.
Can I have one of your flying Dutchmans?
You want one? Okay, go grab a plate or something, sweetie.
Okay.
So you can definitely have some fries too. I don't know. Did I get fries?
You did.
Do you want some?
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, burger's great for me.
Cool.
Dinner last night was really good.
You like Coke?
It was really good.
Yes, it was. It has one piece of cheese on it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I can also take the cheese off.
Okay.
You got the one with the pickles? Does the animal have pickles on it?
No.
I don't know.
You don't know what's on the end.
Oh, that's yours. Yeah. Animal style's yours, Steven.
Does it matter where I sit?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Well, I don't know. I feel like you're more of an expert with like in and out, so why don't you like grab
Sure.
which one? I haven't had in and out in like 6 years.
I have
That one's
seen
wrong.
that probably 5 days ago.
5 days ago? What did you get? You got Flying Dutchman? Yeah.
I always get it with one slice of cheese and not mustard fried.
Right.
You got Slinky there?
Snaky?
A Slinky, isn't that what that is?
Yeah, it's not a very good one. It's plastic and it's a little bit tangled.
That's what happens with the plastic ones. They always go bad kind of quick. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
But it's still fun. Even though it's tangled.
Yeah.
A little bit tangled right on the yellow part.
Maybe after this we can just like, we can get rest and wrap up or something.
Yeah.
Cause I want to like, I feel like we can go. Well, we're gonna go tomorrow too. So
Yeah. When are you gonna do your recording?
we're recording
Aren't you recording the track?
after this.
Yeah. What time do you think? Like in an hour or something? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna be cool.
You think so?
I mean, I do. Don't you? Yeah, I think it. Yeah.
I think it'd be very cool. I don't know how I'm still running.
Do you get drained?
Well, you're that human. What's that thing called? Human effect?
He would.
Human nature?
He would nature. Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Humanity too. No. Human design.
Humanoid?
With what they were saying you were, which was like a
I'm a generator.
That mean you don't actually run out of like energy. That
Yeah,
much.
I can
Like, you
just
make
I
a
can
lot
just
of
go.
Energy.
I can just go.
I don't.
Yeah.
I feel like I drain people's energy. I'm like a vampire. You
Mo-
feel that?
Most of my time is spent not generating, so I'm on reserve. How is it?
It's good.
That's the vibe, dude. Right there.
Does anyone want fries?
No, it's you, dude. Dude, you gotta have In-N-Out fries too.
I've been eating a lot though. Like this is not.
No good?
Yeah, I'm already like planning on going back home.
The worst
It's
thing
like
that you
not eating
order
for
is
a
the
month.
Dr. Pepper. I love Dr. Pepper.
I was gonna say, when's the last time you had Dr. Pepper? 'Cause
Like 12 years ago.
Dinner?
I know, but did you hear what you just said? You were like, I love Dr. Pepper.
I do. I love Dr. Pepper.
I know. So it's not really it's not good for you, but when
Right.
you have it, you're like, it's objectively the best
Yeah.
drink.
Yeah.
Objectively.
I haven't had it in like 12 years. Yes, sweetie?
I had dinner. I had the egg meat.
Egg, meat, and cheese. So good.
But I'm also still a little bit hungry, so I ate flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
So for
Take this in my home.
so for tomorrow, when do you have to leave? Your plane takes off at a certain time, obviously.
I leave at 9 p.m.
Okay.
I'm doing a red eye.
That's when your flight takes off.
Yeah, that's when it takes off.
Gosh, I've done that before. What airline? Delta?
I think it's JetBlue.
JetBlue. Did you get Mint?
I don't know what is meant.
First class. JetBlue first class, red eye is like better than any.
I mean, I can maybe upgrade. I don't know what it is.
It's like not that much more.
I don't know.
Full on, like it's crazy.
It's the sleeper seats and that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. I still have a hard time like justifying the cost for that. You know what I mean? Because it's probably like what, an extra 1,000 or something.
If it's last minute, probably not that much.
Oh, you're saying what? Like at the gate, you can upgrade and it'll
You can go and be
cheaper?
like, "Can I upgrade?" And it's like for $200 you can upgrade.
Oh, really? Maybe I'll do that.
If it's any more than that, yeah, I get it. But like, JetBlue Mint is like really nice.
Yeah. Did you decide if you're doing the trip to Berlin and that? Not yet. Yep. That's where it's really like worth
Yeah,
it in some ways.
yeah. You're like 16 hours on the plane.
Yeah. Because it's really hard to sleep on. I have a really hard time sleeping on planes.
So you need to be there. Do you have like TSA pre and all that stuff? Ay, ay, ay. Okay.
I don't think it's gonna be. I think I just probably have to be there at like 7:30.
Okay, so leave here at 6 and then, okay.
It's not even gonna. It's not gonna take an hour and a half to get to the airport.
I reckon we like meet up in the morning. No. You're staying at the inn by the sea, right? It's a quick drive. We were just there. The airport's right there, right? So I reckon we go like. I reckon we all meet up like tomorrow, like not early, you know. Just enjoy the morning, enjoy the seals, and then like just later, you know.
11.
Yeah, like later, not like 9. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So we can get lunch or something, and I want to show like let's spend some time in La Jolla, walk around. I mean, we'll spend some time here. I feel like the house is gonna be open. They're gonna be out doing stuff.
Do you want me to meet here at like 11?
Something like that.
You'll just like text me or something.
Yeah, I'll text you in the morning, but that's kind of the vibe. Yeah, I want to show you guys the house like in the daylight. We'll hang out and do some fun stuff. I want to work through like, what was that thing you sent me this morning? I really loved it. I really resonated with it. Where did that come from?
I have many like ChatGPT threads where I talk through things.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll probably actually send you some stuff tonight.
Please do. Just tell me more about all this.
I think it'll be more interesting to talk to you about tomorrow. After I should send you the thing I was
Well,
going to send
could you at least tell me what this text means?
you. What do you mean? Like, what does it mean?
What does this text mean?
Yeah, okay.
Like you said, okay.
Could you say it slower for me? Yeah?
Yeah. It's a matter of speed for you. Okay.
Yeah.
You sent me a screenshot of a ChatGPT thing. Hi, Jamie.
That is the vibe right there.
The brand's role in the world, the new Christian, like, is this just like, oh, these are some cool points? Or what were the prompts? Or was this based off our conversation?
I basically talked to ChatGPT.
Uh-huh.
And I've like mapped out both of us. I have had so many conversations.
Can you show it to me? Tomorrow?
I can show you. Yeah, I can show you some of it.
Like some of these different elements that you're seeing? I've done very similar things.
But part of it is actually like I feel like I've tried to map out how both of us think and our strengths.
Okay.
And almost combine that with what it knows about me. And
Okay.
So one of the benefits of like a ChatGPT or a Claude or whatever is that the more information you plug in, especially if it's personal over time, it really gets to know you, and it gets to understand even like how you think and where your blind spots are and all these things.
Right.
And
I can have the rest? Thanks,
when
sweetie.
it gets and so what's interesting is it like it knows me pretty well in my vision about like pretty much everything. And so if I plug in enough other things, it can generate like really novel combinations of stuff.
Yep.
But what I would like to do is send you what I was going to send you, which is actually just like a Pinterest board. So it's some like visuals, which I don't know how like,
Just some vibes.
It is in some ways some vibes. It's some vibes.
Cool. I like vibes.
But I also have there's like layers to it, and I feel like if you engage the vibes, you'll
He can hang out. It's fine. Oh, you're gonna go to bed? Okay.
Really?
Come on, let's go to bed.
I don't want to.
Go on, sweetie.
Why can't you stay out here with me? No, I like to stay on my little box.
He can hang out in his Big Joe box.
Okay.
Oh, is that from the back?
Where
How
you
funny.
going, Ma?
In my room.
Are you gonna go to bed? And don't fall asleep. When you're done talking, I'll come in there and make sure you don't sleep. So you can
tuck
eat it.
But I think what it'll do is it'll give you you had mentioned that you were kind of a visual person. Is that accurate?
I guess so.
Didn't you say that?
I feel like everybody, like, if you can see, you're a visual person.
Okay.
You know?
I think though, for some people, visual things connote more meaning.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like some people hear a song and it like does something for them.
Yep.
I thought I'd heard you saying that like aesthetics and visuals, like that's like very connected for you.
For sure. I mean, I live, in a house built all of wood and brick.
Yeah.
And that's very important to me.
Yeah.
Oddly enough. But yeah, I get it.
So there's that, and then I'll actually talk to you about there's some different layers.
Are you gonna like pitch me something?
I don't know if I'm gonna pitch you something, but I think I'm gonna throw something. I might, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not gonna be really a pitch. I think it's more so. I don't know how you actually. I don't know what works best. Not even what works best for you. Like I don't know how the process of like even doing some sort of creative work together could look, or should look. But I
It's
guess
happening
I feel like
right
if
now.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the process.
Yeah. Well, I also think like if I throw something out at you, like 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah.
The response actually helps refine. I feel like what happens is if everything's in me, and I'm spinning it around, and it's not actually coming in contact with you, that's probably not helpful at this phase.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
Yep.
You do disagree.
Yep.
Okay, so what are you thinking?
Just go make stuff, I'm making stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I think that if you drop like this video to your, I like forget what feeling, but to like your email list and be like, hey, check this out. You realize how many people would like connect with you? You know what I mean? Like, we're making stuff. And I think just the feedback loop of like the idea, the asset, like it's what we were talking about yesterday, like, or whenever that was, a couple days ago. The 1, 2, 3, go, all this stuff. It's like, yeah, you could just like execute imperfect media.
Okay, so when you were doing the 1, 2, 3, go, what were you hoping to get out of me?
Like some sort of minimal viable, tangible, creative thing that could be out in the world, right?
Like a video or something?
Anything. When you said like decommoditize everything, I'm like, oh, that's great. And I literally just put it on Twitter, like boom, decommoditize, like done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was great,
Yeah.
Um,
Are you, with Myers-Briggs, are you a high E or a low E?
I started off high E, and I've moved a little closer to the low E.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not an I though.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But who knows? That stuff changes.
Yeah, I think it can. I will say that, like, as I've heard it described, like an ENTJ, those, if they have an hour, they'll take a puzzle, they'll be moving all the things around, and an INTJ will just look at it for 55 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You'll do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I'll try to think like how I don't need to do the puzzle.
Yeah. And go do something else?
Yeah, it's like I want to do the puzzle, I want to do something else.
I didn't even want to do this.
But I'm more INTJ in that regard. Who knows? If I took it, I might be an INTJ. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've changed. I feel like I'm a changed mom.
Mm-hmm.
We can workshop some stuff out. I just want to know the context of this. I just assumed I assumed I knew what it was. It looks like it's some sort of brand or evolution of what I'm doing and you're doing, what it looks like in the world. But they're just bullet points. It's just words.
Yeah.
It's just words.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are just words.
Yeah.
Where do these words go? Is that something you want to chat more about tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we chat about it tomorrow.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm sensing you don't want to chat about that now.
Well, it's one of those things that I have kind of like a sequencing in mind.
Okay, great. I trust you. Okay. Okay, I want to say goodnight to these fellows.
Yeah, perfect. You're hanging out here, yeah? Or are you leaving?
I was gonna get a camera.
Ah,
Yeah, and then are we cutting? Should we keep going or?
let's keep going until we're still rolling. Oh my goodness, did Connor not bring it back? This isn't the camera, but this is pretty sweet. This is like one of those like point and
James, do you
shoot,
like
like
dinosaurs?
Super 8 kind of vibes.
Not really.
I love
Oh,
these
you got
things,
them
dude.
on your shirt.
I use a Bolex.
Oh, you just like
A
the
Bolex,
comfortability of it?
okay. I don't.
Yeah.
This
Not
is
so
a
much the,
Japanese brand.
Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah. Sick.
Senko.
That's awesome.
These are so
Yeah.
cool.
This is
Yeah,
so pretty. too.
I'm all. Yeah, I got a really good one.
Yeah, this lens looks really nice.
Totally, dude.
Beautiful.
I'm in the middle of recording like a 3.5 minute long point and shoot video. I'm on like minute 3. I probably have another 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's almost done.
Yep, totally.
Cool. What stock you got in there?
Kodak. What is it?
500.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. I don't know if that's the right one, but upon my research, that's what I landed on.
Yeah, it's nice I like to experiment with a few different ones.
I'm gonna have to, like send you whatever it turns out, and you could take a look at that.
Yeah.
But it looks like Connor didn't drop off the camera. We might be out of luck here. I might. Do you know if Connor
our
dropped
shot
off the
look?
camera?
If he
Looks
did
good.
it downstairs, he
Okay.
can
Cool.
come up here with the camera.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna see if he dropped it off downstairs. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Scene looks good.
You said I look good?
Scene.
Oh, scene. It's close enough to my name.
Scene looks good. I'll check downstairs. That's your backpack, right? See one right there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
How's the battery?
Yeah, I don't think Connor dropped it off yet. I'm surprised he hasn't. I might have to charge it tonight by myself and give it to you. I'll make sure it's charged.
And what kind of lens is on it?
I got a sick lens.
Yeah.
Here's the stock lens that I have.
Okay.
Right here. It's like a.
Oh no, it's the same case.
Okay, yeah. This is my stock lens.
Okay. Is that like a 20?
Oh wait, I can turn the light, dude. And then I have like a really nice lens on it right now,
Okay.
which is an f-stop like.
I'm only gonna
Sigma.
use it for like 2 seconds while I'm
Okay.
changing batteries, just so there's
Totally, yeah,
like,
totally.
I'm not gonna try and do what your other guy was
Right,
doing,
right, right.
like having to. I'm
You
just
don't
gonna,
need to do any of that, yeah.
Because dude, it's looking so cool. The car shot was awesome.
For real? Oh, sick, dude.
Yeah, I was and like the red light and the
I'm
lights would
frothing
go
on that.
off. It was
Yeah.
really, I was excited about it.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well,
I was vibing it for sure.
the one that I have is it's a Sigma F something
Nice.
for a Sony camera.
Yeah.
Uh,
One of those art lenses. Those are nice lenses.
There you go. Yeah, it like throws out the back.
zoom?
It doesn't zoom in or anything. It's
Cool.
like it's very portrait. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
Do you
I'll make sure
need
it's charged.
camera?
Yeah.
Not right now.
Not right now though.
Tomorrow.
But we should wrap up.
Okay.
Do you guys want to like where you're staying with your buddy in
Yeah.
it's not kind of close to San Diego ish.
Normal Heights.
Normal Heights. Okay, that's
Yeah.
not too bad.
So just
Okay.
but my car's pretty close by, right?
You know what I should do? I should just drop you guys off
I,
since it's super close.
yeah, I can cruise you if you want, or
It's on the way.
I'm actually, yeah.
He's on the way.
I'm also like 5 minutes from where your car is.
You guys
I
are
can
super
walk.
close. Okay, I'll be back, James. Okay.
Are you gonna come back here?
Yep.
where's the
Well,
car?
why can't I come with
I
you?
got it. Don't worry about it.
Why can't I come with you?
You could if you really wanted to, but it's kind of boring. I'm just dropping these guys off.
How long is it gonna be?
Like 7 to 14 minutes.
7.
Just gonna check with mommy.
Keep rolling.
Oh yeah, dog.
All right.
Steven's gonna say something incredible. I'm just seeing if James wants to come with.
Yeah, great.
I'm sure.
Jamie, you can come in if you want, okay? Come on, dude.
She said, that's fine as long as you put me to bed when you get back.
You got it.
Okay.
All right.
Whoops. Could you press? Oh wait, Steven, do you mind pressing the garage door opener again? It's right on the wall right there. You see it? No, inside the garage.
Right there.
Right there. Inside. Up, there you go.
Just this.
Yep. Thanks.
What did you do, Dada?
The wheel broke off from this like 2 days ago, so I gotta. There we go. Make sure it's on. There we go. Oh well.
Alrighty.
So where could I sit, Dada?
You sit in your seat like you normally do. You're gonna sit next to Aaron, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You help me stabilize the shot.
There you go. Oh, try again, Jamie.
Sorry, Dad.
You're okay, dude. You're fine. There you go. Alrighty. You got it, dude?
Yes. I got it.
How's your circadian rhythm? How are you, East Coast? You're like more fresh East Coast time than Aaron is. Like,
I've been good. I've been going to bed at like
you've been just fine.
9. Well, I just haven't really adjusted. I've been waking up at 5:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your time of like where you're most on? Like
In the
5:30 to 9? Yeah.
Well, that would be the equivalent of like 8:30 to.
Right.
So I'd actually normally be up earlier than that.
Okay.
At home. I would say I'm at my best in the morning. Usually. Like my battery is most charged in the morning. I usually try and do all my creative work
Right.
before the afternoon.
Right.
I usually don't do meetings or anything until the afternoon.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah, so like right now it would be 11:30. Bob.
Yep.
So how often is it foggy like this?
This is eerie. This isn't like a normal thing. But like June gloom, that's like a thing here in San Diego.
And what is June gloom?
Like May, June, July, like April, May, June, July is just like this. It's just kind of gloomy in the morning, gloomy at night, and like the sun breaks out in the middle of the day.
Not September.
Not September, that's right, dude.
My birthday.
That's right.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
What?
I left my battery charger
Oh,
at
okay.
your place.
Back up.
Sorry, guys.
You're good. You are cool.
James, do you have your own room or do you share a room with your brother?
No, I don't have my own room.
You don't, you said?
I do.
Oh, you do?
I'm always with my brother.
Oh, okay.
Because he always cries in the middle of the night, so I want to have my own room.
Yeah, I get that. It's important to get sleep, right?
You also have a seat heater over there, too.
Oh, thank you.
I saw your dad showed me this video where you had like built kind of a secret nook or like it wasn't really a fort. It was like I don't know.
Box thing?
Yeah, it was like a walk. It was
the
like
TP, James.
yeah, like a
Oh, yeah, that one.
yeah. That was pretty cool. How did you discover that place?
I built it.
You built it yourself, you're saying?
Mhm.
That's pretty cool.
My pop put up the TV.
That's really neat.
There's even a little hideaway that you can like jump into. Like if somebody's after you, you can jump.
You want to
into
run in and grab it wherever it is? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Here, there you go.
Let me just.
This will be cool. It'll be like POV Aaron and then like Mike.
Oh, I could leave the camera even.
Or do that. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. That's legit.
Yep. Just like that. Don't move too much.
Alrighty. We won't.
Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Do you know a lot of your neighbors?
I know these guys. I know neighbors down there. those are really the only neighbors I know. Everybody else kind of keeps to themselves.
See a heater right there.
I'm already sweating.
You just put this thing in neutral and just let it roll down.
Right, I could do that. That's what I do with the Porsche. I do that with Brownie.
Do you really?
Yeah, the whole way down I just do neutral.
Sounds kind of terrifying.
It's nice. Okay. And we're off.
Okay, does anybody have everything they need now?
We're good, James. Thank you.
Nobody leave their backpack?
I got my backpack.
Are you a, like, Narnia fan?
Me? Yeah.
I was asking Steven.
Me?
Yeah.
I think I've read a couple of, I haven't read all of the books.
Okay.
I read all of them.
I was trying to bridge a gap between you and James. James, like, his favorite thing in the whole wide world is Narnia.
What are you? Silverchair.
Silverchair, that's your best one, right?
Nah, that's not my favorite.
Which one's your favorite?
It's
Horse and His Boy?
Horse and His Boy, yeah.
Yep.
Were you into Narnia as a kid?
I wasn't. I wish I was. My parents didn't.
Too dull.
Yes, my parents are too dull. My parents weren't like. They weren't thinking of that.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were thinking, but they weren't thinking to show me the Narnia series.
Yeah.
It's a good book.
Have you seen the movies too, or just the books?
Me?
Yeah.
Just the books.
Yeah.
The movies are too scary.
Yeah. I guess they are. They're kind of scary.
One of my favorite movies is Robin Hood.
That's a good one.
Answer and
Classic.
The animated Robin Hood? With like the fox? Or a different Robin Hood?
What's Fox?
Do you-
Oh,
which
yeah,
Robin?
that one.
That one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Robin Hood is a fox.
There's like the snake guy?
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Sir
Sir Henry or something.
Sir Hiss.
Sir Hiss.
There you go.
That's good, James.
I got the H.
James has seemed more cultured. James, you're like more cultured than I am.
What does that mean?
You seem to interact with more media, like books and stuff.
I like books.
I know.
That's why I have my Yoda player.
You probably read more books than I have.
Mm-hmm. I love books. They're just like shows, but better.
You know what kind of books Daddy reads?
What?
I'm asking.
Boring?
Yes. Boring books.
Probably just about walking on the street on a foggy day.
Probably.
Some of yours is called like weird stuff like Pencil Time or whatever.
Pencil Time?
They're all nonfiction books, like
Yeah.
how to walk on the street
Yeah.
on a foggy day.
They're very
Pencil
utilitarian.
Time. Pencil Time.
There's no story about it.
Pencil Time and 10 Easy Steps.
That's right, there is no story about it.
It's just telling you what to do about something.
You're right, James.
It's just giving you a story about somebody else, not yourself.
James probably has read more fiction than I have. really dead. This is like not. Yeah.
Breaking Bill's clothes.
Breaking Bill's clothes. That's right. Okay, I should probably drop
Which
you
one
off first, Steven, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Because Aaron's car is right down the road. Here, let's turn off these mics. Get him his stuff. You're the man, Aaron.
All right. Thank
I'll text you. Enjoy your morning. I don't know. I'm thinking late, like 11 or 12
How
or
do I
something.
turn this off?
Just pass it to me.
And he'll dial it in.
Yeah.
What's that thing?
It's a microphone
For who?
for people listening to things. We're recording things, sweetie.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Still. How's it going over there? There, sir.
It's going well.
Great.
Here we go.
All right. You'll text me or something tomorrow?
Here you go. It's still tracking, but yeah, dude, I'll text you tomorrow. Dude, much love to you. On what go? On Hank?
Yeah, do you feel good about it?
Do I feel good about our Hank?
Yeah. Okay. Here's one for you.
Did you get any shots yesterday of the sunset with the clouds?
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Not like I was like seeing the picture.
It was so beautiful.
The one camera pointing at you guys, but yeah, I got a couple of shots of it.
If you do this again, what you can do is just do like 2 GoPros, like people make you wear a helmet.
No, Aaron's gonna have to, figure out what the
Yeah,
monster.
I've been thinking about it.
It's fun, isn't it? Like thinking through what the vibe
It's
is.
like fun. It's like functional way, brother. Yeah.
Huh.
No, it was chill. This will be different.
All right, we are rolling.
It's already on.
We're rolling, dog.
Yeah, you're rolling. Just don't bump the side of it.
All right.
Is it better to have the? Should I have this side facing out?
It doesn't matter because it's on. So what I was saying, like, this is on wood, so it doesn't matter if you bump it.
Cool. I'm assuming. Do you want a coffee?
Why not?
Why not?
Just like keep going. I couldn't even eat breakfast this morning.
Why not?
Just like the in and out. It's like I felt like I clogged up all the pipes or something.
I wanted to go round 2.
Did you?
At 3, I almost said to Gemma like, "Hey, let's go get a burrito or something."
Is that a 24-hour place?
In and out, no,
Okay.
no. But I was hungry.
Does it matter if this is on the and like clip like this or the other way?
I would try to clip it so it rotates.
Oh, we're
There's like yeah, you see that? Yeah, so that can kind of go any way.
like this. Do you want to just like? I'm like very inept.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, but I am.
It's gonna be great.
I'm
either
like
way. I think
I'm like
that's-
very ignorant.
You know, I mean that's the best. We're not super. You know, it's not. You know, we're trying to.
You're not
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be like here too.
great,
That's rolling.
and we're rolling. This is your spot, right? Like this is the
my
one.
spot, dude. This is
Do
my
they know
spot.
your name?
We have a timeshare together, all of us.
You guys like go on vacation together?
Yeah. Our families hang out. No, I think that's just an Irish person thing. So like kindness and
Being kind.
yeah,
It's like an Irish thing.
I think it's just an Irish thing.
Could be.
I'm pretty sure it is. As far as I'm concerned. What are you feeling, dude?
I don't know.
What's speaking to you?
I might like treat myself, not cheat myself. You know?
Oh, what does this mean?
I don't like. Get someone nice. I don't know.
I'm probably gonna get an acai bowl, like coffee, and then walk over.
After this? Yeah, I would do that.
Like instantly, like order and then
'Cause
order.
Patrick ate some stuff this morning, but I was like, I can't do more like heavy food or like
Right.
carb stuff. But that's actually like a fruit.
Yeah, it's just fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So it
that's-
makes me like feel like
that's
I'm
my
doing
cheat
the right
with
thing.
my carnivore. Is like I can eat these fruits.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna do is a matcha latte. That's it.
There you go.
Let me get this too.
No, come on.
No, you got dinner last night. Let me get
That's
this.
no big deal. Why? What are you ordering? You're ordering like a
I'm gonna get a matcha
lavender honey mocha choco.
Yeah. With extra honey.
Milk and coffee. Have you heard the Larry David thing?
Where?
Do you ever
Mocha
watch?
Joe's or something?
Do you ever watch? Yeah, Curb. Like milk and coffee.
We've been watching that, my wife and I. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good, dude.
There's actually one episode where the house that he like goes into looks just like your house. And I was actually
Oh, hi. How's it going? Good, thanks. What do you want?
I'll get a medium matcha latte.
Do you want that hot or iced?
I will have that iced.
We got two sizes for that, 16 and 20.
I'll do the 20. I'll have oat milk.
Do you want a sweet with vanilla?
No, thank you.
That's a very like California order. I'll do just a black coffee, a single origin, please.
Sure, 12 ounces?
Yeah, thank you.
Let me get this.
Oh, come on.
What would be your name for matcha?
Steve.
Steve, okay.
Dude, I want that. I want the reserve.
It's worth it.
That's the best one.
Yeah, but you want to know what's really nice about it is
Thank you. That's
yeah,
nice.
no problem. What's really nice about it, you get like a travel credit, but even
Right.
beyond that, well, I have a lot of expenses through my business, so I can move points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in that. I've
Yeah.
got all the Chase stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
yeah.
want that one.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I basically travel for free. Like I'm up to Napa. I'm just, or like, thank you.
When we went as a family to Paris a few years ago, I got all the travel was completely free because it was all points. It was like $4,000 worth of travel.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, now we wait.
Where is that Napa event?
Where is the Napa event?
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I need to check the address.
But is it up? Like
It's in Napa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in Napa. Like Sonoma County.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many people are going to be there? Do you know?
I have no idea. Do you know what Shepherd Circle is?
I looked it up after you mentioned it.
Yeah, like what do you get the I have a feeling it's either gonna be like 15 people or like
I get the sense that they like hand select certain like young priests or something.
Okay.
And I think it's gonna be really good if nothing else to be it's almost like doing stand up or something, right? Like
Right.
to be in front of a like live audience that's engaged. It's just like it's gonna be good no matter what.
I think
Don't
it
you
will.
think?
I think so, yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, that looks good. Is that what you ordered?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, let's go get an acai bowl, dude. Bang bang.
Are we
Bang
are
bang.
we walking?
Yeah, it's just right here. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling it'll be like 50 priests or like 20 or 30 priests or something. You know, I just don't know. It's like a jam-packed schedule though.
It's because it's like a week-long thing or something?
Yeah. Like session 1, session 2, session 3.
Yeah, you were saying you had this idea to go and do some sort of, not like it's a, do some sort of like training thing afterwards, right?
I like.
Or am I making that up?
No, I can't see myself. Yeah, you're not making that up. I can't see myself like not doing that. I feel like that's. I'm like, that's way too much to cover. Like, and however long, I don't even know like how long I have, like what the time slot is.
Well, I even think this sort of thing, if you were to bring together a group of people, kind of like when you would do those like value calls,
Right.
But it's like a different
Hey, how's
audience.
it going? How are you doing? Good, thanks. What do you want? You are? What am I here for then? Okay.
You're gonna have to leave us and
You're dead to me. See you soon. No worries. No worries.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because then you can actually, just by coming in contact with them.
Right. Maybe we just do like a nice little walk towards the beach. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we can eat an acai at another place. Okay. Yeah. What were you saying? Sorry.
I'm just saying if you did something like those like value calls. Because you think about the value calls. I know if I understand correctly, when you were doing that, there wasn't necessarily like an explicit intention.
There was no offer, no intention. There was no nothing.
Yeah.
It was just, I'm here.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, but I think if you were to do that in this other context,
okay,
with this audience,
but not on school.
Yeah, probably not.
Right.
But you could.
I would never want to do that.
Yeah. I don't know if the platform is like, I just think like actually having that as a thing, because
having
like doing group calls like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think that would be great, actually. When I told Megan about it, like on the way to Palm Springs, she like was grinning, like that's what you should do.
Is work with them?
Is like, I was explaining like, and then I would teach that, you know, all this. Let's go this way. You know, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, this is your thing. Like, you have to do this." And then she was like, "You gotta like just broad brushstroke, just that this time. Like, don't get into a bunch of little things, and then just say at the beginning, like, I'm going to be doing this, you know."
Well, another thing is like for a lot of priests, there's like zero mentorship. Like they might do some things, but even with like a bishop, for example, like they probably aren't going to hear from the bishop unless they're in trouble. Or there's like 2 events a year, or like a confirmation. No, but that's actually like real. Like I'm not even exaggerating.
Wow.
So they often can feel like islands to a large degree. So just even having someone who's really pouring into them, and I think even more than that, if you approach it in a way where you're able to like if they can feel the intent and the trust, and then you can be very direct. I don't know if they have that.
Okay, wow. Do you know what the like the mechanics of preaching training is for them? Do they all need to go through a year or two of something?
I'm guessing.
Or no? Do you have any idea?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I'm guessing they have something. I would think they'd have to, right? Well, I don't know. I would think they'd have to, but I don't know if it's actually not even that uncommon for a lot of priests to just get like buy like a book that's like pre-made like sermons that they'll just like read off. It'll be like footnotes almost. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think it's I don't think that it's that. I think that I think it's probably very few and far between that feel like they've been really well equipped in that space.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, some of them are giving one a day, you know, and yeah, they're granted they're like little, like, this text says this little thing here, and let's try to do that. You know, like for like a Tuesday match or something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You came down here for the onboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repeat 2.0.
Yeah. Reliving it.
Reliving it.
You take people here often for like onboarding for that?
Oh yeah. I mean, this is just what I do every day. So if they're here, I'm just gonna do what I do every day.
Is this actually like a lap? Like you?
This is what I do every day. I'm on like autopilot right now. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So you come over here and then there's like a bench over here and.
Yep. Sit there. Yeah. Do my thing. Walk up to the beach. Back.
Usually just like sit and look out and just think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
It's so nice. So what was this thing that you sent me?
Oh, this morning?
The Lazarus.
Did you look at it?
I almost said Legatus. I did look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I sent that message to you, right? But,
and then I read the chat. I read the chat. And I saw the vibe board. Is that something you wanted to like work through or something at home, like when we go back to the house?
We can. I think it depends on what you. Yeah, just how you feel about it in a sense.
How I feel about.
So this is where it was coming from for me, right? So.
Yeah.
I know it's your. After you had explained your vision for things, right, when we were driving back from Palm Springs.
Yeah. Was that a vision? Like I was just yelling and being angry at.
I think it's a vision because what you were describing was a problem and a solution.
Okay,
which to me is in some ways like a vision.
Sure, okay.
It's not necessarily like step by step.
Right.
But it's like I've seen the promised land.
Uh-huh.
With like conviction. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there was that. And I felt like I remember you had said something at one point about visual stuff being in a sense like a cheat code. Like in a sense
I remember saying that, yeah.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that I don't know, I was trying to almost like distill what I was hearing from you and then the different images that came up for me.
Right.
And just what was resonating
and
put it into something. Because there is a sense I have that, and I had said this, but there is a sense I have that it could be advantageous to have some sort of like bucket to hold that sort of work.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like literally the first thing I said that we should do when I hit you up. I'm like, I have an idea, right? Like, it's a nonprofit.
Yeah, I went back to that in a sense.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, it went back to that.
I think what we need is like just a simple, like, website thing that like says this and feels like this.
Yeah.
And probably a videographer. Like, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so
let's sit at like that bench over there.
Yeah, and so I do actually think that I think that sort of. So when I was thinking about the nonprofit previously, I was thinking of.
Yes.
I don't know. It's you know what I think it is I don't know if I could like make out enough like contours around it, where it was like not like I couldn't specifically visualize it. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just like, oh, it was a nonprofit, but there wasn't like a clear vision around it. So then when I had the vision, when I felt like I caught the vision of it,
okay,
it was easier for me to make sense of and envision what it is.
Okay, so now you see the vision.
Yeah, what happens is like when I see something like that, I can see like, okay, well, this is what like fundraising ads could be.
Right.
This is like what assets could be.
Okay.
Here's the whole story.
Yeah.
I start thinking about here's the sort of people who would give to something like this.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Whereas if it's more abstracted, like, well, it's going to be like videos or something.
Right.
That's harder because it's harder to know what the contact point is.
Right.
But where it fits in the bigger picture, right? I think like something that I've realized is
It's so cold. Are you like freezing?
no, I'm great because I also have like 8 layers on.
This is cool.
Yeah, it's nice. Are you real cold?
I am, but I'm a big boy.
Okay.
Although I did see that fire truck and got really excited.
I didn't even notice it. There's for me it's easier to contextualize things. It's like I almost have to start big picture to make sense of like smaller.
Sure.
Are you that way, or are you more ground up?
I'm not sure.
You're both, maybe?
About it, yeah.
Well, it does seem like you have a preference in some ways for your own types of creative work of like living into it and it being emergent in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I need help. Like I know that. What were we talking about at Le Coq? Human nature. What is it called?
The human design.
I keep messing it up.
Yeah.
I'm like what am I? A generator? You're a generator too, right?
No.
You're a maximizer.
No.
I'm butchering this.
It would be in that model. It'd be a projector.
You're a projector.
Yeah.
Okay. You're like channeling or something.
In a sense, like the idea there is, well, it's funny because Xander and Rich are both projectors as well, and the idea is that in that model, like a projector doesn't have they actually like don't really create their own energy.
Right.
So they don't. They have to almost like wait for invitations and wait for the right people, kind of similar to what you've been talking about. It's almost like I have to be pretty like shrewd about what I say yes to and no to.
Yes.
Whereas for you, it's actually not even as difficult because you have not unlimited energy, but a lot more energy. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of grind.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't really, I can only like vampire things.
Yeah, sure.
We're not vampire, but it's like I get filled up based on what people give me, in a sense.
I see.
You know?
Yeah, I get you.
So actually, in that model, again, like my best utilization is actually not shepherding people, but kind of like guide, like as a guide more than as more as a guide than as a actual worker. I don't know what the right term is, like something like that.
Mercenary or something, or okay, I got it. Oh, wonderful! This guy's gonna do some nice garden work. Like you're not like a mercenary. I'm just gonna go action this or something or operate things. It's more like a spiritual guide or something.
In a sense, it's almost like so in that model again, which I'm not going to say it's not something that I'm going to go and like I'm not going to die on the hill of like that model, and also it's like a model and models are models, but
yeah, very helpful.
The idea is like a generator has a lot of energy, but sometimes it's more difficult for them to know exactly where to like steward it, and there's other types too. That the idea is like the projectors like essentially helps people. Like directing, like a conductor or something, like helps to kind of direct where people can go. I think that's the idea of it at least, right? So they're more, it's like they can, it's something about like perceiving maybe, and then
I got you.
Bring people along. And I don't know, again, because there's the model, but then there's also my experience in just life. And I do feel like what I end up, I don't know. It's funny. I think it's the true value thing, and I don't really know how I would name what I think I'm still trying to figure out exactly what that is for me.
Sure.
But I do think it has something to do with, like, I think the value I often see that I bring is more around helping people maybe come to like some level of alignment or something like that.
So we need some sort of like executor or like soldier
to get things done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. But but it also might be a phasing thing, because I think that if you get really attracted to, like, if you go back and you go through the vision there, like, part of it is I think there's like what I'm looking for is something where you're, I don't know, whether it's like what I sent you this morning or it's something else, you when you engage with it, you're like, yes, right? Like when you sent me that one hotel in Tribeca, like, in a sense, you're saying, like, this really, like, resonates with me. Like, when I'm here, it feels very connected for me. I feel like it's very much, like, my thing.
So much so where I literally want to sell my place, and I'd be happier staying at that hotel than my own apartment on the same street.
Yeah.
It's because it fine-tunes it.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because it's like I don't know. I think of like it's even funny, right? Because you're in San Diego. You were originally in San Diego, and I don't know if this is always the case, but I do think there's something to. I don't know. It's like this is like the soil you come out of, right? So like even you being here, whether it's spiritual or whatever it is, there's something about the sense of place.
There really is, yeah.
That enables you to like if you were to take one of these plants and put them in like I don't know Idaho, it wouldn't survive, right? And I think we're kind of the same way. Like like a seal does well here because that's where seals are meant to be. So it's about you being in the you feeling most aligned with whatever that is. And I think that if there's the alignment around the vision, then it's really just telling the story, articulating the story, and then I think you get the funding around it.
Yeah,
and then I think the executor comes after that.
Okay, cool. But okay, yeah, go on.
Well, because part of what I'm getting at is I think that ultimately a lot of people who are more in an execution role, not the unfair advantage, but like part of what makes you. Part of what I think is kind of gift you can bring is if the vision is clear, it's going to be like compelling. And then if it's compelling, you're just really inviting someone else into it.
Right.
And that's what they want. Like a lot of times people in those roles, like they don't want to, nor maybe are they even designed so much or composed so much where they can just go and come up with something. They just want to be a part of something that's doing good.
Like every moderately successful thing I've done has been that. Just so much energy around something that I'm like generating. And people are like, yeah, I just want to be a part of that, you know? What do I do? And I'm like, I don't know. You got to go do it.
It's the same process.
Yeah.
Like you're just going through it again.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? But it's also like it's maybe a little more complicated in that there's like more change taking place. Well, I don't know because I don't know what was taking place with the different businesses and other things you've done and how much change is going on, right? Because it's constant evolution. But I do think, at least from an outside perspective, it seems like you're going through like more of
It's like a more sanctified version of it. Honestly, it's a less selfish version. You know,
so you're not doing as much of it. It's happening to you rather than something like that.
Yeah, it's the skill sets that God has given me, and they're like just being redeemed for something instead of like
elevated like 30,000 feet.
You know what? A wise person once told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like this. Like there's no selfish reason why I would want to start like or amplify some sort of movement of unity that literally doesn't make money. You know, that like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I do know exactly what you're saying, right? And that's why when you were saying that one thing about how it almost like convicted you, I think that your spiritual director had said something to you about like, oh, the whole thing with like preaching or this or that.
Yeah.
It's like, to me, that's not, like, I almost actually wrote this back. Like, of course it's the case, right? Because like there's so much, it's like all the things that are unique to you for a reason.
Yeah, we're one of one. Yeah. That's what you said yesterday, right? So yeah, what are you seeing? I think there's like a meta thing going on here. We've got like the chaos of this and the wind and the intent.
And you're suffering.
No, it's
and
like,
I'm feeling great.
It's all
meta.
speaking. Yeah, I just have to name it. I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm actually like loving.
Just lead into it.
I'm like really
lead into the buzz.
Yes. Yeah. Like Gemma yesterday, there's like on her tune. I think it's called Rush and Stumble. She's like she literally was like couldn't stay on the tempo. You know, it was like kind of she couldn't quite place the chords with the right timing with her vocals.
Yeah.
But she's literally saying rushed and stumbled into this.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen to what you're saying. Like, just don't worry about it. You know what I mean?
It's very meta. Actually, you know what's funny is there was something here. I don't remember exactly what it was, but something happened when we were here last time too, where I think I said something, and then you looked down and you like pointed at something, and it was like the perfect metaphor, like it was happening at the exact same time.
There was the wave. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. It's really funny, actually.
Do you find that happens more for you now than it used to in the past?
That's me.
Like just kind of like meta alignment, like things that just feel
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
The story with Dan that he told is incredible.
Isn't that beautiful though? It's what the classic, like, you're meaning like the welfare story with the water coming out of the car and
Well, that's a good story.
Allison
That's like a
singing.
good story. That's like a sitcom story or something, and it's a meaningful story. But I'm saying more so the fact that
that we connect. That
yeah,
Dan
like
connected?
him saying how he's like, I was trying to work on this thing, and I watched this video,
Right.
and then 2 days later, this guy's
Showed up in my
here.
parish. Yeah, right.
I mean, that's just that's a crazy thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not crazy, but it.
Can I explain the serendipity of all this?
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's a testimony of God's grace. Okay. Is there a little kiddo? Oh, that's so sweet. Looks like James when he was like 2 or whatever. Okay, this is the serendipity of it all, dude. There was a client of mine, he's in college, a guy called Anthony. Maybe you know him, maybe you know Anthony Morley. Really, really great.
I don't know if I know him.
Brilliant, like a brilliant guy. He's like an academic type person, but he's also into NFTs and stuff. He's incredible. Basically, like this rogue dude on Twitter who doesn't really have many followers or anything, but like I somehow stumbled on him. It's like 70 people follow him, and I'm like, this is brilliant. This is incredible. And then he started writing stuff. He like did one article about like what I was saying on that podcast I was on with Sam, and that, like this idea of like commoditization and stuff like this. And, like he saw that I was like, he saw something I saw basically, and he just wrote it. And he's like this deep Catholic thinker and like NFTs. What is going on here? And like randomly, I'm just like felt like a jolt of lightning. Like reach out to him. You know what I mean? Like something's here. And like we got on the phone. He was like, what? He's like, why is Blake calling it? I'm like, dude, what? Like, this is cool. Like, what's going on over here? We chatted for some time. He ended up actually joining college. Such a great guy. And as I was going through my conversion process, I needed to tell somebody. And I just told him, like nobody else but him. Just he felt like a safe option. You know what I mean? Like,
so he was in college.
Yeah.
And he was like one of the first people you talked to about it?
The first person.
Really?
The first person. And I just messaged him. I just said, I have intellectually converted to Catholicism. Don't tell anybody, or something like that. And he's like, oh, that's great. You know? He's like, got all stuffed. I'm like, yeah. But like, that's all that means. You know? And he just like, he's like, there's somebody I want to introduce you to if you're open to it. He like married us or something, and like he was out here in Colorado, but he just moved to Manhattan, and he's like the vicar of Opus Dei in North America. And I'm like, I don't know what any of that means. You know? He's like, well, let me introduce you. You know, and yeah, Father Javier. And like I show up in Midtown, and I'm just like, I just had an open heart, like, hi, you know. He's like, so how do we know each other? Anthony, how do you know Anthony? And I told him that whole story. He goes, that's insane. Like, he's just like, I can't believe it. Like, wait a second. So you are doing this, and he's doing this, and now we're together. And he like couldn't believe it. He's like, this is the most random connection on the planet. This and this, you know. We go out. We probably spend about 5 or 6 hours together. And I'm doing all of my language is coming out, and he like sees something in me. He's going like, he was like, this is your mission, you know, something's here and all this. And it's like God was like the only person on the planet that could like hold a conversation with me about where I was in life was him. Like truly, nobody else would have been able to do it except him. And he's cool. He's like very cool, but he's a very brainiac kind of guy. So I think at the time I kind of needed that, honestly. And then, yeah, that's when I walked back to the Midtown office. And I said, if I ever actually wanted to convert, would I like sit in our CIA? He's like, no. He's like, you can teach it or whatever. Yeah. Fast forward, like, met a few more times, read like all of St. Josemaría's. And he gave me all of these books, and I just like read them all. And then, yeah, it was like Easter. Like, I want to. He's like, I'll be your sponsor. So he like was my sponsor, and then I got together with him and said, "You don't know any of this at all? I've never said any of this."
Well, you shared the part about like Father Javier. You didn't share this other stuff.
So like, so just follow, like, random follow on Twitter. Like, just like try to map out this whole thing, right? Random follow on Twitter, sending like nothing, and there's something in the essence of what he was doing that made me. It was a lightning bolt, compelled to reach out to Anthony, right? Anthony drank college and stuff. He was the only person, for whatever reason, I felt safe to like tell him this, right? He introduced me to Father Javier. I'm like, I don't, some guy in Midtown. I'll go there, you know. Turns out he's like exactly who I needed. Right? I get confirmed, right? We fly back to San Diego, and I asked Father Javier. I said, "Do you know now that I'm this guy? I'm gonna go back to a familiar struggle. Like, every Catholic I know is the worst. They don't know what they believe. I don't think they believe anything. They're worse than my Protestant friends. Like, what do I do here? I can't just like keep reading stuff and feel like I'm part of the church." And he was like, "Oh, I'll fly out with you like tomorrow." It's literally what he did. And we flew to LA and he introduced me to Luke. He's a West Coast student. West Coast student. We got like lunch together. And that's where he was like, after, in the middle of lunch, Father told Father Luke, like, I think he should speak at Shepherd Circle, which is what I'm doing this week. Like, just so crazy, right? Like, he should speak at Shepherd Circle, and Father Luke's like, okay, like, let's do it. And Father Javier was basically like, this is your guy, like, this is your West Coast guy. And then he, like, okay, like, I know two Catholics, Father Javier and Father Luke, and Anthony. And John Henry Newman, like, you know, and like truly, like, I actually only, you know, the only friends that I was Catholic friends with were those two men.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, you know. And then I said, well, you're the second Catholic I know. Like, I live in Royal, like, where do I go to church? And like, I've been to all of them. They're all horrible, you know, and they all kind of got it. He said, there's one parish that I really want you to check out. He just goes like, I think this is the one. I think, you know, it's kind of far, but I think you should go. I'll text the priest, like, I know what, you know, I know his sister and mom. So I'm like, all right. So dude, you won't believe any of this. This is legit, okay? Is any of this interesting?
No, it is interesting. Keep going.
Okay. Like, it's all glory because it's like you can't make this up. And so I'm like, okay, fine, marching orders. Like, I'm going to this thing. So like, I'll text Father Anthony. I'll tell him you're coming, right? Like, okay. So I come Sunday, and it's just me. And like, it's not. So I show up like kind of late. And like driving to the parking lot, and I saw that there was like a bunch of families and stuff, and I felt something in my heart like, oh no, this isn't good. Like, because if I got plugged into this, my family would get plugged into this. Like, this is real. This isn't just my New York cerebral, like, meandering into an adoration vibe. This is like a community, and I don't want that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's very noticeable too. It's like very. You know what I mean? Pass the peace kind of vibe. And so like I go in and it's like, okay, whatever, this is a mess. Okay, I'm out of here. And I leave. Father Anthony's not there. I'm like, screw this, dumb idea. I hate all this. My heart's all closed, but expecting something for sure. And like I'm walking to the parking lot and like Dan, just beeline. This is what you know, right? Like, hey, are you Blake? Like, yeah. 2 days ago I watched your podcast, you know, like I watched the whole thing and like I didn't know you were Catholic. I was like, dude, me either, like all this stuff. And he's like, let me invite you, I want to show you some friends. And so he like invited me to this little group and like here's Ben, here's this person. Okay, like so I meet all these people. I stay like an hour later, I get in the car and I call Megan, I go, this isn't good. Like there's like a church here that I think
I bet people.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Yeah. There's like a community here. And I basically said like, this is kind of for you. I can tell that this will be for you, is what I said. Like, this is going to help you. Because I don't need this, but you do. And so I get a text Monday evening from Ben, one of the guys that I met, just randomly, like, he got my number, all this stuff. Hey, Blake, like, there's a great men's group Tuesday, tomorrow, like 6:45 a.m. What are you doing? Like, I'm gonna be asleep. That's what I'm doing. He's like, well, I'm gonna be at the Nationals game up in Los Angeles, and if it makes you feel any better, I'm gonna get home at 2 a.m. and I'm still gonna go. I'm like, all right, damn it, I'll go. Show up, don't know anybody there, right? Like 0 people. Still haven't met this Father Anthony character, right? All this stuff. I go to this men's group. And it's like, here's this recent convert guy, you know, and I'm doing my thing there. And it's like, they're going through JP2's Theology of the Body. They're going through the readings. There's like an incredible Milos Christi priest there. And it's like all of my super niche Reformed Bible study people that I felt like that's my lane and there's so much depth here. It made that look like, you know, like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride or like the Winnie the Pooh ride or something, you know, like just kind
of saying they were just in deeper waters,
way deeper waters. Yeah. It's like, you know how you have this dictionary and you thought that's all you had? Like there's actually this bigger dictionary.
Yeah.
And that was all inside me. And that's like, but you guys know how to say these things all the time, right? And it was like, oh my gosh, this is like this is God's grace. And then I leave and I'm like, this is insane. And then one guy randomly walks up, wasn't at the study, Paul. He's like, hey, what's up? You know, hey, Ben, hey, Blake. Like, turns out he was like one of the partners in the law firm. He just wasn't there for the study. And he's like, where are you? Like, you know, Ben's like, oh, cool. And then he's like, oh, where? You know, like by the beach, kind of. Where? You know, he was like very adamant about like, where do I go? Like country club, lanes, where? You know, and I'm like, okay. That's exactly where we meet, like Legatus. Like we're gonna meet there in 2 days. So do you want to come? What's Legatus? You know, he's like, oh, you gotta meet these requirements, but it's basically a bunch of great like Catholic business people. Blah, blah, blah. It's right by your house. You should come. I'll come with. Okay, you know, I'm just saying yes to everything. I show up, like, I do meet the requirements. Like, I'm like, whatever. Like, I go and like, the guy who's saying mass is the guy at OLMC that was in my own parish that like, wasn't there that Sunday. And I go up to him after like the 30-person mass, and I'm like, hey, he's like, you're Blake, are you? Yeah. Father Lipton. Like, are you following the chain of events here? And like, I tell my story about my like transition, my conversion, at like the table I'm sitting at, and it's like, I just felt at home. You know what I mean? And from that, like, built a relationship with Dan, and now he's in college, right? And he shared his story yesterday. And like, speak at the NABA thing, right? And like, all of these things are coming together from that one moment on Twitter. You know what I mean? And like, if you follow the paper trail, this is the whole thing. Like my birthday season, you know, my yoke is light or whatever. yoke is like anytime we try to, this is like our conversation that we had in Acts. Like you can't you can engineer things, you can try, right? But like if you just have to like really hard to see how it leads. So it like you hear this like, oh, that story about Dan is crazy. I'm like, dude, if you zoom out, and by the way, I haven't even double clicked on all the other parts of it. But like, if you zoom out, none of it, like I could have engineered. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know what you're saying?
Yeah. So it's like very serendipitous. So when I hear things like shit hit me up, and like I felt like there's a spiritual thing here, or it's almost like I was being disobedient if I didn't reach out to her. That makes all the sense in the world to me now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what's exciting too is when you're kind of like when you feel like you're not even in like the second quarter of the game.
Dude, it's like we're just getting started.
You've only done like 3 plays.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What sport is this?
I don't know. I'm just yeah.
No, I'm not. I know you're a Bills guy.
Yeah, that is what I was.
My shtick is that like I'm not a sports guy, but I
like this guy's shtick.
Just like the like fake motorcycle thing.
Yeah, that's the play. Yeah, no, I there is I would, you know what's funny is I would actually wager that most of the people, if you really like drill down with them who were there this weekend, would probably be able to tell at least a few instances of that in their relationship to the group. Whether how they got into the group,
like serendipity or something like this.
Yeah, or like providence or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay. As opposed to like, well, I was looking for this.
Well, yeah, as opposed to like, oh, I was going and doing like just something that feels like it goes beyond coincidence.
Totally,
right? That goes beyond like because here's actually one of the things that's funny, right? It's like when I watched your interview with Sam, I don't know, like I felt like there was something there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just like, oh, this person's like, how do I put this? Like, I will watch the interviews, but it's extremely rare that I go down a rabbit hole of looking into like anyone ever. And yeah, it's like I don't know how to name it actually, like that, because when you were in it's like a feeling of
we're gonna have to like walk soon.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you're able to. I'm actually being a little cold, but I have.
It's like a vibe, though. All of this is.
Well, the last time I was here, it was like really, really warm.
Right.
And nice. This is nice as well. It's a lot nicer.
Like, yeah, this is, yeah. We need food too. Like, I need food. So are you down to like pivot, go to like a different place?
Yeah.
Or like, I don't know if I can do an acai. Okay, can you
as long as it's something that like, yeah, actually I can do it.
Like, I'm thinking like eggs and bacon.
Yeah.
Like you know, like not like.
Yeah, like a breakfast thing.
Yeah, like not like a, you know, a tub of lard. Yeah, exactly.
Or you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just freezing, dude. Let's walk back. Yeah, you're. So what were you saying? You were like.
I was just saying that.
My feet on the grass.
So how do I put this? Okay, so here's the thing: is it's like you can have like you can intellect your way in through things. Which is like that can be like a helpful guide. But like what you're describing is that a lot of this stuff was like not. It was like a knowing that was not
Yeah, it was a certainty and openness. Like I know, but I don't know where this is leading.
Well, it's not like an intellectual knowing.
No. It's a knowing in your. It's like the biblical sense of knowing. Well, I guess that would be sex, but.
Well, what I was going to say is, I bet that most the people who were here this weekend had some sort of experience of like, I just feel like this is the right thing.
Sure. Yeah.
But it wasn't rational.
Right.
It was. I don't know if it's like
I get you.
Low ration or above or no. It's beyond reason. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So do we need like a what's it, like a soldier or something? Because he had this like mood boards thing, and then the Lazarus thing.
Well, I think I actually think that what would be most. I think a lot of it is dictated by your own. Yeah, I guess it goes back to like a resonance thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like in a sense, this is your. It's like coming out of you. Do you know what I'm saying? It's almost like I think of it like an interior designer. If you're building a world or like a home, there's like 1,000 different ways that you could design a space, and many of them are beautiful. But it's really like, what is the thing that you look at and you're like, yes, this is it. And I'm talking, and obviously there is the visual component that I had sent to you, but it goes beyond that. It goes to like the level of, just like what is. It's like when we were driving back from Palm Springs and you had this like, that you could see this like deep level of, whether it was excitement or anger or whatever. It was passion. Like that passion was revealing, I don't know. It was just, it's tied to like a deep place.
Right. So, yeah, it's the most important thing. It's very important to me, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think, okay, when you in the past have had something that's like, I want to go and do this, what's normally your process for that? Like, how does it come to bear?
You're kind
usually?
of seeing it. Like, I just get so fixated on it and like tinker with it. And I basically try to bring people in. Like, this is here's what's going. Is there something here? Blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And like, hope that there's things that transpire. Usually what happens though, man, is like all that talking and all that energy and all that excitement. It's like, well, it's not going to go anywhere until I do something about it. And like, nobody's going to do it for me or with me. So I'm just going to do it.
Yeah.
And that's very painful. Like, very painful.
You're saying the feeling of
just doing it.
Just doing it.
Yeah, like with Gemma yesterday, I was like setting up the mics. I'm just a diva. Like, I was setting up the mics and stuff. Like, dude, I get where she needs to be. I get the vibe. I know what it needs to sound like. I know what mics to use. I know what I know the signal chain already. I know what we're doing, all that. But like, it's just like there's no second engineer there, which I normally have. I normally like get a couple engineers. Like, okay, guys, this is what we're doing. Blah, 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 you know, I'm gonna go talk to the artist. I was like, okay, I'm going back to setting up mics today, and like unraveling the XLR cables and all this stuff. I wasn't a good sport. I was like, I hate this so much.
You hated the actual doing the work of like the technical aspect.
Yeah, like hated it so much. Yeah, hated it so much. And like, I can do it and like, I'm very good at it, blah, 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 right? Like, had this, let's make a cross here. Had the signal chain like dialed in. And like, if I got a second engineer, they would be slower than me anyways. So like, whatever, you know, like, but yeah, it's literally the technical work stuff. It's funny when Rich and I were doing stuff, he pointed this out too. He was like, we would sort of energize and talk about things and all this stuff. And then like, okay, cool. And then like, so what, you know, and he's like, okay, it sounds like you need to like write an email to this and this. And I'm like, forget it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I would just stop as soon as it was like, I need to write an email.
Yeah, okay.
You know, like, that all this effort for me writing the freaking email, I'm out. And I wasn't expecting him to write it or anything. But it's not like that was the case.
Yeah, okay.
It was like, no, all of this energy, here, let's cross over this. All of this energy and excitement and like vision or something that I have, like, I don't think the action is like me make a bunch of noise and therefore I'm going to go write an email about it.
Yes.
You see what I mean? Like,
yes.
But there needs to be an email written.
Yes. Okay.
So like at the end of the day, like if it needs to move, I usually am the one that's like, all right, fine, I'm going to write this email. I'm going to write the second email. But like as quickly as possible, I need to stop writing these emails.
Okay.
But those are the like for the forward moving actions that like actually, you know, transpire into like something great. You know what I mean?
You're saying that there does need to be these like, there does need to be energy that pushes the ball like at least like down the hill.
No, there needs to just be like tangible action. Like I remember with like even with college, dude, I just resisted any of the actionable stuff for as long as possible. Like free value calls, like when are you going to charge? Like never, you know, like when are you going to post highlights? Like never, right? Like when are you going to make content? Never, right? I'm just going to, okay, well, time to get more people in. We don't need more people in, right? Time to write a VSL. No. And so, but when it comes time to be like, okay, you know what? Fine, I got to do it. And then I'll do it, and then it just like explodes. It's like, boom, all of this growth from there. You see what I mean?
Was that the same with mastering?
Exact same. It was like, it sounds like I need a freaking VSL, you know? And like,
but that was like pain.
Yeah, and then like I did it, and then like, yeah, boom, 300K a month, you know? Like, just like that. And everybody in my industry was like, whoa, what was going on there? And I just looked at it as like, I just focused on the essence of the thing for a decade, right? And the intensity of it. And I stopped being lazy, and I technically just made the thing, the assets, right? That like translates. But like, it was so painful for me, but it just produced all the results, you know?
So do you feel like in all those scenarios, you kind of had to be the catalyst?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine being the catalyst. But by catalyst, you mean like oh yeah,
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, we should do. Are you guys hungry? Are you kind of hungry? Not really, maybe.
I'd say
You ate before?
burrito.
Okay. Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, dude,
So good.
I'm jealous, dude. Okay, I'm thinking there's a great little breakfast lunch spot here.
Great.
We can go to.
You can warm up.
I'm so cold.
I'm kind of cold.
And I'll go really.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. We're not going
You want me
to
to pop on? I can pop on the back. Why don't I do that?
Whatever Aaron thinks.
I'm gonna have the camera going. I just, I'm not.
It's okay if we're not. Yeah. I love all this, by the way, where we're like.
Talking about it.
You have no idea how much I love it.
Okay.
I'm serious. Like, yeah, I'm dead serious. I love it. You're the man. This is like the type of quote unquote content that the world actually needs.
It's great content.
It's great content.
What okay, so you were explaining how you would like put things off, but strategically in a sense. Like
I just didn't want to do it.
You just didn't want to do it.
No.
Okay, and that's because it was draining to do it? It just felt really painful.
Yes.
What about it was painful?
I don't know, it's the pain.
Okay.
What about getting shot in the face really hurts?
What was there aspects of it that weren't painful?
No.
So you're saying all of okay. Well, okay, so let's take Gemma last night, right? Was there aspects of that didn't feel, was there anything about it that was, actually, when you were talking about it,
mics?
No, but the actual, if you took the whole experience, it sounded like you were quite energized by it.
Yes.
So what about it energized you?
Everything other than setting up the mics.
So you just don't want to go and be the person who's like, I don't know, like fitting pipes, as it were.
Yes. But like at the end of the day, dude, like the reason why 8.5 million people live in New York is because somebody like put the, like, I'm going slow. Yeah, you got it, dude. Somebody put the rails down in the subway.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you could talk about it all day and get all excited about it, right? But like until you move 0 to 1, like nothing happens.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so I would delay it, and like there would be so much energy built up where like I would take one action,
Yes.
and it would result in tremendous amount of progress, like unbelievable amounts.
Yes.
And I mean, people would literally be like, "How did you get? How is it so successful?" And you know, when you just decided to do it, and then it blew up. I really feel like it's because like I resisted it for so long, and I let the energy and essence of it like build up. You know what I mean?
So when you finally poured into it, it was like a lot that was going into it.
It's like my gas fireplace in the Palm Springs place. Like, it's like I turned it on, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go away for a week.
So it's like a fireball.
Yeah, and then it's like,
Yeah. Okay.
and it's been on for a week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Now, are you when you look at that?
This is such
Do you
a
see
nice
do you see a problem with it?
Yeah, all these people could be like helped. I wasn't so damn lazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. I think in this particular instance, like if you wanted to get really down to like the nitty gritty of it, I actually think all that needs to be done is to really have a few conversations with a couple of like trusted people. Make some it doesn't even have to be necessarily soldiers. There just has to be like an articulation of a vision, really. I think because then you can fundraise.
Yeah, you can do all that, but like, I'm in a full agreement with you. This is literally what I said. I think the first time I brought this up.
Yes, it's very similar. Or it's more maybe when it was maybe the first time it was communicated, what I was seeing was like a smiley face, and now it's like a picture of Clark Kent. Do you know what I'm saying?
Clark Kent is Superman.
Clark Kent is Superman. Yes.
Okay.
But it's also like it's just it's a higher definition. It's like easier to see. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's easier to know like where it yeah. Again, I think because of the big picture orientation, it's like seeing the vision. The vision.
Can it be John Hamm instead of Clark Kent?
They are quite similar.
Every time I'm trying to picture Clark Kent in my brain, I just think John Hamm.
They are quite similar, in looks at least.
Ever since Megan said Father Mike Schmitz looks like him,
you can't get out of your head.
Yeah,
that's funny. So, but anyways, is that something that you're like? Is that what you're drawn to right now?
I'm drawn to that 76 turbo or whatever.
Are you drawn to the idea of doing that? Has anything changed in terms of the vision for that nonprofit?
No.
Okay. So it's pretty clear, actually, what needs to happen.
Yep.
Okay. Done.
Well, like, done, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go back to my life in La Jolla, though.
Yes.
You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, somebody needs to, like, you know, right? Like, going Upwork and be like, looking for a...
Yes. Well,
a soldier.
Is it? Yeah, but is it the sort of thing where it's actually
whatever that is? You know?
Is it the sort of thing where it's like you actually doing the like if someone would, so for example, if you had a person who's like really a brand person, for example, who just talks on the phone with you for 3 hours as you're walking the beach, does that feel like work?
For me, I know you're asking. That I can do for 12 hours.
Yeah, so you don't really have to do...
No, I can do that all day.
Yeah.
All day. But, like, if it's just going to be like, okay, cool, thanks. I would assume that brand person would be like, here's a brand, you know?
Well, I would say that you would get a brand person who could potentially write the story as well, and they would just create, like, a book. And then as you're going about your, like, different relationships, you probably could just say, like, hey, here's what I'm doing. Do you want to be a part of this?
Yeah, I get all that. Yeah, I think you're missing a critical piece, which is actually this is something that you take for granted within yourself, which is like in your team, like with the Monk Manual.
Yeah,
you have like a team, right?
I have it. Yeah, it's a small team, but yes.
Yeah, team or no, big or small, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a team, right?
Yes.
There's a reason why, like, at least with the first year of college, it was like one person, you know, for me. Because, like, I was trying to get to, like, how do I get this to 7 figures or something, like, with nobody else?
Yes.
Doing as little as possible and, like, only fit into who I am, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But imagine if it was a small team, it would have been, like, that, like, gas to a flame thing or whatever. Match to a flame, as they say. And I don't mean like go-getters. I don't mean like development directors or anything like this, or like sales people. I mean like an executive assistant.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So you're saying the barrier is like who's actually going to do this?
Yeah, yeah, and like it's all. I sound like I'm so lazy or whiny, but like.
I'm very impressed that you're able to endure this right now.
Going so slow?
Not the slowness.
Oh.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt and a jacket.
Oh yeah, but it's so beautiful and you know. You know what I'm saying?
It is quite nice.
It's like you can walk 7 miles in New York, like very like without even thinking about it because it's so stimulating. But if you're just like on a desert hike, it's like, when is this gonna end? Bad color choice.
I don't know if it's the final color though. Is this still part of the normal drive you do? Or do you go a different route?
Taking the scenic route. Yeah, but I do this. And whenever I want to go through the beach, I'll go this way. But I'll go, 3 times faster. No, I don't think you get it, dude. Like, I don't open my computer.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. Why did you why did you want to have no employees? It's because you hate the management part, yeah?
I don't know.
It just was simpler? Like it's just attractive for it to be simple? This is interesting. It's like a tutor?
Yeah, tutor.
It's
Yeah.
like a tutor in the
There's a lot of these little tutors here.
interesting.
Yeah, there's like lots of tutors up here too.
Yeah, this is really interesting. It's such a different look, you know?
Yep.
These guys. It's like a little town in the UK all of a sudden. A hamlet. Is that what they're called? Hamlets?
Hamlets? Is that what is that? What
think
is
so.
that?
I don't know.
Is that like a European thing?
I think so. It's like a little town.
Man, is it cold.
When you were doing mastering.com, did you have were you having to be on your computer a lot? Or were you
No, like I managed to not be on it a lot.
so you've been doing that for quite some time?
Yep.
And then when you were actually just mastering, that is on a computer or it's not?
Yeah, or like on a console, yeah. On the computer.
Was there a deliberate choice at some point where you're saying, hey, I just don't want to be in front of a computer anymore, I kind of hate this?
Yeah. dude. I do really well with a team. I'm a commander. You know what I mean? Like, what's the Enneagram stuff? Not the Enneagram, the Myers-Briggs stuff.
Well, yeah, the one thing you would send your captain.
Yeah, that's like I do. It's not like I don't like a team. I like love it. That's like my biggest pain, honestly.
It's not having a team.
Yeah, because it's like I've got all this energy and this like vision and clarity and capabilities or whatever. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, so so do you know? Okay, that's interesting.
The studio is like a great place to like talk, or at least like to interface with this conversation, because it's like engineer, second engineer, or something, or even just one engineer. You know, artist, producer, engineer. It's like, yeah, it's very easy for me to be like to navigate all that. Like, these are the mics we want. Let's do this. Let's do this. You know, go for it. I'm going to go interact with the artist. You know, and then it's all set up. The hard part though is like so picky. Like
You're picky with people, or you're saying like with specific things?
With everything, like all of it. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Aha. Nice little vibe here. I feel like the music's like out of character. Yeah.
We're going there.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, good.
How many do we have?
3, please. Where?
You thinking inside or outside?
Inside, please. It's kind of chilly, so thank you. Here you guys going. Thank you. Man, it's so chilly. Is this good? Thank you so much.
Like, should I just sit here? Yeah.
Wherever you want, yeah.
If I was gonna run to the restroom, like, how do I?
What's that?
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Do I just roll?
Probably don't want to record that.
How do you?
Just here, hold on one second. Just put this down. Help you out.
Turn off hold and press the red button.
No, I
Yeah.
wouldn't do that. Just keep it rolling. Actually.
And just
We're
pull it up.
We're just nope. You're gonna leave that.
Look at you.
Look at you. A true professional.
A true pro. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, I'm cold. Evidently, the Grammys were yesterday. Did you see that?
No,
I
saw the Beyonce one.
For the country record.
Oh yeah, is that what it was for?
I think she won the country record. I could be wrong about that.
That makes sense. I mean, that was last year, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Was that record?
I only listened to that one song, the one that just popped off. You know,
I didn't listen to it.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see here.
So yeah, how was the session?
It was great. Yeah. it was so great. I felt like I was in my 20s again. We get there at like 10 or whatever, and I get home at 4.
Cool. Wow. You were home that late?
Yeah.
Hardcore.
It was, I literally felt like I was in my 20s. Like, I don't think I've done that since I was like 20 or something.
Is it your space?
Yeah, it's like, you'd like it, man. It's like, it's very, very cool. It's like in a secluded area in San Diego. And it's all wood. It's just gorgeous.
It's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It was just so sweet. It was so great.
Yeah. Oh, just to let you know, I had a cut.
Oh, you
at
did?
Church.
Oh, you did? Okay. They were like,
Yeah, he was like, no videos. It even says like, turn your phone off. Okay, so I was just like, I'm not gonna.
all good, dude.
Yeah. I'm not gonna mess with them. try and get the recording or even sneak it. So I just turned it off and chilled.
We had to do what we did. That's fine.
Audio's there.
Oh, for real?
Well, your audio's, like the lobs.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm like perfectly. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Or even just like a shot at the church.
I'm like so fine with that.
I'll play with the little moments where there's,
Yeah.
something's happening like that.
I'm like way cool with that. What's funny is that like folks will watch this
Uh-huh.
and like I love the meta stuff going on here.
Yeah.
No, I'm like so fine with an hour of black
Okay.
and audio on it. Like that is way cool.
No, I was like, I was just like, I was remembering some things you said, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna try to be
Right.
as out of it as possible.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Cool. Let's see if they got an hour that I can steal for a little while.
Alrighty. When are you heading back to the city?
Tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah. 11:20.
How's that going for you out there?
New York?
Yeah.
I mean, I love New York. I just have, I've been like so short on work. It's been rough, like really rough. But like, I work all the time.
Right.
Because I'm a writer and I'm a director. And
You're always in the work.
And so I'm always like, making a music video. My lady friend, she's a musician.
Oh, cool.
So like, I was like, let's shoot something.
Right.
So we make little music videos.
Oh, you'll have to send those to me.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you a bunch of stuff.
I'd love to. The script?
Yeah.
The video? Yeah.
Okay so far? Yeah, we're just waiting.
I think we're waiting.
Anything?
I'm gonna get something.
Like juice or something?
Maybe. Oh, that's a good idea.
I'll have an orange juice.
Orange juice?
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just have a coffee. Thanks. Black's fine. And then we'll order something when Steven's back. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I have, there's the doc that I was finishing up in LA. I'm gonna send you that too because that's relevant to
Oh, cool.
what we're talking about. The other
Okay.
thing you're talking about.
Right.
All right, let's get you plugged back in and then I'm gonna go steal the restroom. To be clear, I was waiting for a long time, just so you know.
Just so you guys know, I wasn't doing what you thought I was doing.
I wasn't out of there for 20 minutes. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Are we rolling right now?
Sorry? Yeah, we're always rolling, dude.
You could just do like your own version of Real World, We're just
Real World
yours.
is.
It's like a.
Is this too close? Are we too close?
I think.
Do you want to like? Should we change this up?
I think we can. I don't know. Maybe we'll change it a bit.
Okay, whatever you want.
Real World was like a show where people would live in a house together and they would like just have drama with people living together
Sounds horrible.
who don't really like each other.
Sounds awful.
What's the play here? Like, what do you usually get?
It's not like amazing here. It's not like you gotta come here, you know? So
Yeah.
the play here is probably to do that Chilaquiles thing. I said that wrong. Something like that.
Oh, yeah.
They do like fat ass American stuff too. If you want to do that stuff, like crab and crawfish cake, you know, like like all the Benedicts and omelets and stuff. That's kind of their thing. Like, yeah. So you sent me this. Yeah, this like I love the vibe of this. When I said like I love every bit. When I said that like the visual thing is like it's like a cheat code.
Yeah.
I think it's actually what we were just talking about just now, which is more like when I had the team, it's like here's what we should do, this and this, and I kind of had the vision for it, right? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything to drink for you?
Let's just stick with water for now, yeah.
I'll give you a minute on the menu here, but I'll come back.
All
Okay.
right, thanks.
It's like, and then we had that, like, yeah, team meetings or conversation, and I'd be like, okay, here's the vision for it. And then, like, a tangible thing would be made from it, from the conversation. You know, whether it's like a new landing page or like a new video or whatever. Once those, like, things started popping off, it was like, okay, cool. When I speak to team members and it creates things that align with the thing that we said, that's the cheat code.
Okay, so it's not so much like visual, it's like the concretization of
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Like an idea turning into a tangible asset.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah, you know what? If I was like a designer or like something like this, like, and I love being behind the computer, they would just this issue wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? I would just like have these ideas and then like go make them and then put them out, and you know what I mean?
Is there something prior to or instead of the idea of like a fundraising book or something that you feel like is primary? If there was like an asset that needs to be created, or not needs, but feels primary, is that the asset or is it something else?
I think maybe, I'm curious what you think. Like, let's assume you're not doing it, I'm not doing it, right? Like actually like blooping it out. Let's say there's some soldier doing it.
Yes.
Like, what do you reckon that is? Is it like, I don't know. I feel like if you and I are like observing the conversations and like trying to capture the essence of what's going on here, I'm actually not one to provide any, I actually find it not that helpful to provide commentary on like what I think's going on here. I think that's a strength of yours, is kind of taking all that and then like really focusing it on like, this is actually what needs to happen. You know what I mean? But so you would know the answer more than I would think. But if I were to guess, it's probably like what I said before, like probably like some sort of site, like a brand that holds this, you know?
Yes.
First,
yeah. So,
right?
Yeah. What I would envision.
Yeah.
Is I would envision, again, something where, like, if I was going to actually just go straight up process, it would be something where it's like you take the base of like what's already here and what's already clear, and then probably say, hey, okay, this is the vision, or like this is the destination, like this is the thing that's essentially why someone would go and contribute or want to be a part of it. Like this is why this matters. Like this is why this has to exist in the world, right? Because I think that's always like a really helpful question to, especially if you're ever like, if it's from a fundraising perspective, being able to make a compelling case of like, this is why this is really important. So I think knowing, because you're always like dealing with the contextual pieces too. So just knowing you as I know you, I think it'd be something, yeah, okay, if I was just gonna say like right now this is happening, it would be, I would probably work with another person, draw out, I don't even know if I'd draw out things. I think it'd be more like proposing something. And then it would be something where,
this music is not the right setting. It's just so tone deaf.
So what? It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
So
I think we're ready. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I can order first. So if you want more time.
Yeah. Go. You
Okay.
can order first.
Could I please? This is gonna be like a Frankenstein order, if that's okay.
Oh, good. Piece of cake.
Could I get 2 6-ounce skirt steaks, so like 12 ounces of steak,
Yeah, we'll do.
and then 4 over easy eggs,
And then real quick on the
medium rare, please. Thanks. And then 4 over easy eggs, and like 3 pieces of bacon. Thanks, and some avocado. Thanks. As you can see, it's just a protein injection.
Oh, hey, that sounds awesome.
And nothing else. Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you want anything? You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had a burrito, so I'm like.
Yeah, you're.
I'll do
Yeah.
the breakfast burrito. Actually, what's better, that or the breakfast sandwich? There's Sammy.
The burrito's probably top 3, probably third most popular, and then the Sammy's probably like 5 or 6. But they're.
I love that you have these stack ranked.
Yeah, right. It's always top 3. It's so crazy. Like the chili killies are like number 1. The American breakfast is probably 2.
You might get me switched over the chili kill. I think I gotta do the chili killies now that I know that's number
It's
1.
like 1 on every plate. It's
Yeah, all right, let's do that.
That's the one you should do.
And then how would you like the eggs?
I don't know. Sunny side up?
Good with that?
Yeah,
that's
perfect.
Sweet. Right, and then rice and beans. Okay with that?
Sure.
Good to see you. And then nothing for you right now. You're okay? I'm okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Got you started here. Anything you need, just let me know. All right.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, should not.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you need to have some sort of like something that's like a helpful tool to communicate with, right? Because a lot of it would be you actually relationally probably engaging with people, but just having something that captures it, that does some of the lifting, so you don't have to, and just kind of inspires the imagination a bit too. And then I do think like a really simple site would make sense. I would actually probably keep it vague enough. So again, if I'm thinking about it in terms of like assets, because you're basically okay. You're looking for people and you're looking for like the work to get done, but you're also like you're actually integrally tied to the mission because it kind of like comes out of you.
Yeah.
So a big part of it is also like how do you keep you in a position where you're best leveraged over time. And part of it is I would actually probably keep it somewhat vague about how some of it will even be manifested, because I think like model and application of a lot of the things is probably something that's going to be not only something that you would be able to, like the strategy piece is something I think that you'd want you to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? And kind of own that. But I'm guessing just by working with you so far, or knowing you, that would probably be like a little bit emergent, right? Because the process has been emergent for you as well. Like you're going and you're having these different interactions. It's like every few weeks that pass, it seems like you're becoming more clear about different aspects, right? And even like talking about this week, like we both had this sense that there's going to be more clarity that emerges. So you really only have to be able to have enough of a story that it's compelling enough to kind of have a baseline like beachhead of sorts, right? Because then you can have some baseline funding, and then with the baseline funding, that gives you more of like a runway in a sense, and then you can have more people come in, whatever that is.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, but I that's what would make sense to me.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I envision it as like a brand, which is just like colors, right? Like words and a site, and maybe some material, like some language kind of adjacent to it in some way, right? And then like somebody to film or record videos, you know, like something like that, like, and and then like and then that's it or something, and then like I don't think there's any more like assets that need to be created, you know. This is kind of what I thought before, you know? But I think for you, it was like, okay, if that's need to be created, I need to know what those words are, what those colors are, you know?
There's some of that, but I'm thinking that a piece, okay, I don't know if this is actually a piece that was missing or what it is, because I think about when you both college and mastering.com are, in a sense, like almost like service-based businesses. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, it's not really dependent on like a big picture story or vision, although you actually did do that with college. I don't know about mastering.com. I'm just not like familiar enough.
Same with that, but like it might have been inappropriate for what it was or what it is. It's like at the end of the day, people just want like a solution to a problem.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And I'm like, no, you don't. You want this? Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think for this, it's a lot less like tangible. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not and the person who's buying it is not. It's almost like selling life insurance.
Yeah.
Right? Because life insurance isn't for the person.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a totally different sell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
So I think having the story piece, like part of what got filled in the gaps is you explaining a bit more of what your almost like heart, because this is the thing is I didn't have a clear vision of what like the future reality was. It was just like, hey, these are the activities, but not necessarily what the result of those activities is. But knowing the result is kind of like the essential part for.
Yeah, I don't know the result. Yeah, and I think you're like starting to see the result or something.
I can see the result.
I can't.
Yeah, interesting.
What is the result?
Well, I think the vision that you were painting is essentially like the fulfillment of Vatican II.
Yeah, so that's your ChatGPT thing that you had.
Yeah, but it's basically me taking.
Right.
It's just articulating things that I'm plugging in.
Yeah,
in a sense.
I mean, for sure. Your Lazarus thing. Where did that come from?
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
Actually, where it came from was I was feeling really inspired that morning, and I was listening to music, and then it came to me, and it felt really correct, and it connected to something else that had happened at one point.
What happened at one point?
I don't know. How do I put this? I don't know how to experience how like I experience life. It's like I'm going through things and I pick up like cards all the time. Like I talked to you about like Pokemon cards.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I like feel like I go through different things and things will happen. Like I'll have a dream and something will happen, or I'll have this and something will happen, or I'll have a conversation and something really resonant will happen, or someone will say something to me, and it'll be like it'll be meaningful, right? Like when you're talking about like the lightning thing,
yeah.
Right? There's been relationships I've had like that have not culminated yet. Meaning I've had those conversations, I've connected with the person, I'm like, I know there's something here, but it's been like 6 years and there's still not been something that comes of it. But I know that what's going to happen is that something will come from it.
Really?
Yeah.
You do?
It plays out over a long period of time.
Does it really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you in denial about that, or is that true?
That's interesting. I believe it's true.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I
if
know
I'm in
that
denial.
you believe it's true.
It's hard to know. And here's the reason. Okay. I guess like this is what I would say is the reason I believe that. Okay, I don't know. I
Yeah.
will say that there's things that happen where I'm like, oh man, if that wouldn't have, like this thing that I picked up as a card as a junior in high school now makes sense contextually, and I can see why I had that particular experience then.
Yeah.
Because now it works here, right? So.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've only kind of recently grown in awareness of that sort of skill set.
Well, I think the preaching thing for you would be an example, right? Like it's like you've actually you're not walking the same path, but also that's provided you. But it makes sense, and it'll make sense more as time passes. You know what I mean? There's a period of like, oh, what is this for?
Right.
But then as time passes, it makes like more
you get more clarity.
sense. You know what I mean? Where it's like I don't know. Like I was talking to Jay yesterday, and he was saying how he has like a background in finance, actually, right? Now, I don't know exactly how that plays out, but I tend to find that I don't know things like things tend to be connected over time, and I don't know if that's universal or not.
Cool. Yeah.
Do you think there's denial potentially? If you do, like
I don't. I'm just wondering. That would just be a question. Like I took the like Strength Finders test a couple times. Connectedness was one of my strengths, so I tend to have that like certainty that like there's this web of objectivity that we're all moving through, and we can either be aware of it or not. You know. Yeah, but I connect people. I connect ideas. I do that all the time, for sure. Yeah.
How did we get on that specifically? The connected piece.
You said that you.
Oh, the Pokemon card thing.
Yeah. You'll like, it's the lightning bolt thing.
Oh, where did that come from? Yeah. So this is a premise that. How do I put this? I've been thinking a lot about this actually, because your brain, your processing, the way you process is very fast. And I think that, I don't know, this is just me thinking about it. Oh my gosh, that's really large.
That's the vibe. Thank you.
I told her she could do it all on the same plate, but she kept the eggs kind of.
I like this. This is good. Thank you.
2 more coming back.
Okay, thanks. Sure, and some butter too, thanks.
I got distracted by that.
By what?
Oh, your brain.
You distracted my brain.
So
I feel like your brain processes very quickly.
You know how your brain works better than I do, right?
I don't know.
But I think that I think it's very it's very organized and like systematic.
Yeah.
And so what actually happens is you're able to like recognize patterns very fast.
Yep.
And it's very efficient. Like even when you were saying that you can kind of like be with someone and very quickly assess and make sense of things.
Thank you.
I've reflected a lot on that.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
And she said pesto goes with it pretty well too, the steak, so let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I've been reflecting on that, and I think that in a sense, we have
cheers.
Cheers. We have quite we have like a very different. I don't know if it's like a modality, but you build out like an architecture that works really well, and can be very efficient. And I actually think mine is the way my brain works is actually not that efficient.
That's for sure.
Yes, but you want to know why?
Why?
Because I don't really I'm not really in the arguments much.
You're not in the what? The argument?
Yeah, like you have a system that has all these arguments. I'm almost always challenging premises. So I'm always trying to go into deeper.
Yeah, right.
What's behind this? What's behind this? What's behind this? What's behind this?
Sure.
And that's why there's a lot of inquiry. But the thing is it enables certain. I think it's what enables like some level of like an experience of like seeing around corners, because there's I don't know how to put it. Like it's like I can see like a deeper foundation of something maybe. So the point being is, I think I could articulate what you're trying to do.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well,
Go.
I just
3, 2, 1, go.
Funny.
Funny, go.
Well, okay, so you were talking about. I just said the whole like the Vatican II piece, right?
Okay, yeah, that's right.
So in a sense,
yeah.
I
feel like you're trying to do this too, by the way.
What's really yeah, in a sense maybe.
Yeah.
What's really going on is okay. There's a lot of levels to this. We could spend the next 4 hours talking about this.
Let's start with the first minute, right now. Or you can just take a couple bites.
Yeah.
Enjoy your meal.
Things are.
Oh.
Something I'll try to explain around like the productivity space, or I've tried to articulate, and I'm gonna do a better job of moving forward
With your
with
company?
the monk manual. But
Yeah.
like even beyond that is
I'm breaking my carnivore thing with guacamole and this sauce.
So this is like a special occasion.
This is a total breaking of my rules. Yes.
So. So it's like you look at productivity, for example, and the problem with productivity is actually that there's actually a lot of great answers, but they're the wrong questions. So you actually have to go. The problem is that people aren't going far enough into the actual premises that undergird it.
Yep.
And I would argue that actually that's the same thing when you're trying to grapple with like a real implementation of like a Vatican II.
Okay.
Or like the church in modern, postmodern, whatever world. Although I don't even like using that language because it makes it feel like it's like a disconnect or something.
Yep.
And that's not what I'm getting at. But I think that there actually needs to be some like very deep premise level changes. But that's not like a doctrine dogma thing.
Right.
It's more in the level of it's actually in the level of like worldview and paradigm. It's like how everything is envisioned.
Yeah.
And I think that your real strategic angle, not strategic angle, that almost like simplifies it, but in the sense like you already have a different vision, in part because the way you think, and also in part because of your worldview and the particular formation you have. And so now there's this fusion of these two worlds.
Right.
That's a very unique fusion.
Right.
That I think is actually onto something.
Okay.
And then in a sense, so what it's actually doing is it's about like the primary value is in shifting paradigms, right? Starting with preaching, but going beyond that, because the preaching is that's just one channel, and it's actually
That's
about
right.
it's actually about what the channel is articulating,
That's
not
right.
so much the channel.
That's right.
And I think that you could actually, if you now this is the thing that's a little bit of a struggle for me, is like I think you could actually articulate better than I could articulate it. Maybe it's helpful hearing me articulate it, but I think that you can articulate it. You know what I mean? Like I think deep down you probably, like you know yourself and your vision better than I do.
Yep.
So it's not that yeah, like I could keep going deeper into that, but there's something about how do I even put it? Like you could even argue that like Vatican II is a long tail reaction to the Reformation.
Yes.
In that both have not like missed, but there's like there's a convergence of sorts. Like there's a reconciliation of sorts, and it's not just a material reconciliation, and it's not just it's not even like a doctrinal dogma reconciliation.
Right.
It's it has to do with like the level of worldview and paradigms, right? And it's very, very deep. Like it's a very, very deep shift of modality.
Right.
And I also think that it's a really interesting time. Like when I was in Germany a few weeks ago, it's like you look at the church in Europe, and it's already fallen into, it's already kind of like burned to the ground.
Don't even get me started, yeah.
But what's actually really interesting is on the other side, there's a little bit of a rebuilding. You know what I mean? It's like one of the benefits.
Believe it. Is that true?
I do think it's true. I think what ends up happening is it's like when we were talking about the financial piece. It's like, okay, you look at some of the conversations yesterday. What happens when someone like loses everything? They realize it's really not that bad, and it actually opens up their creativity. And so what ends up happening is when like an institution essentially loses all of their influence. Because what's going on now is actually a fear. It's a fear modality, right? It's like Right. It's like, well, what's going to happen? Like we do we have to do what we're doing because if we don't do what we keep doing, we might lose the little we have. You know what I'm saying? And so you do see over there, I think, a lot more creativity because there's just not anything to like lose. You know what I mean? It's there's an openness, and I even would say like what you were talking about yesterday in New York City and like the pastoral needs. I think there's a sense there too. It's like the needs are great, so you kind of do roll up your sleeves and you're like, oh, this person will help carry trash. Like I guess they're here. You know what I mean? Like let's go.
Right.
But it is like a deep-seated how. I think it goes deeper than anyone's actually like looking at it.
Yep.
Okay, like let me give you an analogy.
I get all this, by the way.
So
I'm
when
not
we're
I'm not like confused.
Good.
So you know.
Well, I didn't think you were confused.
Okay.
I think I have no concern you're confused. I think if anything, there's always a little bit of a concern of like, okay, is this resonant or not? Because I guess, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm throwing things. And I think they're correct, but just ever if there's a thing where you're like, no, that doesn't resonate. That's the language I like.
No, I'm there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like even when you think about the whole conversations we had around like content, great content, right?
Great content.
The reason that there was originally a little bit more of like a disconnect for me, and I think sometimes the reason you have a disconnect with other people when you try to explain something, is because you're actually challenging premises far deeper than they're imagining.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're like, oh, you want to do this? Like you must mean this, and you're like, no. Like let's go 10 floors down,
right.
Flip it around,
Right.
go into another dimension,
Right.
and that's what I mean. And it makes sense when you actually see it,
right?
But it's a much deeper change on a premise-based level.
100%.
And I think that's what that's actually probably the power of when you're thinking about it from even a fundraising perspective is the radicality of it.
Okay.
And I think that paired with a deeply authentic expression.
Yes, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
So, because here's the thing is it's like, how do I put this? I think like part of the process, I know I'm just getting excited. I think part of the process is, it's like most people, they start being like, what is this masterpiece I'm going to create? You're in this phase now where I think you're really embracing this, like you are actually the masterpiece that's being co-created. Like you personally, do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say, I know what you're saying, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't agree with it?
It seems to, I would not consider myself a masterpiece, that's for sure.
Okay, I'm not saying you're a masterpiece.
Okay,
what I'm
good.
saying is, I'm saying what actually I think the path is.
Yeah.
Is you leaning in that direction, like you approaching your life like that, like the actual primary work is you.
Sure, I see what you mean. Yeah.
And then if the primary work is you, as you're fulfilled in a sense, the work becomes fulfilled.
Right.
So it's a change of focus.
Agreed.
Not a change of focus, because I'm not saying you weren't doing that. I actually think you're more sincere about that than most people, which is actually the potency of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Totally.
That's actually the potency of the mission, in a sense, because of the sincerity of the person behind it.
Yep.
But that also puts you up against a wall, in a sense, because it demands a certain level of accountability, which I also think deep down you want and don't want.
Right.
Right? Like on a human level, you don't want it, but on a deeper level, you do want it.
I do. Yeah, when Homeboy yesterday during the homily was like obedience to God. It's like, oh, that's this thing that like we should all want, but like we don't want. I felt weird because I'm like, that's the only thing I want. Mm-hmm. You know, that makes a lot of sense to me. Mm-hmm. Like when I was like creating Patrick and I were talking about some master plan, like kind of vibe, like.
I'm gonna move over here just because my neck's like craning. Do you think that's cool? Yeah.
I don't care. We can be further away.
It's just my neck is
No, this is a good vibe. This is a vibe. This is good. I asked Patrick, like, does this mechanic of how we think about this iteration of college or something like make sense? And he's like, he asked me, does this feel, dude, I'll just pull it up because I'm going to botch it. There it is. Essentially, somebody suggested that I do X, Y, Z. Everybody suggests that I do something with something, like always. Like, you should do this instead. You should, this is what you should do with your brand. This is what you should do with your business, whatever. Is that me? Sorry.
No, it was me. I bumped the table.
Okay. Somebody I trusted sent it to me, and I'm like, I don't know about this. Sent it to Patrick, and I said, is this a step back in the wrong direction? And he said, does this path excite you? And I said, hell no. He said, I think it says it all. And he said, but I care deeply about doing the right thing, not what necessarily excites me. And he said, for who? And I said, God. I think the biggest burden I have, honestly, it's not a religious scrupulosity. I don't struggle with that. It's that, like, optimizing for just doing what he wants of me is the thing that I find most comforting. You know what I mean? But it's also the thing that's, I feel like nobody really wants to optimize for. You know what I mean?
You're saying like obeying God?
Yeah. Like, nobody wants to do that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I don't mean like, here's the 10 Commandments, make sure you, I don't mean that. I mean like, believing that he created me, and if I just like square up to the fact that like he does know what's best, that it doesn't matter what I feel about it. It's like, as long as I know that it's what he wills and what he wants, like, I'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I'm optimizing for that. So like, does this excite you, or how does this feel, or how does this resonate? Does that get you, that question is like jarring. It's like, do people operate their life with that metric? Like, like, oh, it's fun. So like, trust me, I'm always wanting to optimize for things that excite me and are, but like the underlying narrative of that is my worldview is not based around like, dude, at the end of the day, as long as I'm having fun, as long as, I'm taking care of my, all that stuff, like, bore me to death. It's like, at the end of the day, if I know I'm like in his tractor beam doing his will, I can sleep at night. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't know that, then I'm not at rest. But if I know that, then if he wants me to be a plumber, I'll be a plumber.
How do you personally know that?
Prayer, Eucharist, friends, relationships, like asking for wisdom,
Is it a feeling? Like, is it a resonance
No,
thing?
it's like a lot. It's like a, what do you think? What do you think? It's like, it's very much like a humility of like, I don't know. Can you help me see if this is, me, right? Like, does this feel resonant with who I am? Is this what I should do? All this stuff. And the people who I feel know me, if they can speak into it, I take that as like a direct line from God, basically.
Okay.
And I know scripture enough to be like, if you say anything that contradicts this, I just won't, I'll filter that,
So you're saying you surround yourself with relationships that function like mirrors that you trust.
Yeah.
And then you look in those mirrors.
Yeah, dude. I'm pretty impressionable, If I feel like somebody I trust knows me and says, brother, like, I think this is what God wills for you. I think you should do that. I'll just do it. For real.
So it's not a felt sense at all.
No, I just trust.
Or when you're working with someone one-on-one and like you feel compelled to like engage or something like that, is that a felt sense? Yeah. Okay, that's a feeling.
But like, I always want to do that,
You're saying you always want to?
Yeah, that's evangelism or something, How's your whatever?
It's good.
But it's not as good as Ace. No. Yeah.
No, not at all.
That's to be expected.
But it's still good?
Yeah. I hate this music. Do you see that Blue Man Group? Like, isn't Blue? They're not doing it anymore.
They're Green Man Group now? No, I didn't see that. That's funny that like because you don't really follow the news at all.
No, but
that's like one thing that gets you.
I formed a strong opinion immediately once I saw that, which is like, I think this world would be better if they never existed. You know, like, we never needed this. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it's interesting.
It's like,
because that is like extremely commodity based in some ways, yeah.
Yeah, it's like yes,
yeah.
I mean, literally in the article, it was like, as soon as we were blue, we knew we had something. You know?
Yeah.
It's like,
they probably. Wait, is that something where is that something where they were like the same people, or was it like they would switch people out?
There was like a co-founder, another founder, and then maybe a third guy that's been there
that would
for
have been the
10
clever
years.
thing, is to just do it for like 300 years and just always switch a guy out, because they're blue. So it's like, who knows?
Dude, honestly,
could have been a robot.
Blue Man Group should have been an idea and a concept. Like yeah, I agree. Like, how long can we keep this going?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the Rockettes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know what I mean? The Rockettes have been going on for 100 years or
Exactly.
whatever. Yeah, it should just be that.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm actually surprised. If you would have told me that that's not what it was, like if you would have told me that's what it was, I would have believed you.
No, there were like one or two founders that are still doing it. And maybe there's a third guy who is a newer addition. But I saw that it's such poor taste. Like, like the pipes and like, it's so Vegas, you know? And like, we're blue and we're just like sitting there.
Have you been to Vegas before?
I have.
I could see you hating it there.
It was the worst.
Yeah.
I went and saw Brand New there. You know that band Brand New?
I haven't listened to them, but I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. I drove to Vegas to see Brand New. That's how much I like Brand New.
From here?
Yeah.
How long is that? Like 10 hours or something?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't like it there. It's got like a very dark feeling to me.
There's a heaviness there.
Any place where I shouldn't even laugh about this, but any place where all the crosswalks going across the street have like glass that's like 10 feet tall, so people don't jump off. You know, it's like a dark place.
The Hormozis live there.
Is that true?
There you go.
Is that true?
Yeah. It says everything you need to know, right?
No, I thought without going too deep down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm out of it. I'm not even in the hole anymore.
But I do think the idea of like, you had talked about kind of nihilism at one point.
Yep.
As an operating principle.
Yep.
And that's one of those things that once you see it, it's hard to not see.
I know.
And once you see it,
dude, I'm just gonna like.
You actually can see that. Like that is that's one of those premises that's at the bottom of everything.
Yeah, that's right.
That once you see it, everything makes sense.
That's right.
But I don't think, I bet 99.9% of people don't see it.
No.
And it's actually extremely dangerous because of it. Because all the premises stack on top of that one initial premise.
Worldview. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's really upsetting because I think it basically kind of undercuts hope, you know? Which is like a fundamental principle that I think we're born with, is hope. Like a hopeful expectation of something good, right? I am now working for the restaurant by cleaning this.
I was on
it's like self-checkout.
I was on ChatGPT a few weeks ago. I don't think I shared this with you, but I was trying to dive into like what's the deepest forms of suffering.
Oh, cool.
Can I talk to you about that? Can I talk to you about this or no?
No. Why were you doing that? You know, life could be a lot easier for you.
Yeah, it could.
Okay, go on.
Let's come back to that in a second.
All right.
I'm actually really interested to hear what you say.
You just need to be more efficient. That's all.
There's I want to hear more about that.
That's all that needs to be said.
So, yeah, but I'd like to know the contours of that, or like what you see around there. So, what it was saying was essentially like a meaning or a lack of meaning, like existential dread. And there's reasons why that's the case. And the other had to do with and like abandonment or like a lack of connection, like not having a sense of belonging to a thing or something. Because yeah, it's like a lack of connection in a sense. And I think that's true. And I also think that those are like the two primary sufferings of today. Like the modern world, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like we've gotten rid of a lot of the like physical pain and this and that. But like those deeper, like the really deep, like ocean trembling pain has actually increased.
Right.
And so going back to the nihilism thing, that's why it's like really dangerous, because you can actually get all this stuff that alleviates surface level pain. It's like you get rid of all the cuts on your skin, but like your intestines are just like oozing out.
They're screwed, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, for sure. It's sad. It's really sad.
So when you say the efficiency thing, what do you is that a matter of just like turning over too many rocks?
I don't know. I don't want to change like how God made you.
Yeah.
You know?
You're just saying that you see it and you're like, that seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm on the other end of the spectrum.
Like very efficient. Yeah.
I think so.
You also with disc are like low C, like zero, which means like there's not a ton of that. You know what I mean? Like that like not cycling, but like let's make sure that's all correct or something. That's what the C is doing largely.
Oh, okay, got it.
So I'm actually high D, high C. So accuracy is like really, really important. That's probably even the vision thing. It's like if I hear like let's go, I'm like, yeah, but where are we going? Because like I do not want to get this moving unless I know like where we're going. Do you know what I'm saying?
Operate your entire life without knowing where you're going. You literally said that like you pick up Pokemon cards and you try to follow the trail.
Well, that's more of a transition though. Like meaning I haven't always operated like that way. Maybe I've always picked up the Pokemon cards, but it's like it's easier to at least have the illusion that like you know all the steps. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm very intentionally now trying to be a bit more emergent and like let things.
Cool. Yeah, me
happen.
too. Yeah.
Because that's one area where I think a lot of energy is wasted. Right? It's like a feeling of like how do I don't know. Like how do I keep? Yeah, it's just like a lot of energy to keep everything together all the time in a particular way.
Right.
Mm-hmm. How's your steak?
How was like the entire meal or just the steak?
Just the steak.
Just the steak. 7.8.
Yeah. It's not terrible.
You know, like in school, like you have A, B, C, D, and F grading, you know? This is stupid, but like A is good, B's not that great, C's average, D's horrible, F is you're off the map. It's not this like, how many of those? It's not like 20% allocation on each one. It's like this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not prorated, but it's
yeah, right.
Something like that.
Yeah. I always was like, oh, I got a D. Like, that's not horrible, you know.
Yeah.
C, you know.
Would your parents push you around school in that or no?
Not like the average East Coast parent would.
It's just different here, in a sense.
Yeah.
Or was that, so that wasn't even your specific culture. That's just the culture.
Just like make sure you do well and try hard. Yeah. So I did really well until it counted. And as soon as it counted, I'm like, that was the wrong day to decide like I'm not going to do well. The day where it counted.
Was that because you lost interest?
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it's probably similar with you too. Or
I could in a sense like deduce a lot. Like I didn't work very hard in high school. Part of it was I could kind of get by just by not working very hard. And I personally have to feel very, like if I feel connected to something, I can like run through a wall. If I don't feel connected to it, I won't do it.
Yeah, of course.
I just like can't.
bring yourself
I'm
to it.
not very heavily externally motivated. I'm like almost entirely internally motivated.
Right.
Yeah, my son's like that too. Like my second son, very like strong will. So it's like if he wants something, it's like it's very hard to negotiate.
I hope to like meet him / them one day. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be fun.
I think we'll be in New York in the spring. I'm not sure. But that's like Buffalo to the city is like.
It's not bad.
It's not bad? I'm picturing like 9 hours.
It's like 6.5, but it's also one of those things that it's a pretty drive if we were gonna drive. And I don't know, you go for like a few days, it's just like really nice.
Right.
The only thing that's tough about New York now, or not tough about now, but since we're 5, a lot of hotels will not host 5, right? It cuts down the options to like 20%. But New York's great for just like visiting.
Sure,
you know?
yeah.
Especially like my kids' age there, it's nice. It's just, there's a lot of stuff to do. Even like Central Park is just super nice.
Yeah, it is,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Just like walk around, it's nice.
Oh, I love it, yeah. I miss living like right by the park. When we first moved to the city, we were right there. It's so nice.
Oh yeah, because you're on the Upper West Side?
Yeah, we're just a block away.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I mean, that's like a one of a kind type
Like a
thing.
dream. Like wake up and like go to Joe Coffee on 85th and then like walk around the reservoir, you know.
How old were you when you moved to New York?
This was 6 years ago.
That's when you moved 6 years ago. Okay. And you've been there before or no?
I mean, I went there. I went to New York before I moved there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like not that much.
Yeah.
I went one time. I maybe visited 3 or 4 times and then moved there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you like it more or less than you were expecting when you moved there?
More.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like visiting for the first time and just like a lot of it made sense to me. Like took a red eye. I had like visions as a child of like curiosity of where I would go. Everybody here is so boring. Like they don't travel, they don't do anything.
They just stay.
Yeah, they just stay. Like why would you leave? It's almost like whenever somebody travels, it's kind of like weird, you know? Yeah, thank you.
Do you want a little more coffee?
I'm okay, thank you though. It's like, why would you do that, you know? And then it's funny, they would like go to Hawaii instead. Like,
I'm all set, thanks.
it's like they go from here to Hawaii. It's like,
Thanks.
like, okay, so you're just getting like more of the same basically, you know? We didn't do that. We didn't go to Hawaii. Like, I was like, the contrast thing, I was like, what's like the opposite of this, you know? And I'm like, city. Like my parents never wanted to go to a city, but I was like, that would be cool, like a city. I was probably like 9 or 10 when I'm like, there's something about that excites me. And then I never went. Megan one day was like, Ryan Adams is playing like at Carnegie Hall and like in New York, it's our anniversary. Like, what do you think? Don't say no right away. And I was like, it was the easiest yes ever. Like, yes, let's do that. Really? Like, yeah, I've always wanted to go to the city. And like took a red eye, probably the one you're taking. And then like into JFK. Actually, I think it was American Airlines, so probably not the one you're taking. In JFK, it was still dark. Took like an Uber or a taxi to a hotel on like Billionaires Row, like 57th Street, 57th Street, right down there. Stayed at a hotel that's not there anymore. And just like got in at like 5 or 6 a.m., slept for like a couple hours. Like, let's just like nap before we go out. Woke up at 7 or 8 or whatever. Like, walked out, went to like just the first diner, Morningstar Diner, not there anymore. and just it was like small and like all glass, and it was cold and just busy. And I sat down and pour the coffee. I didn't ask for it, kind of thing. And I had the stupidest grin on my face. I'm like, this is my vibe. That's it. Yeah. Like a couple of years later, we moved there. You know.
I'm trying to think of like what the actual. It's like it's not quite like a dynamism, but there's something that's like so. Yeah, it's just like such an alive place. I think that's what it is. Is there's just like it's like a. There's just something like everywhere, and you never know. Like you could round a corner and just see the craziest thing.
I love it. I love it so much. I love it. It probably wasn't best for my like spiritual or physical health. Like, you know, like I'm so much more healthy now that I'm not living there, but I definitely miss it.
Well, the last time I was there, I was walking around. Because here's the thing, like you walk around San Diego, you look at people. Most of the people look like pretty healthy. Some people, when they're a little older, it looks like the sun's giving them a little bit of a beating.
Right.
But in general, they look like healthier than the average person, right? In New York, the last time I was there, I'm looking around and everyone just looks tired. Like when you really look in their eyes, it's like every person looks like they did not get enough sleep. And then I realized, like, man, all this buzz, it's just like coming from the people. It's like the people are the logs, and that's where the fire is coming from.
Yeah, it's not like
it's just feeding off the people.
It's not like New York is buzzing and then the people are feeding off of it. It's like the exact opposite.
The tourists are feeding off of it, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
They come in. That's why it's nice. You come in, you're like, this
It's
is great.
energizing.
There's all this energy.
Yeah.
But then you see the people who aren't tourists, and they're all just like, you know what I mean?
They just look tired. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not even cool now to like smoke cigarettes all the time. So it's like
That's
they
right.
don't even have that. So they, if anything, they got like their blue bottle coffee, and you know what I mean? They got other stimulants.
Right.
But I remember, it's funny because even like growing up in Buffalo, like Buffalo's more, I mean, it's still Northeast. It's a bit more like Midwest, Canada, a bit, honestly, if you had to like mix it all up. But it's still like people, I mean, there's still like an expectation people are moving. You know what I mean? Like even now when I like, go to the South and stuff, there's like a feeling of like, okay, like what are we doing here? We gotta, you know what I mean? But I remember going to New York, and it's, like the first time, so because I lived briefly in New York for just like 4 months, and I don't think I visited before I moved. I think I had never been there, and I just moved.
That's pretty cool.
It was kind of, but not really. Like it was very intense, actually. And it was crazy because the first day I got there, I was subletting from somebody, and she was moving to a new apartment that was in Manhattan, and I'm in Park Slope. And she's like, hey, do you mind driving me to my new apartment? And I'm like, I'm this young kid. I think I was like 21 or something. And so I said yes. But it was the most stressful. It was the most stressful. Yeah, because it's like I'm driving through New York City. I've never even been in New York City.
Right.
And this is before even you have like the Google Maps and stuff.
Right.
I got a ticket like a week later because I took a left on a red light. Because I was just so confused.
Right.
But yeah, I remember being there, and it's like just experiencing, like, okay, you're walking down the subway steps, and like how angry people would be at me because I like really wasn't walking. I was like walking how people normally walk. Like I'm like, oh, I'm walking down the steps.
Yes, like
They're
slowly.
like, get out of the way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But there is something like really, really nice about it, especially to visit.
Yep. No, I love it. Trying to see if this guy will make his way over here. Excuse me, can we get the bill, please? Yeah, thanks. I reckon we go back to my house. Perfect. Vibe out. Here you go. Can you do Apple Pay? Is that okay?
Oh yeah, perfect. And right now,
sneak that in. Should be able to tap that on the top when you're ready.
Thank you.
And just see that should be on the next page.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, this is cool. What Aaron got here. It's cool.
Is that some BTS?
Some BTS, dude.
Let's go, baby. BTS.
Changing the world one. I don't even know what we're doing.
We're shooting film, right? This is all film?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. What would that be, like a $20,000 budget if this was all film?
Yeah, how much is film these days?
It's, you just bought some.
Right.
16 millimeter for 3 minutes. It's about $65,
That sounds right.
$70 for the roll, and then it's $80 to process it and scan it.
Right.
So it comes out to about 150
For a pop song for 3.5
for 3
minutes.
minutes. Yeah. So that's
You could add this down to a pop song. Maybe that's the play, is you have long form content and then it's all
great
pop.
content.
It's all pop though. Yeah, you have like the director's cut.
Right.
And then you just like tweak it up into like a Robin pop
I think that really goes against the essence of what I'm going for.
Yeah. I think I've just missed the whole point then.
Yeah. I like 9-hour-long videos where you have to look for the pop.
Oh, yeah, you can't look away.
Where there's an hour of a black screen and audio of murmuring Latin. That's the vibe.
I was wondering how the sound was going to work with
It's just our mics,
wind.
basically.
Yeah, but with the wind,
There's wind in the mics.
Well, it was windy out there when we were.
Yeah, windy equals wind. Yeah.
You like that, huh? What do you like about that? Like the tech? What do you like about it? Like the grit and just that it's real.
There was wind there. Yeah.
Yeah, you just like the reality of it.
Yeah, like with Gemma yesterday, she just like couldn't get the take, and I just sensed I needed to be in the room with her, and it like totally shifted the vibe. She maybe she felt more comfortable or something. I'm not sure. But I wasn't like I was laying down on the ground like.
She said you were laying on the ground.
I was just like.
Yeah.
And like you could hear me and stuff. You know what I mean? Like she had her like nails on. She could like hear the acrylic on the ivory. Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love all that.
You're gonna love the music videos I'm gonna send you.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Really dig it.
Cool.
Did you just get a camera, like a film camera?
I've had it for a bit. Yeah.
Are you into that, like photography and that?
I like photography. I'm no photographer though. That's for sure.
What do you shoot? Like just like lifestyle stuff, or just like here's a
What
flower?
genre of photography do you do?
Like what have you taken?
Okay, there's this like point and shoot Japanese camera I have. We were like gonna go up to Malibu. Megan was pregnant, and I'm like, okay, he's due in like a couple months or a month or something. I'm sure I can get 3.5 minutes of gold, from now until he's born or something. So like I just took it with us. We took the like old Porsche up to Malibu. My parents watched James, and like anytime I felt like this is it, like pull it out, like 4 seconds done, right? This is it, 4 seconds done, and just kind of progressing there until like Jesse was born. Like okay, pulling up the car, like first time in the car, like done, right? It's like Zapruder film, JFK vibes. I think that's Zapruder. So it'll be like 3.5 minutes of like plus or minus 2 months up to Jesse's birth, 2 months. So that's kind of the theme. It's like the moments like around that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So and that's that.
And you like the film because it's
I like the novelty of it, I guess.
Yeah.
I like the restriction of it too. You can't do you have to live within its limitations. It's just like tape at the studio. Like, it's not as convenient, but like there's tons of creativity with limitations.
Have you ever gotten into those like Instax cameras?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. When Megan and I first met, we were like all about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I always thought that was like fascinating, like how it was like a reaction to the fact that
right
there was infinite digital and then all of a sudden physical became a thing.
Remember Instagram started as like, that's how it started. It's like take infinite pictures and put these filters on them to make it look like these like these Polaroid things.
Yes.
You know, that's
Yes.
what it was.
Yes.
You know, when it first started.
Yeah.
It's like Facebook when it started. It's like you got to have a .edu account to even get an account. You know what I mean?
It's been really interesting to me. I don't know if you've noticed this, but with Instagram, they've definitely changed like the algorithm recently, and they're trying to make it a lot more about relationships, like specific relationships. So if you look at like a reel, for example, it's recommending what other people like that you follow most closely, what they like.
Oh.
And then I was noticing on my like feed, there's a lot of like accounts that are showing up that are connected, like people who are connected to people I know. So it's almost like they're trying to have it go a lot more through the social graph maybe again.
It's what you're just saying, like this idea of like connection.
I think it's, yeah,
Right.
I think that there's going to be, it's going to be really interesting because like you think of like AI, like the amount of changes that's going to create.
Right.
Like just by nature, models are going to have to like fundamentally change. Like I don't
Right.
think like Facebook, there's any way it's even going to be possible to the same 5 years from now. It couldn't be. You know what I mean? It's like everything's going to change. Yeah, I mean Instagram does. It's continuously in flux, really.
Yep. Completely. I downloaded Threads this morning for the first time.
Did you?
And then I, about 10 minutes later, deleted it. Like, I don't need this.
Threads? Are you into like X? Do you go on X in that?
Yeah, I do. I'm not into X, but I do go on X. I still call it Twitter, I guess.
I find both of them to be kind of like difficult places to spend a lot of time in.
Yeah.
Like it's just like a lot of.
It's worse than school.
It is, because yes, yeah, and it's interesting because I
Actually, I don't know about that.
I think
Actually, I disagree.
I think X,
with myself.
I think X and Threads are on. It's almost like they both. I think, and I don't know. Maybe this is just the algorithm. Somehow I got thrown into it. The one seems to be more left leaning, and the other seems to be more right leaning.
It does seem to be true, doesn't it?
Which I think is probably a strategic thing.
It
of
has
like,
to
hey,
be.
we're gonna go and. I mean, it's actually really smart. Like, if people are like, hey, people don't want to go on
I'm an
X because
idiot.
Elon's conservative.
Oh,
and
that's
this
what it
and
is.
that.
I was going to ask which one. Okay, yeah. I don't know any of that. So the X is more the right thing, and then Threads is more the left thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't want, like, who don't like Tesla anymore because of, like...
Right,
Elon.
right.
'Cause
Like,
that was
I bought
traditionally
this
more of like
before I
it was
knew.
more of a, almost like progressive
Right,
status
right.
symbol. And
Right.
now it's more of like, he's very conservative, so it's like a...
Yeah, right.
It's like when Larry David wears the Make America Great hat again.
I love that. Yeah, just sits at the sushi
It's like
place.
it's actually one of the best episodes, yeah.
It's so
Everybody was so
convenient.
excited to move away from him. Yeah, he uses
And then
it to
when
get
the
out social
like
situation.
motorcycle guy, like, he cuts off
Oh,
that
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Just be
He puts the
careful
hat
next
on.
time, brother.
He puts that, yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's so good.
I love that. I want to be that. Like, I want to wear that for utilitarian purposes. I have no attachment to any of it, so I feel like it's just tools.
That's part of why it's funny.
Right.
'Cause there's this pure utility.
Yeah.
It's just pure utility.
100% utility.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Do you want to go back to the house?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, you know what? I gotta grab my bag. Do you mind swinging by the hotel?
I do not mind swinging
Or do
by
you
the
wanna do that
hotel.
later?
Let's do it right now.
Okay.
Is that the vibe? Is that what you want? Is there something in there?
Well, it's just my luggage, so either I get it now or I get it later.
I'll swing by later.
Okay.
It'll be too cumbersome to put that thing on the...
Sure.
I mean, there's like 600 pounds of us on a golf cart, you know? Let's keep it kosher. Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, jeez, it's cold.
You want to sit up front? You gotta go in the back.
Okay, man. You're a trooper, dude.
It's a good shot. It looks really cool.
I love it. The internet is not ready for this content. This is great content.
It's probably gonna get like a community violation or something.
Why?
I don't know.
Because
of fake news or something.
Because of what?
Fake news.
Oh, fake news.
Also,
because
Satanists.
we said something
I don't
about
know. I don't
X
know.
or Threads?
I don't know.
Oh yeah. It's slow. You got it. Especially on the main road.
So you can take this all the way up that hill?
Yeah, man.
You're going to be pushing it with this weight limit, I got, I feel.
Speak for yourself.
I am.
I can do it, man. Gosh, I really wish that it was a sunny day. You could see like the beautiful view from the house.
Did you meet many people this weekend for the first time?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Majority.
It's funny how people are not necessarily what you expect, like in person. Like in this, like they're not totally different, but they're almost never exactly the same. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Like their vibe's just like a little different.
Right. Of course. Ooh. Chili, my goodness. Chili Quiles. Whatever. Chili Quiles.
That could be the title.
That's right. Yeah, the title of this video is, I don't know like how you title these things.
8 hours of Chili Quiles. Quiles.
Chili Quiles. Our, like the company like had like mastering it was like 10-hour courses like dropped on YouTube, you know? That's the kind of stuff I like.
Did you
I love all that.
was mastering.com originally very content heavy and low on coaching and then you switched it, or is it always more coaching heavy?
No, like with my involvement is very coaching heavy. But in its essence, like in different evolutions of it, it was very content heavy. But with my involvement, not very content heavy. Chili, huh?
I don't know how you're doing it.
Your buffalo buns.
I'm feeling very weak right now.
Yes. It's a tactic, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. Beat you down and then...
I read something, it was, I'm probably making this up when I say it was Napoleon, but there was some famous general who was saying the reason he didn't smoke cigarettes is because he knew in a negotiation that at a certain point, as the clock ticked, people would start feeling the tension of needing to have a cigarette, and it would give him the advantage.
Oh, that's cool. That's yeah, I see that, yeah. My goodness, it is cold. It'll get colder as we go closer to the golf course, too.
Does it ever snow?
No.
No, never? It's never snowed here?
I mean, it's never, twice maybe, like, you know. And now
it doesn't rain, though, either, right?
It rained yesterday. It rained last night.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. This is very strange. This is like June gloom very early. But at Bird Rock, it wasn't that, I mean, it was cold, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like gray, like as gray as this.
Well, it's been nice. It's been nice the whole time. It's just today.
It's just today.
I wonder if it's just because the sun's not out. Does that make a huge difference here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo. It's like anytime I hit the golf course, it gets so much colder. It's like when I used to ride like the Revel scooters in New York City. You remember that? Like, you know those things?
Yeah,
like,
I do.
It's like 55 degrees or whatever, and then as soon as you get to 59, where Central Park is, it's like 49 degrees. Like, huge drop.
Because nothing holding the heat, basically?
Exactly, yeah. It's just like cold.
Yeah, you get the
cool though. Like,
yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. The opposite's also true in New York, though, during the summer when all the buildings hold in all the heat and it's just like a giant oven.
Yes. Yeah, we never really spent the summers there. Too crazy.
Were the winters tough for you there?
Yeah, we never really spent the winters there either.
Really? Yeah.
We just come here summer and winter.
Do you like winter at all? Like snow and that?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
is there something like
It's Narnia though. It's like it's
kind of magical.
Like, yeah, but like winter without Christmas is no bueno. Like February, you know.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. If there's a Santa Claus in Times Square,
well, yeah,
it's snowing and it's fine. Okay. Alrighty.
You got a little kumquat tree, or is that an orange tree?
It's like some sort of hybrid tangerine-y, orangey, cutie thing. Feel free to take one. They're pretty
good.
How's it going? Could you hand me that like thing, please?
This thing?
The orange like plugger inner. Thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, let's get inside. Cold. Alrighty. All right, let's sit in like the cozy room up here. Use the restroom. Make yourself at home, my friends. Oh, let's hang out here. When I bring my, where's Stephen go? Oh, there he is. When I bring my furniture from New York, I want to make this like no office, like just like a conversation room, you know, like, because it has such a vibe.
You're saying for recording conversations, or just like hanging out?
Just for conversations, you know.
Okay, so you sit here?
Yeah, right here, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Where's that deck you sit on a lot of times?
It's right out here.
Oh, it's on that side.
Yeah. We had a big storm, so there's all these branches here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the vibe. This is like...
Oh, but you can't see because of the fog, huh?
Yeah, normally it's just like ocean view.
This
like,
is a really nice deck, huh?
Literally, it's just like full ocean view here. But like today, it's fog. And the house is backed up into like this like preservation or whatever. So like, it feels like you just live in the forest.
Yeah.
Because you do, you know?
Yeah.
And the bedrooms are that way, so like if you open the windows, you just hear like this and like owls and stuff when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
And then the seals, you hear like it's just like all the sights and sounds are everything I need.
That's really nice.
You know?
This is a big deck.
It's huge.
It's like a really big deck.
Yep.
That's a cool chandelier you have. Is that a chandelier technically, or what is that? A sconce?
Yeah, there's this like artist called James Hubble. He was a friend of Sim Bruce Richards, the architect, and he'd just come in and like just design things. And so
did that came with the house, or did you?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Look at James's fort.
I know he showed.
James
it to me
is
yesterday.
homeless.
He showed it to you yesterday.
He likes the homeless vibe. Yeah, so this guy James Hubble, he's like, he did the stained glass. He did this. He did like the light fixture up the stairs. You know, that like hanging stone thing, like that up there. So he would just cruise over like in like the 60s or whatever, and just like, hey, I'm just gonna make a stained glass thing, and then he would.
I mean, this is incredible.
I know, it's so cool.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
His work is incredible. Like if you go to a lot of churches, honestly, he's done a lot of the stained glass. But it's like, it's playful. It's not like this ornate, like, you know.
That's almost what makes it so cool. Is it's not
like it looks like James did it.
It has a childlike.
Exactly.
It's not like it's not going for precision or something.
Right.
It's going for like a feel. Like it seems like he had fun doing it.
Like it's a kaleidoscope. It's fun.
Yeah, like a little mosaic. Like when kids. Like
Totally, dude.
Like when kids do paper mache.
Right. That's
like
right. Yeah.
Because it's layered. It's layered.
Right.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's layered. Yeah, he would layer it. That's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's like crazy literal depth to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Seuss lived up here. Like if you just keep going on the hill, his house is up there. And like if you go to his house, it's like the same vibe. Like everything, the house is kind of, it's fine. But like you go outside and the trees, you know those trees that he would draw, like the Dr. Seuss tree? Like
Those are like are those the Joshua trees?
No.
Okay.
Oh, but I know what you're talking about. No, they're like these, I don't know what they're called, but they're like, you saw it and you're like, oh, Dr. Seuss tree.
Sure.
It's just it was just in his backyard.
Okay.
Not because he planted it, but like it was just there.
Okay.
So he's like sitting there at his house and like feeling all these things, seeing the tree, and he's just like, all right, you know, he's like creating from that place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I had heard that like a lot of the what are they called? Like the Who's or something?
don't ask me. I don't know.
The characters in his books I know are based off like the La Jolla people.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool actually when someone's creating like that.
Yeah.
From the ecosystem that they're actually in.
Yeah.
But then no one even knows that.
Nobody knows.
No one
yeah.
knows it, but he's just sourcing everything from what's right there.
Exactly.
That's really cool.
It's so inspiring. Yeah. I got to like go through his house. My friend's dad manages it.
Is it like occupied or is it like
vacant.
Okay, so it's something that's like a historical site or something?
Not even like the family donated it to the university.
Mm-hmm.
Massive tax write-off if you do that.
Okay.
And so like the university owns it.
Okay.
And it's just vacant.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, and my friend's dad like manages all of the properties of the university. There's a bunch of them here.
Yes.
And so he just goes up every Monday and like turns on the lights and like, yep, it's all good, you know?
No one like squatting in there.
No, yeah, like, okay, we're good, you know? Like gardeners have been here, like turn them all off. And
Yeah. So is it a cool house?
it's okay. It's a great location. It's like literally on the top of the hill, nothing's higher. There used to be a castle. Dude, you know what? I should show you this. Yeah, this is the book. Okay. So this is like our neighborhood. Our house is right there.
Oh,
That's his house.
okay.
So he built around it. This used to be a castle thing, a lookout. So like a couple of things happened. They literally thought that like Russia was going to come and invade the United States.
In San Diego, that's
Yeah.
just like the spot.
Yeah. Well, there's like a
There's a
Navy,
Navy guy, yeah.
presence here. So there's the castle lookout. And they literally thought like, okay, we're going to go up there and we can see everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it turned out like Russia did not want to kill us ever, realtors or like, you know, people like looking to buy plots of land, they would just take them up there and be like, this could be your view, you know? So, and then Dr. Seuss bought it, built a house around it, and it doesn't feel like a castle. It just feels like literally that's where he wrote all of his stuff. So it's just like a home office now.
In like a turret type thing or something?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It feels like a turret. Yeah, it's just like a house, and you walk up the stairs, and you're sitting in like an attic office. Is
Yeah.
what it feels like, carpeted.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, very cool. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Sounds good.
We should sit in the other room though, because it's.
In here?
Yeah, in this little room right here, like. All right. I'm smart.
Thanks. Okay. Hook yourself back up when you come. When you're back.
How's it going? Yeah.
How are you?
How's your battery situation?
It's okay. It's gonna be tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you charge any now or no?
I've been charging. The problem is that for some reason it's happened to me a lot. I just like the power on off is just unclear. So I had all 5 charged, but I accidentally left the power on to the camera. So it just drained the battery overnight. One of them.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, nothing. Just getting them charged. How was your night?
Good. I'm still in this place where my body hasn't really adjusted.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to bed at like 9, you know, and then waking up at 5, or today I woke up at 4:30.
Okay, totally.
It's kind of weird because it's still dark out.
Yeah.
But I'm bracing a bit because I'm taking a red eye back tonight.
Oh yeah.
And then I got things going on. I got a meeting at my kid's school tomorrow at like noon, and I got like all this. Yeah. So I'm not looking forward to that necessarily.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Check this.
Are you taking a red eye back home, or are you taking
No.
You're just gonna take a day?
Yeah, I'm staying. Yeah, because I haven't had to pay for anywhere to stay since I've been here because I know a lot of people in California.
Sure.
So it's just like I don't want to.
I'm like run to the restaurant.
I hate a red eye. never want to do that.
Dude, I can't do red eyes anymore.
See how it is? Yeah.
I'm doing one tonight, and I'm kind of regretting it.
Dude,
already.
change your flight. It's not too late.
I just don't want to lose like a whole day. Where did you go?
You can use this restroom. Yeah, this is fine. You can use that one. Do you want some coffee? Do you want me to make coffee?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I sometimes I have more than 2 cups, and when I do it, like something really messes up my whole body. So I really try to avoid having more than that. I love coffee. I don't really care for it's not about the caffeine for me.
Right.
It's like the taste and the ritual.
Exactly. It's like going to get coffee is the coffee. You know what I mean? It's like
yeah, that too. Like if you're actually gonna go.
Yeah, it's like the ritual of it.
You need to like just to get out of the house and change the scenery.
Just like I've been at the desk or something. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Just do my thing. Oh my gosh. I'm cold.
Yeah, I bet.
Dude, I'm gonna put on we have a heater. I'm gonna put on the heater.
Word.
It's so cold. Heat. There we go. Be nice and toasty here. Dude, Megan's been reading this. You said you've been reading this?
Yeah, it's good. It's in my bag right now, actually.
It's so good, man.
See how it works?
Which the line in?
Line, yeah. Push it all the way in first. There you go. Now you can screw it. I'm gonna use the restroom too.
Around the corner in there. It's so good.
I was looking up the. We want to do this, or we just gonna sit here?
Sit there, yeah.
When I looked up that like 7 friends thing yesterday or this morning.
Is there any weight to it? Is it real?
It is a real thing.
Oh, okay.
And it's actually more interesting than I thought it was gonna be.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not just like have 7 friends. Do you know what it is?
No,
it's like,
all I know is what I told you. And I
Okay.
didn't even think it was real. Like
it's actually more interesting than that. So it's like 7 friends, but it's like 7 specific types of friends. So it's like having one friend that's like your longtime friend who helps connect you to like your roots. There's another friend that's like a truth-seeking friend who's the person who will call you out.
Okay.
There's another friend who's like a wise mentor. There's another friend that's like a mentee. There's another friend, yeah, and then there's like 3 other ones. I'm gonna forget what they are. I
Okay.
think like one might be like a collaborator or something. But it's interesting in that like it's actually mapping out. And I don't know if it's specifically like only have 7,
right.
but it might actually be. I actually think it might be. I think it might be like,
No
I just
more
think it's
than
really
this.
interesting like the intentionality of like the different relationships because it's actually like highlighting that they're all serving different purposes. And when I was reading, I was like, man, there's actually kind of a cool utility to that.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Because each of them are enriching in a certain way or serving a different relational function, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, now that I think about it, I remember it being something like that. I've heard that. I just didn't realize that was the same thing
Yeah.
that I brought up. Yeah. Do you want like coffee or anything?
I think I'm good for now.
Cool.
Yeah.
I can make it if you want.
I've been having a lot of coffee and then I'm just feeling like shot. You have like coffee all day, don't you?
No.
I think it's just whenever you're like on calls, you're always like having a coffee. So
Whenever I'm on a
those 2
call,
times.
yeah, I just like take the car down to Bird Rock and get a single origin and just do my call and then come back.
Yeah. You tend to walk on that. I was envisioning you usually walk on that beach where like the Kinko's house is when you're doing like a lot of the calls and you're like, oh, I'm in a dead spot. It's that beach, yeah.
No, it's kind of where we were, but I kind of do. I split my time between shores and there. Yeah, both spots have dead spots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like a bridge or something, like a pier that you go under?
No.
It's just a dead spot, like a random dead spot.
It's 2025 and we have dead spots still. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's like right here's the corner. There it is, dead spot. Like go on this side of the road. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so show me this. Like you wanted to like collaborate on this thing.
Well, I wanted to hear if you had like, I guess what I was thinking is if I threw it out at you.
Well, let's take a look at it. Where's my computer? You're saying like, is there anything here or something?
I'm saying that, like, if you were to say, hey, actually, okay, how do I put this? I sent you that ChatGPT thing, right?
Uh-huh.
I sent you the visual thing.
Uh-huh.
I think if you were to say, my thought was sometimes it's easier for people to edit than start with a blank page. And I think I was sensing on some level your own feeling of, hey, I don't really want to go and like just have a blank page and like go and fill it in right now.
Uh-huh.
So my thought was, if you were able to just look at what was there,
Uh-huh.
you could say, hey, yeah, 100% this is it, or 0% this is it, or this is it, except this, and this needs to change.
Uh-huh.
Because if that was established, then you actually could go in like relatively quickly to the other steps we were talking about.
How? Who's going to do that?
I think it would just come down to having like a
soldier.
I mean, in some ways, I think
Yeah.
we could probably work something out to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, we just need some like a good person. I think. Let's see here. Vibe.
I can send you the Pinterest link too. Do you have Pinterest or no? Or
Yeah,
Pinterest?
I do.
I could send it to you if you want.
No, we're looking at this. This is cool. So this is the vibe. View. Boom. Oh, cool. Okay. This is the vibe.
Yeah. So when you were looking at that,
Yeah.
did that mean anything to you?
I like some of these images.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for?
Well, like what is it that you see that you're like, oh, okay, this is interesting. So you don't really relate with, like, you see an image and you don't necessarily like feel things or be like, that's resonant.
I like some of these. I'm going to show you the stuff I like and dislike.
Sure.
No, when you were like, oh, visual stuff, like I was more like conversation happens, energy, this and this. And it's like, from all that, it's like, here's the website, you know, boom, this is what it needs to be. Like, here it is. Here's, right? Or like, oh, from this, I really think like this video should be created. Like, create that video. It's, you know, blah, blah, blah. And like, boom, now it's out in the world or something like that. It was more that.
Okay, like a very specific action step?
I mean, not a step, just like the thing.
The thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, do you see, okay. So this isn't even a necessary step, you're saying?
I don't think so. No.
The aesthetic piece.
I mean, it's a part of the creative process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you created the last website you created, which would have been what, college?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What was the process for that?
Charles did it.
You just said, "Hey Charles, I want to make this site," and he just wrote all the copy and did the brand and everything. He made the site.
I just made sure that he understood me and I trusted him. And then he made it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there back and forth on the aesthetic or no?
Nope.
You just sent the mood board and then it was game time?
Just got it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like Brian Powell did a really good job. He was like the guy we hired for visual identity.
For college.
And me, yeah. He did a great job. He's cool, dude. I knew he was great when I listened.
It's going to make you such a better designer. By just enjoying the things and the people that are around you. Like, that's all it takes. I'm not a person to give advice, but if I give advice, then it's literally just consistency. Consistency is going to get you anywhere you want to go. It's going to take time. This rich overnight shit is bullshit. Anyone selling their courses, it's bullshit.
I heard that.
You're like, he's the guy for me.
I'm like, he's the guy for me. I'm dead serious. I needed 30 seconds. Because what am I seeing? I'm like, okay, like there's something going on here. There's like a Japanese garden back there or something, for sure, right? And there's like a framing of this. There's like everything's on point, right? Like I'm seeing it, you know? And like he's clearly somebody I would have hung out with in high school. And I'm sitting here going like, I hate selling courses. And that's what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. But I got to do it. And I needed to feel like when you land, it's like what you said, like there's a spirit about a platform. If there's a spirit about the website or something that like people can feel right away, then that's important. So I just was like, Charles, like I need, like, who's going to, he's like, oh, Brian's your guy. So watch this. I didn't even watch this. I watched the first 30 seconds. And then he said all that. And I knew that like, okay, he's my guy. That's all. I don't need to, this is the efficiency thing. I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. I have it. Got it. Done. Sold. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Mm-hmm. And then I made that mood board that I sent you, which Charles was like, make that. So I made that. I'm going through the steps. I'm like, do we really even have to go through these steps, honestly? Right? Mm-hmm. Made the mood board, sent it to him. He's like, okay, I got it. Yeah. And then I got on a call with him and I was sitting there with my laptop and all this. He's like, okay, I looked at your mood board. Like, okay, I think I get it. And what he did was like, just kind of pushed it aside. And then he just started asking me a couple questions.
Who, Brian?
Brian. He was just like, he's just hanging, like vibing me, Mm-hmm. And I let him do his thing. He's like, okay, dude, so I get like, you're kind of like there's like a depth about you or something. And I could tell that, but you're in this like weird kooky online world. And that's like, that feels weird. So there's almost like this, it's like this karate vibe, Japanese thing, and like philosophy, and it sounds like religion or something. That's literally what he's saying. But like, you also want like, there needs to be a convergence of that plus sort of like commercialism. So where if like you show up on something like as stupid as a landing page or like something that's like, it doesn't feel like everything else in the market. Like that's kind of your vibe. So like, I think I got it. And that's like all he needed. And then he spat out like, here's the thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yes. And then it's like, Charles, here's the thing. Here's all the assets. Like, go for it. Made it, done, that's that,
And you already had a pre-existing website before that?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So they just copied over the copy from that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So like all the articulation in that was done by Charles?
No, I like, he made it all. And then he like added some words. And I'm like, oh, I can see it now. Okay, cool. And then I made every single word for the things that he put out. I like creating
Mad
stuff.
Libs, like Mad Libs kind of? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, once I saw, like, if it's just like, hey, can you send me some copy? It's like, where is it going?
Okay.
You know, it's like, show me the thing,
like
and
it's
then
the
I'll write the copy.
contextualization of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I don't have copy.
Yeah.
For what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So once he showed it to me, he essentially showed me this, and he wrote this, and then this was like gobbledygookity, you know, and he wrote this, and then this was gobbledygook. He had all this. He had this. This said gobbledygook, 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 right? He had this. This said gobbledygook. He had these 3 boxes. College, incubator. This was gobbledygook, right? And that's that. And I'm like, okay, now I know where it's going. I can just boop, 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 put it in. And that was my contribution. I opened up freaking TextEdit and just said, like, this is the words I want to put, and then send it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Anyways, I'm not like that. I'm just so proud of this brand. It's just like I liked that process. It's like, yeah, feeling. It was a good example of like feeling understood. You get it. Like there's no friction here. I'm not introducing any friction like at all. People are like taking me seriously and I'm taking them seriously. I'm not like, we're not paying for a process. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even paying for an outcome. It's just, it's like, do we just get it? And let's just make something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with, Gemma keeps coming up, dinner. She talked about this like somber elements of things, and she had this song like that needs to be recorded. I don't even know what it is, but I see something in her like 2 days later, it's tracked, you know, done. And now she can go release it. It's that, you know? So like I have all this energy of like, yeah, the thing you saw in the Palm Springs thing. You know, I'm not sitting there going, and I don't know what to do with it. It's like, I know what to do with it. But like, I am not going to be the one to like do all of it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually not that complicated, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. My only skill set on this computer is like Pro Tools, you know?
Do you, I guess like one that all makes sense to me. And it feels like the name of the brand, or just even saying like, hey, I really don't feel like this is like, there should be a name of a brand. I just want it under my own brand, is like a pretty like critical decision that is foundational to everything else. Do you disagree with that?
I'm staring at this computer screen. I hate this. I heard every single word you said. I don't think I appreciated what you said though. Say that, could you ask again?
What I was saying was, it feels to me that the name of the brand, or not having a name of a brand, and just having it be an extension of your own brand, is a important decision that impacts everything else.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And are you saying that that's actually a decision you don't feel you need to make? Or you don't feel inclined? Okay, so
no, I need help, but I care. You know.
Yeah.
I can only articulate the spirit of what I'm feeling, but that's as far as it goes.
Yes. So would you agree that that's actually like one of the most primary discussions of like what is the actual thing, like not the name, but kind of the name. You know what I mean?
Possibly. I'm probably not going to be the one to come up with it though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I know if I see it and it's like, it's kind of like those pictures. Like I like that. Like, you know, I'll know it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
mm-hmm.
like, yep, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Dark Side of the Moon cover. They like, you know, the artist was like option 1, option 2, option 3. Like obviously the prism with the light through it was like, that's it.
Okay, so you're saying it's almost like if you had a like 15 post notes up with like 15 names.
Yeah.
You'd be
15 would
like,
be way
five.
too much.
5.
That's even too much.
3.
Like Brian was like, here's 3, and I don't like 1 and 3. That's literally what he said. He's like, this one, I threw it out there, I don't like it. 2, I like the best. 3, I don't like.
Yeah, okay.
But 2 is what I like.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, 2. I don't even want to see 1 and 3. Like 2.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I could tell that he got, like, I can tell talent. Like, I could tell he got me. Within 30 seconds of watching that thing, I'm like, yep, I see it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't need to discover anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep. I don't think people realize that I take them seriously. I don't think people take themselves seriously. Isn't that sad? Yeah.
I think you have a yeah, Patrick actually mentioned this to me as like a reflection point, that something he's noticed as like one of your strengths is an ability to like delegate. Do you know what I'm saying? But delegate makes it sound like it's just a functional thing, but I do think like the ability to, maybe it's the command thing or the captain thing or something.
I just know that things aren't going to go well if I'm doing everything. And I'm not, this isn't about me. Like there seems to be some other things here, you know? Yeah. That's all.
What do you look for? Yeah, okay, so when you're looking for talent like that, your thing is basically, do I get the right vibe in a sense that this person has a skill set that can do this thing?
It's like, it's just an essence thing. That's all that it is.
Like this feels like the right person.
I always try to like get it down to like, what's the essence? You know? Like coming, like, you know, those dishes that like, the complex dishes that you order at restaurants that like, this is our ba with a house-made doo and a lemon vinaigrette ba-ba-da-da-doo, you know, served with a poop-a-doop-a-doo, you know. It's like 16 different animals and 14 different vegetables, but it's like this big, and has a rich complexity. It's like the exact opposite of what I want to order. You know, I where's the essence in that? It's like, I guess one would say that like, well, it's the 1,000 decisions that make it its thing. And that's great. That's fine. I have a bias towards like, does a steak just like stand on its own without anything? If it does, then we can work out that, you know? I said this to Gemma, like she keeps coming up. Like, does the song need cello? Does it need Rhodes? Does it need, you know, all this stuff? Like, I don't care. Let's make this where it just stands on its own. To where if it's just a voice memo and it's strong enough. And we'll address that later. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just an essence conversation. I could talk about this forever, but like I just have a bias towards finding the essence. And I think people like to, I don't know if I've ever found kindred spirits in that, you know?
What do you mean by that?
I don't think I've ever found people who are like, function that way as well. And so that's great because like there's lots of complementary elements there. It's like if I can kind of just seek the essence and people are really good at details or other things like this, then it's a great relationship, you know? But yeah, I don't know if I've ever like met other folks who just get, you know, maybe butchers.
I'm actually really, okay.
You know what I mean?
Is it just the ability to assess the quality of a thing? Like
I don't know.
The central something?
I don't know. It's just to get to the essence of things.
Yeah.
The one ingredient, where's the actual value? Where's the essence of it? Where's the thing that it's the whole like philosophy thing. It's like if you remove their arm, are they still the person? If you remove it, like I'm trying to just remove it to go like what is the thing, and let's just talk about that.
So is that the spirit of the thing?
Essence is how I would say.
Yeah.
But like if you
I can keep trying to redefine it to another word.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe the spirit of it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's all I know how to do. I don't really know how to do anything else.
You're saying just get to the essence of a thing.
I can do that really well.
Now, is that something that you can do in real time? Meaning,
Yes.
like you can. Okay. Now, do you know what the essence is, or you just know? When
I'm
you see
looking
it?
for it. I don't know what it is. I'm just looking for it.
Like a like you're just paying attention to the signal, but it's not like you could say, "Oh, here's the essence of this person."
I'm looking for the essence of it. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a bias I have.
Okay, so so when you have like particular people in your life, like is the essence actually part of that person, or is it like an expression of what's happening in the moment? How do I put this?
No, it's like I don't know. It's just I don't think it's that complicated. It's just I have a bias of reducing everything to try to just find where the essence is in anything and everybody.
Yeah, okay, so I think the reason I'm actually getting at that is like selfishly, I'd love to hear, have you been able to sense like if there's a core ingredient in me or like what the essence is, what that is? Or is it not like that?
It is like that. That's good. So it's a lot easier understood if it's contextualized. So like if it's that plus if it's you plus something, then I can usually very quickly find like if that's the case, then therefore this is the only thing you need to do.
So it's not you can just like take the thing and say this is the essence. It's always like within a context.
Yeah.
Where you can see the application playing out.
That's right.
But is the essence always the same throughout time? Or like this language is like tricky. It's not. I just want to make sure. I'm trying to communicate properly around this. So, or a way that makes sense because I sense I know the essence of what you mean when you say essence, but still it's like in philosophy when you sometimes read someone who has like they've made up like a term, you know what I mean, that has its own bundle of connotations.
Right.
And I do sense like what you're saying.
Okay, so it's actually just efficiency. And I think it's more so like just efficiency. Like if you get the one thing right, then everything else doesn't really matter. So like even for this house, for instance, like we're waiting for a New York place to go on the market to get our furniture to bring it in here, and that'll really dial it in. But when we got this place, furniture was like included essentially, right? So I don't want to go into any of the details, but like it was like, okay, do we get the furniture too? Do we not get the furniture? Do we wait? Do we bring it over? Do we negotiate to have the furniture? Do we negotiate to leave the furniture? I was like, yeah, if we're trying to optimize for 100%, then like, no, we're like interior designer, get the furniture, like all that stuff, really dial it in. But I'm just looking at it as like Sim Bruce Richards' home, all wood, La Jolla, forest, beach. We got it. You know what I mean? That's all we need. And I can live with like everything else being out of place because we got it.
Is it like the 20%, like the Pareto thing?
Yeah. It's like you're at the restaurant, right? It's like it's all the stuff on the menu. Then there's like the dry-aged ribeye. Okay, like that. Do you want any veggies? No. Like it's just that. It's like here's a Pro Tools session of a song that we wrote. I'm not listening for the song and trying to dissect it. I'm like, how do we remove all this and just get to what's actually here? I mean, I'll literally like have Pro Tools sessions where it's like just a mess. And I'm just like, I can't even engage with this because I don't know where the essence is. Like, so I'll just start muting things. Or like, where is it? Like, what can we cut? What can we take away?
okay, no drums, no this, no this. Okay, the essence of this is actually just this vocal line, or it sounds like it's just this one guitar riff like throughout the whole thing. That's actually I would say like the only thing good about it, but that's not true. It's just, that's the essence of it. Like, we can remove all of this, and if it's just this guitar line, you know, like Human Nature, like Michael Jackson, that like guitar riff thing with like like all these other things around it elevate that. I don't see it as like it's a unique makeup of 20 different instruments, you know? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the you have the core essence or value.
Yeah.
And then you have other things that maybe supplement it and maybe elevate it a little bit.
And I am not the person to care about all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There are other people who can do that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of maybe packaging.
Sure, I
level.
care about that stuff for sure, but only to such a degree that like it doesn't compromise the essence, it just elevates it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Bob Dylan and Tupac are the exact same in my book. Like they are getting to the essence of who they are. It's the same music. It's the exact same music. You see what I mean? Like genre, like, you know, how it sounds in your ears is obviously the exact opposite. But they're the exact same as far as I'm concerned. You see what I mean? Like that's what I see.
I think so, because you're saying that they're the exact same in that they're both living out their essence, or that their actual essences are kind of manifesting in different contexts, but they're actually kind of in many ways the same spirit. Like they're kindred spirits in a sense.
Yeah, definitely the first is true. You know, they're not anything else other than who they are. But they are the same as well in that they are only relying on their essence. They're not like relying on anything else, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes there is overlap where like the same spirit of their essence is like essentially the same, even though it sounds different. Sometimes that's true.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Like across artists, you're saying, like here's a hip hop artist and a country artist, and actually
they're actually saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. The only one I could think of, I forget where we were driving in the car. I put on Deaf Heaven. Do you know that they are?
No.
They're like a black metal band.
Okay.
Like scary, weird, dark, you know? And Megan was like, turn this off, you know? And I put on Ave Maria. She's like, oh, that's much better. I said, Megan, this is the exact same essence. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, listen, same dissonance, same spirit, same longing, same, like it's all the same. We like went back and like listened to it and like, you know, but all she could hear was, you know, like, no, and then like go back and it's like, oh my gosh, this is the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. You know what I mean? Same feeling, same, that's where it was like a unique crossover. Like, you know, they're both living in their essence. They're not relying on anything else, just that. They know what they're doing, right? But it also just so happens that it's the same spirit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes that crossover happens, and that's cool to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like it's manifesting differently, but it's the same essence.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. It's just the appearance is different.
Yeah,
the
and
outer
it's
layer.
Exactly. As long as it's true to it, I don't care whether it sounds like black metal or classical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like when you're asked, like, what kind of music do you like? It's like,
sure.
What genre do you like? Is like, I don't know, anything.
Because you don't even experience it in terms of genres.
Not really. Yeah.
It's like more. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So when it comes time to like, where's the block? Is it a team? Is it this and this? Is it, well, okay, so you have to do something. Is that hard? It's like, I don't know. I just know that my job is to do that, you know, and I'm really good at that. And so when it comes time to execute, usually that has to do with non-essential things, essence and essential, right? It's like, it's just a playing out. It's just like a marching orders. But because I only care about like the essence of it, like even that marching order, I'll try to find the, you know, what's the minimal viable thing in order to execute on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just because that's my bias.
Do you think that's what the pain is when you
Yes.
feel like it's the 80%? You're like, this is not the essence,
Yes.
and I do not want to be
Yes.
like cutting carrots in the kitchen.
Yeah, right.
I just want to.
But it's so necessary.
Yeah. It's not undervaluing it. It's just
No,
It's
no.
just dissonant for you.
No, it's just that more love and light goes out into the world if I don't do that. If I, you know what I mean? If I just focus on trying to hone that in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's I think where the dissonance is.
Yeah, because your essence feels connected to
the
essence.
Yeah. But if it's like something I truly believe in, it's not going to get done, then like I'll make it happen. But it's painful. It's like I'll set up the mics, I'll plug in the XLR cables. I need to like you just got to do it, you know. But I promise, if somebody else does this, I can just focus on the project at hand, which is keeping the essence pure. At that point, now it becomes like protecting that essence. Like anything we add to it, does it take away from this? I need to like feel that out.
Yeah. Do you think that's why with a lot of the people that you work with, it's almost like some of the initial process or a lot of the process is simplification?
Yeah. Well, that's just my personal bias, though. I don't know how to do it any other way.
Yeah, but isn't it the case then in some ways, like, okay, so the food analogy, I think one place it breaks down is like in food, it's not that more is more, but it's like when you have like a steak, for example, it's not like the flavor of the steak technically decreases by having all the other things. But for most people, the more they dilute their essence, in a sense, they actually do dilute their essence, meaning like their energy is being spread in various capacities.
Yeah, right.
And so they're actually not able to,
Right.
it's like the blood escaping the meat. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like you're actually losing the flavor. So it's material that way. Because I do think that's like a pattern I've seen, that there's like, for a lot of like the encouragement, it's like trying to get people to not only simplify and push them towards their essence, but also to like advocate for their essence, so that they can almost boundary it, so they can go more into it. It's like how do you get the flavor to be more and more and more centralized?
Right.
So it's like maybe it's like you get the essence of the thing, and you only have one bite you're giving someone, but it's the most incredible bite they'll have in their entire life, right? Like when I'm thinking about the experiment you were talking about yesterday with the time.
Yeah, sure.
In like the money thing.
Right.
Like that's what it feels like, right? Is it's like, okay, because the secondary effects of that is that when you're taking, because there is this dispersion of energy. There's the dispersion of essence, right? Like in a very real sense. I feel that, right? Like that's, it's like, and I think that's what you've been hitting on too with like the efficiency thing. It's maybe a different way of saying it, but like a sense of like, hey, whatever it is that I see like as in essence of like Steve, it's being mitigated by the fact that there's these inefficiencies and there's like this energy being spent over here, like making sure the arugula is correct, but like no one even wants the arugula. Like that is going in the trash. Some people might want the arugula, but like you don't have a restaurant that's based on salads anyways. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not your customer. Am I right in what I'm saying?
You're completely right. It's the assumption that this thing is essential, to which I say it is not essential.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. Why do you think people can't see that? Themselves.
I don't know.
You just know that's the case.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that's the right way of going about life. It's very challenging to do so. I'm just aware that seems to be my bias. That's all.
Well, it's interesting because like I think I talked to you about this, like the idea of like how I had been really attracted to the word potent. And then when I was in like your ecosystem, even before we started working together, I saw you were using that. And that's not, it's very much like, it's in the same it's in the same like vocabulary, right?
It is. Yeah. Potent's like, spicy chili. It's like this big and you got to make sure that you like get the right potent spice and just a couple drops in.
It's funny, even like taste, right? Like you have a very, it's in some ways like it's a very, and I don't know, maybe I'm like projecting into this, but it does bring up like a lot of like culinary stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? But that's also part of like even your ethos. Like a lot of the videos, like you're eating something or it's like a steak or it's like that's there. Like that's actually a part of the thing.
Sure,
it's part of like the aesthetic.
My life feels more comfortable when I only focus on that stuff. For sure. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what's really interesting because you're saying I thought I was just hearing you say like, oh well, that's not actually what, like I'm not saying that's better. It maybe isn't better, but
No.
this is how you make sense of it.
Yeah.
Why would you? I don't know. I mean, to me, it does seem like that's like better.
It's really painful because like it's a really efficient. So if better means efficient, then that's the way to go.
Well, what do you lose? Like, okay. So you're saying it might be better in that it's efficient, in that it results in something that's more potent, but it's also potentially more painful.
Yeah.
And what is the pain? Do you have a sense of like what that is?
Because sometimes in order to get a project forward, you don't need to just keep focusing on the essence. You really just need to start putting up mics. You know?
Okay, so are you saying that the pain is that if you live in that way, it holds things up, or the pain?
Yeah, it holds things up.
Mm-hmm. Could it be like a both and, where like
Yeah.
you're pulling in the one direction, but you also
I think so.
compromise maybe in some ways?
The way that I've navigated that is usually with like just people to help. Honestly, you know, it's either that or it's like, okay, fine, guys. I'm getting angry thinking about opening up my laptop, going on to Namecheap, getting a domain. You know, how do I do the DNS thing again? Like Cloudflare. Okay, hold on. You know, oh wait, which email? Never mind. I don't like this nonprofit. You know, it's like that for me. It's like, this isn't even worth doing. If this is required for this to exist, then I'm not doing it. It's certainly, this is not essential.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which I think there's a lot of truth to that, honestly, too. You know?
Yeah, because what's most essential for you is not even. It's in some ways like the work itself is not the essential thing.
Right. Yeah, but then it's like, what's the most essential for me becomes very limiting, because like it's not going to be most essential for the world or for the project or something like this, because it just limits the scope of what's happening. So I'd rather just play my part, you know, and not think like, what's most essential for me, what's most essential for this project, and let me be in charge of that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so if it's redefined in that way, where you can see like, hey, this is what's most essential for the project, that mitigates the pain of it.
Yeah.
So what's really difficult is to do an action that you feel like is like doesn't matter in a sense, or not that it doesn't matter. That's not the right way, and you actually were very
It
clear
matters.
that's not how you felt. But that feels like that feels like you're. It's like, I don't know, like wasting something.
Wasting something.
Like wasting if it feels like you're doing something, I don't know. It was interesting because before you were saying like, "Oh, I'm just lazy" or something. And that's like in some ways charged language. Like you don't strike me as lazy.
No, I'm not
Like,
lazy.
I know.
I was just being self-deprecating.
Yeah, but you're not someone who's like, "Hey, I'm not showing up for anything today because I'm on Netflix." You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's
I'm not.
You're not like you had made that differentiation between like busy and active. Like you're actually quite active.
Right.
Right. Maybe not as busy, because the busy is by nature actually like a signifier of not operating in essence, probably. Maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, 'cause it's inefficient. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're busy just focusing on essentials. Like I can be busy. I can work literally, as we've seen. I can work 30 hours straight, no sleep. I'm focusing on what's essential. You know what I mean? And like what's essential in the last 30 hours, probably more, are the 3 or 4 conversations where I was incredibly intentional with the right people. And saying what I needed to say at the event, kind of at the end there. And then going to Mass with you guys and filming it. And then like doing the studio session and focus. Every single bit, I'm trying to focus on the essence of it. With the Gemma thing, it's like, can you play it quieter? Can you play less? You know, that. You see what I mean? Like I'm okay working literally nonstop if all I'm focusing on are like what's essential. You know what I mean? But like in order for that's my efficient contribution to the world. But I think to put like a 10x multiplier on that, people who are really good at magnifying that would do a lot of good. You know what I mean? But for me to like stop and then go, okay, I'm now going to like execute on this one particular thing that I find essential because it needs to be done. In that, it's not essential, it doesn't actually magnify, because if I'm able to move on and focus on like what's essential in any other sort of camps or buckets, for me it'll just produce more fruit over the long term for everybody, you know, as opposed to like, here's the one project, I'm gonna like just focus on the essence and then focus on like the execution and then kind of go through the steps. At a certain point, I'm just gonna like take a detour because I shouldn't be focusing on those things. I need to like get back to the heart of it, get back to the essence of it. It's the whole like purple sight thing. It's like I've somehow lost the essence of this.
Like that was a clear indicator that the essence is no longer there. That now it's like beyond me.
Correct. Because I decided to do, that's correct. Because I decided to do all the other steps afterwards to move this along, which is like, okay, hire, right? Like daily meetings, like look at this P&L, like be an operator, be a manager, all these things that I was not created to be, but I needed to be in order to move the ball forward. You know what I mean? And trust me, I had tremendous help. It's not like I was doing all this. But really, I should have just stayed in my lane, which is like advocate for the essence of things. Mm-hmm. And that slows everything down. It really does. It slows everything down. Unless people like respect that and can see that, and they're willing to not try to spend any time on the essence, but just execute and start building from there, then it's like 100x multiple. Mm-hmm. You know, like truly. Mm-hmm. You know. Yeah, I remember chatting with John over in Berlin, you know, going through his P&Ls and stuff like this, and kind of taking a look at the staff and so forth. Mm-hmm. There was like a kind of an unusually high number on there. Like, who is that? Sales manager? Is that, you know, CFO? Like what CMO? Like, oh no, designer. Like, are you kidding me? This is what's going on here? And I said, like, he needs to go, you know, done. Like, no. And hung up the phone, this and this. I slept on it, and then the next morning, I realized I made a huge mistake. I realized that for him, there's actually a world where he just listens to his tastes and his ideas, and he turns to his designer and says, this is my idea. And then it's created. That for him is actually essential. You see what I mean? And I literally said, like, hold on, forget what I said. Do the opposite of what I just said, you know? Because for you, that's essential. I feel like I'm very similar, where like what's essential is that like my ideas literally like turn into, I've told this before, it's like turn into something not tangible so that I can be more clear on it, but tangible so that it can like Christify the world, mm-hmm. You know, and I'm not the one doing it. I think that's the mission though. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's very painful to not have that, mm-hmm. You know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is any of this making sense?
Yeah.
With your bit of like, what's your essence and so forth, and how it contextualizes to something, I would be much more helpful for you if you gave me like maybe a very specific thing that you're like really working through, thinking through in terms of a project or an endeavor. And I will very clearly say like, I'll be able to help you right now. Like, that's not essential. Or like the most essential thing that needs to happen is if this happens in this way.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So where I want to go with it, which might not actually like fit, but like the actual deep question is almost like, what is the, okay, let me put it this way. So what I'm hearing you say is like your essence is identifying the essence.
I would say that my essence is not identifying the essence.
Okay.
No, my essence is some other, it's like kind of the opposite. It's like what Brian was doing. Like, you're actually like 7 or 8 different things here. You are that dish that's comprised of all these different things. I can't find the essence of who I am.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, go on. Let's
okay,
go
so
with
that's
that.
not the essence of who you are.
No. But that's just
but the essence of maybe your work or how you should be spending your time.
That's right. Yeah, that's my vocation
is the essence.
That's my life's work. Yeah.
Your life's work is living in and through and identifying essence and helping draw out essence.
Right.
It's very much like it's like essence and taste in a sense.
Totally, in a very creative way, maybe.
But who you actually are is much more than that.
Yeah, but that allows me to be that.
Yes, but okay. But that's kind of that's the contact point with
work
projects,
and
with business,
yeah, absolutely.
With maybe even some relationships within a particular.
100%. Yes. 100%. Yeah.
I think that's what I'm actually most interested in for like determining for myself.
Right.
Because I'm navigating all these relationships, right? We're having this conversation right now. There's other conversations I have with people. I'm talking to even people like this weekend, for example, right? And when we did that, it's actually funny. It's making me like a little bit emotional, like thinking about this. When we were doing the like example of, hey, like, what do you want to be charging, right? And kind of like, what's your offer and how's it all packaged and this and that? It's funny because, like, I know that there is like, how do I put this? I know that there's some sort of like magic that takes place in some capacity when I'm interacting with people or when I'm doing certain things. Because I've seen it. I've like succeeded in a lot of different ways with different things. But I actually don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, like what I was just describing with you of like that essence piece of not your essence, but your ability to go and find the essence in other things. I guess like what that is for me, because the freedom that I feel like I hear from you is there's such clarity that comes from that. Because you can actually say yes to one thing and no to another, because you have clarity around what's like best for you in a sense, right? I don't know why this is making me emotional. So it's even like one of those things with like efficiency, where I think at the root of that is not really like a clarity around what exactly to be saying yes to or no to, because there's like a lack of clarity around that essence. Again, knowing that like there is like many different flavors in the dish or whatever that might be. But still, like the way that it's like that gift point of contact. Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why does it make you emotional?
I mean, on a surface level, I think it's like really frustrating.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure.
I think honestly, even in some ways, it's like I feel like it's how do I put it? There's a quote by, I think it's like Muhammad Ali, that it's like, it's not it's not like the mountain that wears you down. It's like the pebble in your shoe or something like that. I think there's just like a pain around feeling like I don't know exactly what to say yes to and no to, because it's unclear to me like how to actually serve in a sense, right? So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
No, go on.
Like I was even gonna say like it's interesting, right? Because we've talked like quite a bit about like your vision for things, where to go with things. One of even the hesitancies for me is like I don't actually even know where exactly. I don't know, like the idea of like taking on a bunch of work, you know what I mean? And like being like a soldier per se feels like very draining to me.
Sure.
At the same time, there's something I feel like I could really do that would be like very good and like very helpful. You know what I mean? And like I sense that it's like I sense this song like I want to sing, but I just don't know how to like sing it or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know if that's too vague or...
No, not at all. Yeah, it's quite painful, isn't it? It seems as if you just like really have like a good heart, you know? Do you think you do?
The only reason I'm not responding is because it's like hard for me to answer. Not because I don't know, but it's like making me emotional.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel I do. Like, I know I do. Like, I care a lot, you know?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. For sure. That's so great. Yeah, nobody has that. That's rare in you. So you're like one of one. You are one of one in that, where people like will never really ever see how much you care, and that probably plays out into like your family and everybody you involve yourself with, and that really sucks because you're probably misunderstood and mischaracterized. And there's just pain there because you actually didn't mean anything for evil. You meant it for good, you know?
Yeah.
Does that feel right with you?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I think that part of it is, it's integrated, right? Because I actually don't, it's not that this is like, I mean, maybe this is universal, I don't know, but I actually like never will evil. Like I do things that aren't necessarily contributing towards good, but I really do just like desire good, you know?
Totally, dude. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep doing that, it'll send you to the cross, though. You know? That's what happened. I guess you just need to square up with the idea that you were never destined to be the savior of the universe.
Yeah, so are you saying I just care too much, kind of?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's not like, hey, stop caring as much. No. It's that if you took this to the logical conclusion, you'll probably feel even more pain and misunderstood. But this is the thing, man, is like, Christ in the garden, this isn't just some story. Christ in the garden, he not only did he never will anything for evil, he never ever intended anything. He wasn't even capable of it. And he wasn't even like, it wasn't even that he, like, maybe not everything is perfectly ordered with you, but everything was perfectly ordered with him. You know what I mean? Everything. Literally a perfect life, you know? Never willed any evil and perfectly played out his responsibility in the world to put as much good into the world. I mean, and didn't fail one bit. Where did that lead him? He wasn't rewarded for that. He was cursed for that. He was punished, you know? He was led to the tree. Like, you think that's bad? Like, his agony is 100 times worse. You know? You think you're great, like he's the best, you know? He's perfect. So no, it would diminish his agony in the garden if you were to say, "Oh, I just care too much." No, it's if you enter into what he did, and he did, right? He gets the exact opposite, which is to be completely misunderstood for the very people that he loves and is trying to will the good of the other. They literally kill him, you know? And his father, instead of saying, "No, keep going," he takes the sin and wrath of his accusers and puts it on him and pours out his wrath, you know? And he was the only body that could handle that. He was created to hold wrath, not his, but ours, you know? That's like why, that's like his, by the way, he was not created, okay? He's Alpha and the Omega, I have to be theologically correct. But when he incarnated himself, right? When he was God incarnate in human flesh, it's like in Mary's womb, like perfectly forming and molding this beautiful, innocent baby so that it could withstand the wrath of our sin. You know what I mean? It's like, it's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable mystery, you know, just to be, and it's all an act of sacrificial love, you know? He did that. You know what I mean? You don't have to do that. You don't have to bear that burden. You don't have to move about life feeling misunderstood. You don't have to like ask God for your reward for this. You don't have to do this because he did it way better than you did, perfectly, and received the curse. You know what I mean? Like that burden is not yours anymore. He did it perfectly. So now you can kind of just re-engage with how much you care. But instead of feeling the sorrow and misunderstanding, just know that you think that he felt it more than you did. But why? Not to be like, okay, well, he gets me, but so that you don't have to feel that. It's a complete liberation. You know what I mean? Because he sees you. He understands you. You know what I mean? It, not because he's sovereign, but because he went in the opposite end. You know what I mean? You don't really need to carry this burden. You don't need to move through life with that much heaviness. You know, you're putting like a bullseye on the cross and going, no, it wasn't good enough. You know, he freed you from that. Yeah, this isn't Jesus plus Steve. You know? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Intellectually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when you receive him, like, and you pray for his grace and his consolation, and you bring that to him, like, he'll heal that. You can't massage that down intellectually, though. But now you have awareness of it, and you can just literally ask for healing.
You know, I can't work this down, but I know it now. And you don't need to worry about it. He'll just heal you. If he doesn't, like, that's on him.
Do you feel do you feel like the essence question, or part of the reason I can't like get to the answer, is because of that? Like, there's just like too much heaviness around it.
For sure. It's manifesting in inefficiencies, maybe we can call it that.
You're trying to do too much in a sense.
Right. But now you know why you're doing that. You're just hoping that someone somewhere, especially those who care for you, actually sees that you don't will evil in your intents and you actually just have a heart to help. And that hasn't been received. So you're just going to keep doing that. It's a losing game. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a formula of like, do more to like prove something in a sense.
When he did everything, you know, it's a losing game. It's great content. Does that help? Does that make sense?
It does. There's still when right before I tried to lighten things by making a joke about content, I actually was thinking to myself like, oh, I have to go back and reflect on this, right? Like it's
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't sanctify yourself, but move through it. Like you've basically drawn awareness, and you felt like, oh, that's it. You don't get anything out of him. I mean, he gives his full self, right? But again, the efficacy of his grace only is heightened if you bring your awareness. You have everything you need. You just need to bring it to him now. It's not even reflect. You just go like, okay, I'll just bring that to him now. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah, because it's still not like an operation I'm doing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like he gave you eyes to see. You see it. The good news, literally, is that there's nothing you can do. If you try, you'll fail. It'll damn you if you try, actually. You're saying, nope, cross, get down. Like, I'm going to figure this out. You just need to go to him and say, all right, thank you. I know what it is. Heal me. Mm-hmm. And I'm counting on you to heal me. And if you don't, then you're not real. You can take that to the bank. Mm-hmm. He made a covenantal promise with you. Cost him his life. And he won't fail you on that promise. He'll just heal you.
Do you feel like yeah, it's funny because like since the first time we talked, this is like we've like circled around this.
Yep.
Is this like the taproot now that we're like touching on?
For sure. Mm. Yep. For you specifically, for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's great. It's nice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You seen Ferris Bueller's? Yeah.
I actually watched it just like 2 weeks ago. It's a great movie, actually.
The guy one of the actors in that movie grew up in this house.
Which actor? The one who like drives the car off?
No, the waiter. Like, you're the Sausage King of Chicago? That guy?
The Sausage King. Oh, that guy. Who's when they're doing like the phone call prank thing?
Yeah, his parents built this house. And he grew up here.
That's so funny.
He's a friend. He's really sweet person. I really love him. Yeah. He's also really funny. Yes. Just meander in and you'll find something. Go on, yeah. I think all those guys are still, like Cameron and Ferris, they're still kicking, right? They're still around. Matthew and
Cameron's like that's the friend.
That's the Ferrari, like.
Here's the thing, I don't know. I actually really like those kinds of movies, like the coming of age 80s, 90s movies.
Sure.
There's
yeah.
something about the essence of those movies that I just love.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that specific actor, even when I was watching, I was like, is he in anything else? Like the Cameron.
Yeah, I don't know if he is. Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, I imagine.
I would see him as like in like a dark comedy or like a thriller or like something like dramatic.
Yeah.
I think you do really well in that.
Yeah.
You know.
I also think it's like very common for people who start in like a comedy to just like feel like they want to get like do the real thing and be like dramatic.
Yeah.
And
all the silly
like,
guys do that.
Addict or like play a drug addict or something. Or
Jim Carrey, Ben Stiller, like Adam Sandler, like all these super silly guys like try to box themselves in eventually into this intense drama person. Also, I haven't seen any movies.
Can I tell you something? That's actually the emotion's coming back.
Oh, okay.
The reason that I'm passionate about this stuff we've talked about is because of the moralism stuff.
I know.
Because do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Totally, dude. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't look at this then to be like a healing endeavor for you because it's too utilitarian. It's not allowing Christ to like work in you. You know what I mean?
Can you explain what you mean by what you just said?
You can't be saved through your efforts. You know? So even though this touches on this, it's a meaningful endeavor and it speaks to the heart of what you're feeling. You can't use it as the means of healing.
100%.
You see what I mean?
I think the passion comes from it's like when I was in college, I went to this like leadership seminar thing, and they gave this analogy where they're like, hey, if you saw a kid, you're walking down the river, you see this kid start floating by, and then all of a sudden you look and you see another kid start floating by, and then all of a sudden there's 6 kids. It's like, what do you do? Like, who do you save? Oh, and then like by the way you look up and you see that there's a hole in the bridge, and there's like 10 more kids who are going to be coming down pretty soon. And they're like, well, the thing is like, actually, you need to go and fix the hole in the bridge, right? Like there's some reality to that. So I think that part of the reason that there's the passion that you like see from me is because it's like if you're a kid who fell through the bridge, part of it is like, especially first, I was gonna say if I swam out, but I didn't swim out. I got pulled out. But
100%. Not only you pulled out, the guy who pulled you out jumped in there and led the way and fell down the waterfall.
Yeah, but there's still a real passion about that bridge being fixed.
So that you can fix that bridge. You see what I mean? You don't fix the bridge in order to get pulled out. You got pulled out, so fix the bridge. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I think so. You're saying you see something like a specific connection there.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, fix the bridge for sure. But if it's out of like, well, because I was in it, like, okay, fine. That's fine. But you can't fix it unless you realize that like the way to get out isn't to fix it. You have to realize you've been pulled out. But you're still in the river, dude. Like, you just got to get pulled out first. You've already been pulled out. You're just not seeing it. You still think you're stuck in the river. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah, this is like the moralism stuff that I get so pissed about. Because people go their whole life thinking all this. And yeah, meanwhile, there's like a bloody mess 2,000 years ago that's like, why aren't you trusting me? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, the whole sort of crap. I feel like it takes away the essence of what's going on there.
Yeah, that's why that must drive you nuts.
Oh my gosh.
Because it has to feel like it's like all of a sudden the steak is like under a napkin and you've just got like a plate full of carrots and like some sparklers in it.
It's like they all, yeah, exactly. It's the grenadine, like extra grenadine, please. It's like, okay, everybody gather around for tonight's meal. You know, we got word from the boss that doesn't matter what kind of steak it is. We just got to serve steak. Make sure you serve steak, okay? So like we got a shipment, of like some ground beef. We're gonna portion all out. We're gonna cook it up. Make sure everybody's served. Anyways, like also make sure people feel like they can make friends here and have a good time. Like have a good time, and let's hope we can get through this quick. That's what it feels like. Yeah, to use that analogy. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not like a liturgy wars person. It's a valid mass, all that, it's all there. But it's only valid not because the diamond setting is valid. It's because there's a diamond there. That's right. It's just, that's the only thing.
We were talking about like the Chestertonian like backflips and stuff, but that metaphor, did you just come up with that? It's pretty strong.
No, it is a strong one. I'm like trying to think that's probably what it is though, isn't it? It's like the setting.
I mean, it's a very strong metaphor.
Yeah, because the aesthetic of it is like this. The setting tells. It's like, yeah, Mary the beacon, Christ the what is that prayer? Mary the beacon, Christ our like dwelling place or something. It's like that. There's that prayer. That's what she does, right? She's like the setting, like, and then he's the show, like, all she does is just like set him, like the setting is set up so that when the light hits it, it magnifies, like, in Vatican II, I think tried to make it like, you can't just serve steak on a plate, like people will spit it out, we got to really like make this a little bit more palatable.
I think the idea was like these people have no teeth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's care about the people, our fallen away brethren. Like, it's just a mess. Just a total mess.
There is something to be said about like an educational gap. Like we've talked about just like a worldview thing. Yeah. Like what I'm saying, like you think about how hard it is for people to actually just see the essence of things.
Yep.
Right? Like globally.
Yep.
In like every way.
Yep.
Family life, work life, life, right? So part of it is like, because you're tuned in, you're able to see things, but that is a gap that needs to be covered. Like, and that might not be your gap. That might not be your gap, like to cover, but.
Yeah, I play a tiny part or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just to speak to it for sure. Mm-hmm. Because when somebody's speaking to it when they're providing solutions. You know what I mean? And so the solutions we're seeing is like Mass of the Ages or something. It's like TLM, that's our, I want to make sure, my family, that might be my family. Maybe not.
It's like a very spooky day out there.
It is, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm seeing it happen, like where massive funding and early adoption for like the answer is the Mass before 1960. It's like, that's not the answer. We missed the point. yet they're gaining traction because they are addressing the problem. It's just that the solution is like half-baked, or it's like caricaturized or something. It's not getting to the essence of things, you know?
Okay, yeah, and I think also it's like it's in some ways it's drawing attention to be like, I know what the problem is. The problem is we changed the setting.
Exactly.
It's not like
Let's
the
get
problem
back
is-
to the setting.
It's not like, hey, we like lost the diamond, or like we forgot that there's a diamond.
Yes.
It's
that's
like,
right.
oh, maybe if the setting was there, but now it's like just a setting, and like the diamond's
Yeah.
still not polished.
And there's and they're great, you know, but now there's 3 documentaries basically being like, I know it's weird. I know it doesn't make sense. But trust me, that's the right way. That's the better way. And so what you're just doing is like fall in love with the setting.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
You're like apologizing for it while also elevating. It's not efficient. You know what I mean?
It's not efficient, and I would. It's almost like anti-intellectual. Meaning a person of actual depth sees that and is like BS.
It's like watching.
It's not convincing
Exactly.
in any way.
Exactly, dude. It's like someone who watches the first episode of Mad Men and go like, "This is my favorite show." It's like, no, you just like the aesthetic.
You're really on a John Hamm kick. It's like he's like an earworm for you
I
right now.
can't get away from him.
I know. You're gonna be.
You
Going
know
to
what I
bed
mean,
tonight,
though?
yeah.
It's like, or the Wes Anderson thing. Like, this is the best movie I've ever seen. It's like, no, you just like the aesthetic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe it is the best movie you've ever seen, but probably not. I don't think Fantastic Mr. Fox is the best movie ever made.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a great director. All this stuff and the shots. It's an aesthetic thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So you're saying they just experience the aesthetic,
And
but
they
they're
go,
not. They're still
"That's
not
it."
necessarily seeing the depth of what it is. They're just like, this feels nice.
Because the depth of Wes Anderson is not the aesthetic. That's the entry point.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's getting at another depth that needs to be illuminated, right? And the depth of Mad Men is not just the aesthetic. It's what you just said. It's like this sort of like something happened at this point in time, and this is what's going on. So the depth there, if there is any depth, I don't think there's that much depth to Mad Men, but if there is any depth there, it is actually not the aesthetic, but it is touching on it. It really is. Like I think who did this great, long live David Lynch, like Twin Peaks, all this stuff. Dude, it's super aesthetic. Like like everything is just so on point when it comes to the aesthetic of it. But my goodness, if you removed all of it, it stands on its own. You know what I mean? Within the first episode. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you don't have eyes to see, you can think that it's
This
the aesthetic.
movie's weird.
And
Or
especially because there's like we're social creatures. So
Yeah.
most of the time you're not entering in. Like you're already like, oh, I've heard Mad Men's really good. And so you go in and you think, oh, it must be the aesthetic because I'm feeling a particular way.
Right.
It's actually almost an emotional response.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's like people who have their personality is like beer or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like first last name, like, you know, kids, beer, like, you know what I mean? Or like I love craft brewery. I don't know. It's just same is true with like coffee. Like my whole identity is coffee or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my goodness. Speaking of which, do you want any or are you okay?
I'm good for right now.
Okay, good. When do you want to like head back to your place and like wrap up and stuff? Be done hanging. Probably be somewhat soon. I think my fam's come in 3:15ish, which is like in 5 minutes.
Yeah. So if you want, we can wrap then.
Maybe. I think that may be good.
I'm totally cool with that. I only have so many emotions I can give in a day too. So
Yeah, you have to reflect.
I have to reflect.
Which is, I just think even that's inefficient. There's nothing to reflect. It's just like go down the Adoration Chapel or like go like.
Yeah, when I'm even saying reflect, I actually mean more like integrate. Like
Yeah.
it's not even and it's not integrate as in like an action. Like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do like a chin up or something. I mean like I'm going to.
Right.
It's just like you can put I don't know why this is the image coming to mind, but if you put like ketchup on a sponge, like you gotta leave it out overnight. You know what I mean? It's for it to soak in. It just doesn't go right in.
I think it'll dry up. I don't think a sponge will like soak that.
Well, you gotta massage it in then.
Right.
Yeah. That's very David Lynch.
Yeah, it is. It is. I still remember the first thing I ever saw of him was Mulholland Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, dude! Like it wasn't the gateway drug. I think was a lot of people for Twin Peaks or something, but like for me it was Mulholland Drive. And all of the like random like was this Mulholland Drive? Like the weird like creepy shots, like the black face with like the crazy, like the jump scare stuff. Was that Mulholland Drive?
He does a lot of that kind of stuff.
Was that Mulholland Drive?
You might be thinking of Inland Empire, because that one.
Yes.
We were talking about Lynch yesterday too.
The two scariest moments in cinema that I've ever
Absolutely.
experienced.
Yeah.
But that movie is really incoherent.
That's what I love about him though.
I do too, but like
Life is incoherent.
it's true, but Mulholland Drive takes it to a whole new level.
Yes.
Or sorry, not Mulholland Drive.
The Inland Empire. Mulholland Drive, at least there's like a plot.
Yeah.
Right? A protagonist.
That might be an Inland Empire too. But it's just, I need to watch that one again.
Mulholland Drive is so good. Too.
Oh yeah, I've seen it like 40 times.
Oh my goodness, it's so good.
Yeah.
Is that the opera scene?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's Roy Orbison in
Yes.
Spanish.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
You're so taken in, and then like there's actually nothing there. Like it. Have you seen that?
Which one?
I don't want to give it away. Mulholland Drive. I know. I mean, he just died, right? So like, I'm sure there's a little bit of attention towards him right now. But like, can you really beat that? I don't know.
What do you think you like about it?
I don't know. Maybe it's the contrast.
Yeah.
Bit. I've like John helped me see that like contrast is like my thing. I love seeing contrast. Like big time.
Because it makes you feel something?
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Contrast for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I mean contrast.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Have you ever seen like Le Grand Belleza, like The Great Beauty, or
Oh, The Great Beauty. I haven't seen it, but I've heard.
I think his name's like Paolo Sorrentino or something.
Yeah.
His movies are quite similar,
They're
where
like
there's
that.
a lot of grotesque, like incredible beauty, alongside like grotesque and like incredible. It's all juxtaposition. He'll actually talk about this. Like his films are very much about juxtaposition. I like it a lot as well because I think the contrast makes you feel the edges of both. Do you know what I mean? It actually kind of like heightens the awareness of both. So it's got like a vitality. You know what I mean?
Sure,
it's just,
sure I do. Yeah.
It kind of probably goes to the essence of it. It actually elevates the essence of both things.
Right.
Because it's so.
Right.
Yeah. It like turns up the volume. Something.
It's so hard to do though. It's so hard to feel like fusion restaurants. It actually does the exact opposite. You know.
It's usually a compromise.
Exactly. It's like this is like you took really good Asian food and like really good Mexican food, and you made half good Asian food and half good Mexican food.
I wonder if so. One of the things with like film is I think that because it's playing out over time, you can almost introduce. So it'd be like probably would be like an Asian thing being like, here's some sushi that's 100% in this direction, and now here's some Mexican, and it's not like you just layer them like sushi nachos, like you know what I mean? Like it's not
right.
It's not that.
Or Taco Bell like Mexican pizza.
Yeah. Like that is the thing. Like even with Lynch's stuff, like there can be kind of like these moments that are like very tender, and then all of a sudden like extremely like violent. It's like a violence to your senses.
Yes, and he was still able to do that with painting, but I think because of the medium of film, he's able to introduce different courses. He has more time. You know what I mean? Like he can go like in one mood for like 45 minutes, and it's like, sweet, I've got you.
I wonder if it is a time thing, because in some ways like that is like what a full life is too, right? Where it's like everything.
Yes.
There's like the moments.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's moments of great tenderness and pain and all of it. And it all plays out.
I think he would say that. He would say that life is incredibly incoherent. So therefore, my movies can be incoherent. I think he would say that.
Well, he always says, he's like, life doesn't make sense, so why should movies?
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's quoted a million times saying that. Which
Yeah,
is-
that's
it's
his thing.
So, it's so obvious in his work that that's his stance. You know, they're just great.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's almost like you don't need to have eyes to see. It's just
there.
that's what life is. There's no other meaning to this.
Yeah.
It's just that sometimes you get hit by a truck.
Yeah.
Some with Dr. B, sometimes twice you get hit by a truck.
Yeah. Well, there's something actually comforting maybe about absurdity. Like when
Yeah,
you see
right.
absurdity, there's some part of it. Like surrealism, I think makes you feel like a little bit strange because it's like almost like too far. Like
Right,
life's
right.
not really surreal, but it is absurd.
That's true. It isn't surreal.
It's just really absurd.
It is. That's so true.
That was it.
He's
It's so-
transitioning.
Oh, okay.
He's transitioning from one to the other.
We can rap too.
Yeah, that's
If
fine.
you want to just call it there. We could call it Life is Absurd.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I want the world to see.
Or call it Steve, Get Down From Your Cross.
Yes. Steve from Monk Manual tries to save himself. You're
Aaron, was that what you expected it to be?
Today?
Yeah.
No, not at all. It kind of went in a sacrifice direction.
Yeah.
Sacrifice direction.
Have you guys seen that?
Yes. I don't know why I laughed so hard at that though.
What is sacrifice? Yeah, tell me this.
It's. Do you like Tarkovsky?
What else has he done?
He did Stalker, Solaris.
I haven't seen those. Are we still rolling or we're good?
We're always rolling.
Yeah, we're always rolling. But yeah, it's this long conversation.
We can roll the-
Tells him he has to choose like between his family and his house or something. He has to like.
Right. Yeah.
But it's this long. They're having this really like the opening shot of the movie. It's like 20 minutes before there's a cut, and it's amazing. It's kind of like.
I love it.
I mean, I'm thinking about it because it's kind of like.
Yeah.
All of his movies are like this. It's just two guys like in a room having a really long conversation, and the camera almost never cuts.
That's right, isn't it?
A lot of his
Wow.
movies, I mean, like Andrei Rublev.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch this.
Oh, he made Andrei Rublev.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
So fucking awesome.
I gotta watch
love
that.
movie.
Okay.
I love that movie. It is so good.
Nostalgia is another really great one.
Okay.
But yeah, that one's awesome. I really want to see that one in the theater.
And Andrei Rublev, they killed like 4 real horses making that movie.
Don't tell me this. I'm gonna watch this.
Well, it's not going to ruin it. That's not like a major plot.
How do you spell this? No, I haven't.
You would lo-
Andrei
I think-
Rublev.
Andrei Rublev.
It's about an iconographer. It's like a monk.
Andrei Rublev is a Russian tennis player.
Right, but
it's not about that one.
It's not about him.
Your guys are talking. It's actually
In
just,
that case, I don't want to see it. This is
Yeah,
what I
he's
would-
like one of the most famous iconographers.
Oh, yeah.
Of
Oh.
It's very
Studied
deep.
with a Greek guy who was like his mentor.
I mean, it is one of my favorite films, actually.
So it's
good.
got like orthodoxy vibes, like Greek.
Yeah, but even more than that.
Okay.
Like even more. It's just
Russian Orthodox. Okay, cool.
Definitely some Greek in there too because he's hanging with.
It's got some absurdity in it too. It's got like a lot of the juxtaposition and like that stuff. You'll love it.
All right, I am going to watch that tonight.
Sick.
It's like 3.5 hours though. I think. Yeah.
I'm in. I'm in.
Yeah.
I got good old. Good old. Okay,
I really do
great.
think you're gonna
Good old
love it.
hunting, Big Short, and Andrei Rublev or whatever it's called.
I'm really excited for you, actually.
I can't wait. 1966. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. When would be the next time we hang? When does this happen?
What do you mean? Like
when would be the
You're saying like as like a group or like the two of us connecting, or what are you talking about?
yeah, what like when would we hang again? When is that time? Is there any like thing? Are you coming to the other events? I don't even know if I'm going to the events.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to work that out first.
I think the next one's in Montreal. I don't know if I'll go to that one. I kind of want to see what it would be like without me.
Yeah.
Yes, wouldn't that be great?
I don't know.
Like make a party and don't go.
That's a thing.
1 second.
Hello. Hi. They don't have acai today. Nope. But we can do Brick and Bell.
Nice. Are you flying back out of LAX or out of here?
No, San Diego.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. No, we're wrapping up. We're always rolling, but we're wrapping up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to go back up there either.
Right. I was surprised. I didn't
Sounds
think
good.
It would be cheaper.
Yeah, that works out.
I thought I liked
Meet you there.
cheaper, but yeah.
Okay, bye.
It's like going to be a much easier airport to navigate to. LAX is like nuts.
Dude, ST to New York is great.
It's great. And one of those like, so one of the things with those Chase cards is like the lounge access
Right,
too that you get.
right.
And they have a nice one. They actually have one, like Chase has their own lounges now. And,
Yeah.
And one of them is here, and their lounges are
They're legit.
so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice. A lot of like great essence of things there.
Really?
Yeah, they really did.
They had a
No,
front
really,
lounge?
really. There's one in the DC airport that's like,
Legit?
I wouldn't. It's like way too much to say it's like a Michelin restaurant, but it's quite impressive.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't been in an airport in a while. I'm going soon. I'm going like tomorrow or something. I can't remember. This Napa thing. Wednesday. My goodness. I got to prepare my. No, that's tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I have a flight tomorrow. And I haven't even prepared my talk. I literally haven't prepared anything. Zero.
You work it out.
Nothing. I thought that was later. I'm gonna be on a freaking plane tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Maybe I don't watch Andre Rublev.
You can watch on the plane too, maybe.
I could.
Probably not, but
The plane ride isn't even that long.
yeah. It's like an hour.
Like you can fly from San Diego to New York because I think it's shorter that way. Or it's not shorter, but it takes less time because you have a tailwind, right? Or is it the other way?
Yeah, no, the tailwind's going east.
Going to east. Okay. It's like once you get settled and like you're up in the air and like, okay, bing, like seatbelt sign and wipe and you're kind of settled, you can probably watch the whole movie and then 30 minutes later you landed. Like you'll experience that like San Diego to New York. It's actually not like 6 hours.
Yeah, it's like a little less.
It's like, yeah.
It always ends up being a little less than they say.
Yeah.
And it's even faster going San Diego to.
Yep. Yep. I could have sworn I've done like 3 hours and 50-minute flights or something like that, or like 4:15 or something like that. Like,
Wow.
yeah.
I hope it's that short.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
I want to say it's like that. Like it really is a lot faster than. Yeah.
But yeah, coming from New York, it's
Yeah.
usually like 5.5.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll probably see you in New York.
Oh, cool.
I think we're gonna go in the spring.
Oh, amazing.
Maybe we'll record something. Maybe we'll meet up and hang.
Yeah.
We'll do something there.
I'm around.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. Sounds like that's the next time we'll hang is New York. You're not gonna come back, out this way between now and spring, obviously.
Probably not.
Okay, maybe I'll see you in New York then.
And then if you go to Montreal,
I won't go to Montreal.
you just made that decision right now.
Why would I go to Montreal?
Well, it seemed like you were debating it 5 minutes ago, but in that 5 minutes, it seems like you just made the decision.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure. I think that'll be great to not go. Like, not because I want to be snarky about it, but like, I actually think something incredible will happen if I'm not there. Every time the conditions are set and it's based off of some sort of essence thing, and then I leave, it like blows up because people actually like work on stuff. You saw it. I tend to try to make it uncomfortable, as long as possible.
I think there's also something that when you have a person who's got like the captain hat on,
right?
Everyone looks to the captain, and it's like, oh, what do we do now?
But I like being like, I know you think I have the captain hat on, but you have the captain hat on. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Like surprise, you're the captain. Reach under your seats.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a Mr. Beast thing. Like, actually, you are.
Are you a big Mr. Beast guy? You love that content?
great content. I've maybe seen like 3 or 4 episodes, like things that he's done. You know, just the contrast of it. Like
he's pretty good at like they do like from an editing standpoint.
Yeah, it's all.
He's actually it's actually really well done for what it is. I actually think it's like not. I think it shouldn't exist, but I think it's really good for what it is.
Yeah.
It's like extremely synthetic. It's like if you took like the side dish and you made it into something that like people just want to inject in their veins.
Yeah,
and then they just like
it does seem to be like they travel the world to get the most potent Splenda of all these different countries and like try to.
Yeah,
it's like a Sabrina Carpenter song. It's like here.
Yeah, but it's good. I mean, it really gets you going. For sure.
Same with like, please, please, please. Like that gets you going. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get you going like to the depths of your soul, but it gets you going like, enough to get through the day or whatever.
Enough to get going.
But not to have a life.
Yeah.
Okay, what I should do is I need to head. I'm going to meet my family down at Brick and Bell, so maybe we can like work my way that way because your hotel's down by Brick and Bell.
I don't know. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Near the Parakeet Cafe.
Did you drive to Bird Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should. Oh, dang. Maybe I should drop you off at Bird Rock. Maybe I do that first. We go to Bird Rock first. I'll drop you off. And then I'll drive to. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Alrighty.
So I'll take the mics when we get.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Okay.
And we'll go in the car.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait till you see the car, though.
What? That car?
We'll take the brown car because you can't fit in the black one.
What's that?
We'll take the brown car. You can't fit in the black one. You literally won't be able to fit.
Oh, right now?
Like ever, unless you shrink.
What's the black one?
It's the same car, just the big black one?
Yeah.
We don't have it. My wife has that.
Ah, I see.
Okay. Here we go.
Will I fit in the brown car?
You will fit in the brown car. I'm not saying that you will be comfortable. I'm just saying you will fit.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no, I won't fit in there.
You want me? I can pop back there.
You should sit in the back, Steven.
No, I can pop back there.
You should sit in the back.
I might sit sideways though. Is that cool?
Let me see about that.
No,
it's been done, brother. It's been done.
Back there. Let me. You got a good 5
Aaron,
inches
you're in
on
the
me.
front, dude.
Yeah, you can.
You're hanging in the front.
Does this seat go down?
You're gonna be tight in there too.
Oh yeah, you will. Just pull it up. Pull it up. Pull that lever up. No, up higher. Not lower, higher. Yep. There you go. There you go.
Okay.
This car is freaking awesome.
Oh, it's so fun, man. Okay. See, you're good.
Yeah. I might need like a forklift to get
This
me out
is
of here.
hilarious.
You gotta get this on camera though.
Come on, baby. There we go.
Let's go.
We're all safe. You good?
And we're rolling.
There's no way. Okay.
Do I have everything?
You good? You got yourself?
Yeah, I got my phone.
Listen, if you forgot something,
Yeah,
I'm shipping it to you.
Yeah.
All right. You good, man?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
We bond through suffering, right? Not through strength.
That's one of my quotes for the quote book.
Quote book?
Yeah, the
You have a quote book?
No, but you started it with
the
the
elevation
piece
thing.
and
Yeah, right.
bonding through suffering.
Yep. You see now that that monk manual it's oh my god, dude, the amount of like traction that you're gonna get now once you integrate what was discovered today. It's gonna be great. I'll just leave it at that.
Do you think it ends up resulting in certain changes or just internal changes?
Of course, yeah. Of course, it results in changes. Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you kidding? You think we were like saved just to like sit with
clarity, you know? You're like, I don't know. You're supposed to be useful, you know?
You got enough room up there?
It's better than there, all right? So.
Can James sit back here? Does he need like a car
that's
seat?
his seat right there. You know, you could probably put your seat back.
Does he like rolling in this car?
He loves it.
This is his vibe, yeah?
The golf cart is his favorite.
I think I would fit back there, but operating the camera would not.
I honestly don't think you could, like,
I
you
don't think
could
you could
maybe fit back here, but I'm not even sure. It's actually possible you can, like, physically not possible.
Right, because I got a little bit on you.
Right. I'm sure some of the folks are still in town, huh? From like the event.
I'm pretty sure some of the people I talked to were staying through like Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Some of them.
How cool is that?
I mean, it's crazy to me that how many people came from outside the country, you know?
Yeah, like that is
It's
crazy.
a long trip.
It is a long trip.
Like if you're coming from Europe or Australia, that's a lot.
Right.
I mean, I guess it's all relative, but
Yep. Gemma's songs just like stuck in my head. I'll have to send it to you. I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
when I saw her earlier, she's like, I haven't even listened to it yet.
Okay.
She was really happy.
That's so
like
good.
sincerely, really. Like it. I think your bass line's probably happy, but it was elevated, like 30,000 feet elevated.
Like 30,000 feet. Yeah, she did let me know she listened to it this morning.
Oh, cool.
So I'm glad she did, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see where that goes. That'll be cool. I don't think, I just don't think that her like public persona like shows that side of her, you know?
Sure.
So that's what's cool about it.
You had mentioned doing recording another time, like a week ago or something. Are you feeling really interested in doing a lot more recording?
I'm interested in anything creative and multimedia right now.
Yeah?
Yes. Like, I couldn't have ever engineered that Steve Lawson would be in the back of this car.
You couldn't
crammed like this.
You couldn't. There's no way.
And somehow the internet will see it. Like, you could have never, ever, ever guessed that would have happened.
And we're live.
And we're live, yeah. It's like exactly what I want the world to. I want the world to experience that. Next will be Alex O'Connor. He'll be back there telling me about his pet dog or whatever.
Or whatever.
Or whatever. Yeah, so like just yes, like I have a certain bee in my bonnet for the type of things that I think the world needs, you know, and it comes in music and video and stuff like this.
There's a little bit of an absurdity to this right now.
A little bit.
Yeah. If we got in an accident, I wouldn't move at all. Not one part of my body would move.
That's right. You'd be the safest person on the
I
planet.
wouldn't. Yes.
Yeah, you're just like
Every
you're just,
part of
like,
me. I'm like, my hips are like locked in. My
Yeah.
shoulders, my head, the top of my head.
you're just like luggage, you know?
I have an extremely large head too.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's like as big as it can get.
I've been known to have a really big head too.
So I did one of those 23andMe's, right?
Why?
Well, I don't know. I'm not worried about
You
getting
gave
cloned
it
or
to
anything.
them?
I don't know. I guess it's not my
So
problem.
what are you? What is it?
I'm a bunch of things, but I guess all human beings are like somewhere between 1 to 6% Neanderthal.
Okay.
Oh, there's Bryce right there. Bryce!
Oh well. He's listening.
I guess
radio.
I'll. But I'm like 6%. I have like the maximum amount of Neanderthal that you can have in a human being.
Dude, you do give off Neanderthal.
Yeah, no, and actually, you want to know the weirdest thing? I'm proud of it. I'm more proud of my Neanderthal than any other ethnicity.
Wow.
I think there's a genocide.
You know how you asked me? You know how
I
you
do.
asked me what your essence is?
It's Neanderthal.
You found it. You're a Neanderthal. Get back in touch with your Neanderthal.
I also have like a very small amount, like a trace amount of Asian, like some part of like China that's tied in with Genghis Khan.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't. I just don't have any of that. I don't
You
think.
might.
No, I don't think I'm Chinese. So what's Buffalo doing right now? Like 7 degrees?
It snowed a couple days ago. I don't know what it is now.
Okay.
You know what I realized it is? It's colder, but this time of year you're not really outside that much, so you don't have. You know what I mean? The thing is we've just been outside more, so that's the only reason I'm experiencing it. I basically just go to my car and then I leave my car, and I'm usually warming up my car before I get in it. So
Yeah, right.
I have like 20 seconds of cold most days.
Megan went and checked out like some sort of hybrid school thing today.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to hear what comes from that.
Is that's like part homeschool, part in class thing?
Yeah, fusion.
You go down
Fusion school.
by the Chase.
Okay.
On the first street on the right.
Okay, great. You good?
It's a good pain.
Okay.
Like right after it. Silver Toyota.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Ready?
You need mics.
I do. Let me get out first.
Okay. Dude, you say back. Just kidding.
All right, dude.
It's this thing right here. Right? That thing.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
You do have some sort of sadistic joy.
Yep.
Because there was like the sincerity of joy on your face as I was suffering.
Yep.
It's like to the degree the suffering was going up, there was also a
That's
increased sincerity.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Actually, it's psychopath. Okay. This is
Do you want to turn it off or?
Sure.
This one break. Yeah.
Yeah, you're happy with it? Yeah. Awesome. We'll be in touch soon. Okay, great. Should I like drop off it or? Yeah. I think so. When we get back home or whatever. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Thanks, guys. Travel. Same to you. Bye.